I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant, you're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author, walking on air, walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency. The heart of the world beats for me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth is rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on weed. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Hi, my name is Enable and I'm from Alter Ego Esports and we are from Indonesian region. To qualify for the Masters. Paper X. Jing and Forsaken because they have a very good aim. We will do our best to beat the rival team. For the fans out there, please pray for us and wish us the best of luck, and we will do our best.
Hi, this is Flash. I'm from Team MRQ, representing Philippines. Coming into APAC Stage 2, expectations po namin is makamit namin na mag-qualify sa playoffs. Considered team po namin na rival is PaperX and then Boom Esports. Siguro yung binabantayan talaga namin is si Forsaken tsaka Jing kasi silang dalawa yung parang star player or like aggressive player sa team nila. Siguro ma-overcome namin lahat by doing like positive vibe. Kahit parang patalo na kami, enjoy lang kami and all. Thank you for watching us on VCT. Continue supporting us. Dahil sa inyo, nag-qualify kami sa APAC. Again, this is Flash from Team RRQ representing Philippines.
Where's the Benji?
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, I came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever? You gotta be kidding me, man. Ah, this is crazy.
We've bid goodbye to the fallen warriors, yet the destruction does not end there. More to come, much more to come, as the ever-treacherous sea shows no mercy. Warriors continue to fight, else your journey ends here. This is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Asia Pacific.
Use the drone information. Patience. On the board! And it's gonna fall with his nota. The Oma. Your Loma.
They'll gamble and I'm we go clear and Tim 后续 PPGL 的配合上就是做一个击杀之后。
the final day of the group stage has arrived. What a bittersweet end to this stage as we get do or die matches. Yet, we get the incredible matches throughout the day, but the exchange, we bid goodbye again to some of the teams over here. So what a way to welcome VCT APAC Stage 2 challengers with Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix. Girls, it's quite a long day ahead of us, but Trix, why don't you go ahead and start this day by reliving the action from yesterday?
Oh man, I don't even know where to start when it comes to yesterday. The matches were so good, but for me, the most memorable was Griffin's growth from the first series that they played up until now. But yes, the long-awaited Order and Paper Rex game, and I don't know if it's just long-awaited for me because I was so excited to watch this match, and I felt that Order really stepping up. You could see that they were good players. You could see that they had this idea of what they wanted to do, but Paper X ultimately just kind of being a step ahead.
I mean, when we talk about Paper X, they're a team that is just so malleable and able to adapt super fast. The reaction time from Order didn't really come until much later, and the aggression coming in from Paper X was just too much for Order to handle. Regardless, the idea was there, the skills are there, but Paper X, being a more experienced team, really gave them the edge over Paper X in general. And just, I have to say, because they're just so fast at adapting with new metas, new agents, new maps, this kind of in a way gives them that edge over other teams. And regardless, we didn't really see them, like I saw a tweet from the players of Order. They said that Paper X actually had to bring their A game. I think at that point they did. But let's talk a little bit about Bleed. So yesterday Bleed went 3 maps, and you know, it was very, I would say, interesting, funny match at the same time, where on map 1, we saw that mature, grown-up Bleed that we saw from stage 1 all the way till now. In terms of the gameplay and adaptability, it's all been there. But on map 2, we started seeing the struggle a little bit, as they couldn't really figure out the idea on how to take the enemy team's map. But when you go over to map number 3, we saw them start to really gain composure. And I think that Bleed, if they managed to overcome that, they would become one of the best teams here in APAC for sure.
Absolutely. I do agree, but you know, hit on that breach for that last map, I thought was just phenomenal.
Oh yeah.
And then moving on though, we have like that Griffin and Gaming Gladiators.
I'm very sad about this one.
I know, and I'm sure that Gaming Gladiators is sad as well, but Griffin really just showing that they can adapt, that they understand the way teams here in APAC are performing, especially the top teams, and they've shown that they can adjust to it and that they know how, and that they're willing to change the way that they play in order to be the best in APAC.
I feel like for Griffin, or in general for the team, it's just one of that adaptability coming through. They understand that they don't necessarily play with us in Southeast Asia region, and they're willing to adapt and change that. And not only that, we saw that in day 1, it felt a little bit weak for them. We felt like it was kind of like lackluster. But then when it comes to day number 2 and beyond, they seem to have already fixed all the holes. They already kind of figured it out. And I have to say, this kind of adaptability is rare to be seen in such a short amount of time.
You could say that this was the revenge story, right? Like, you guys sent us to the lower bracket. Well, guess what? We're gonna eliminate you out of the competition. And they did just that. What a revenge story for these guys. But hey, I think that explanations are in order because we have had somewhat a poetic start to this day, and I just want to explain. Being this is the final day of the group stage, eliminations are once again in order. If you're still confused as to what I'm saying, don't fret because Mika Fabs is here to explain the tournament format.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 Playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seated in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Master Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Yup, you heard it, folks. There will be 8 teams that will be moving on to the playoffs. We've already seen some of them qualify, but today we're gonna complete that set. And to have a full picture of what the brackets are actually looking right now, let's go ahead and go to Group A. Tricks, here it is. Group A is the first group to be completed in terms of the qualified teams for the playoffs. Let's talk about it.
So when we go all the way to the start, we had that Gaming Gladiators putting Griffin down to the lower brackets, Griffin beating out Myth and Gaming in the revenge match to qualify for the playoffs alongside Onyx. Onyx having that dominating map against Gaming Gladiators, showing that they have, you know, there's a reason why they're a team that everyone is also looking out for. There's a reason why they're consistently doing and performing well. It's because of their team play. It's because of that aggression that they have, the ability to deny that information. I remember watching their match against Gaming Gladiators. We just saw this explosiveness coming in from Onyx G. So I'm hoping that they're going to be able to continue that, because up next for both of these teams, Onyx and Griffin, is the playoffs.
It really is. Now over here at Group B, Tash, I'm a little bit shaky for this one because, again, we have a Filipino representative over here up against a dominant team like Alter Ego.
Okay, so I feel like out of all the matches I'm really excited about, AE and RRQ is one of the most anticipated, because you know that RRQ is a team that has shown a lot of promise, a lot of growth over time, but AE is a, I would say, household name when it comes to Valorant teams over here in APAC, and going up against a team that is just so dominant, there comes this moment where I'm really worried, like, how do you overcome that mental block? How do you make sure that you can maintain this composure as well as adjust at the same time? But yet, RRQ has been working very hard. I can really see that, and the way they've come in through the tournament has been very, very promising.
It really has. But on over here at Group C, Trix, I know you had your heart set on Order being such a dominant team, but Paper X was able to shut them down yesterday.
They were, but you know, Paper X being Paper X, somewhat understandable, but Order doing a fantastic job. I have been personally waiting to watch Order again, and I've been trying to keep up with everything that they've been doing, and I'm so excited to see Boom Esports versus Order. I find that Order tends to be a little stubborn with their playstyle, while Boom Esports tends to Boom Esports sometimes tends to not really know how to control the map, and I'm wondering how they're going to deal with that constant aggression that Order is going to be coming in with. We've seen it against Paper X, we've seen it thrive, we've also seen them be able to adjust mid-game. I'm just hoping that this time Order is going to come in with a game plan and clear idea with the team, with each other.
I feel like that's bound to happen. But of course, Tash, the final bracket, the final series of the day as well on our screens. Let's talk about it.
Okay, for Team Secret, I understand that there's a lot of anticipation. It is a big team here in the Philippines. They're famous for their epic intro. But then you have Fancy United, a team that is so aggressive that would absolutely bring the fight to you. If you won't come to them, they will come to you. And then there's Team Secret, a team that is just, I feel like they're super ambitious. They want to bring new things to the table that can really, really wow and shock the audience, and just say like, hey, even though Valorant is this meta and this playstyle, we can make anything work. But so far, they haven't really found that just yet. So when it comes to Team Secret, because I feel like for them, they need to find a way to deal with the aggression coming in from Fancy United. They need to understand that Fancy United, a very aggressive team, how can we counter that gameplay instead of worrying too much about bringing something new, because sometimes something new doesn't necessarily mean something better.
I agree, and I do feel like they might not bring it out today. After all, in their last series versus FW Esports, they played it safe. They didn't bring out new fancy compositions that they don't normally bring out, and they stuck to their comfort. But I'm thinking that all of the teams that we're seeing right now on our match schedule are bound to do the same. Nothing too surprising, nothing too explosive, just something that they're really comfortable with so that they can properly execute everything that they've been practicing these past couple of months. And I'm excited to see everything that's going to be brought to the table today because once again, these are all do or die matches, people. Somebody or some teams are going to get eliminated today and some teams are going to head straight for the playoffs. And I just can't wait. I love the action over here. Let me just... Can I... Please, excuse me. I'm gonna take a sip of water. Because I need to... No! Okay, let me just say. We've been through these group stages for how long already? But when it's a do-or-die match, like I said yesterday, I've grown an attachment to some of the teams here because I've been watching them play. I've been watching them grow since the play-ins. And for them to potentially get eliminated today, my motherly heart cannot take it. So, I mean, Bleed Esports. I was tagged yesterday on Twitter by one of the members from Bleed Esports saying that, thanks, Mom, for the support. Well, I guess I'm a mom now. Anyway, we're going to be headed over to the first series of the day, which is exciting, just like the rest of them. Again, make or break, do or die, now or never. So these teams really gotta bring it their all. So with that said, let us introduce the first team that is stepping up to the plate. This team has shown astonishing gameplay. They were neck and neck with the former Masters 1 representative, Cercia, over at Ascent. They wowed us there, and I'm sure that they'll wow us again. Here's Alter Ego. Hey Trix, you know I love ya, right? Well, guess what?
Like,
Axe love ya too.
Oh no!
Wow, that'd be fantastic. So, Alter Ego playing in one of my favorite series to watch, which was actually against Cercia. I know I've said it before, but Alter Ego's dominance that they showed, or at least you know what they were trying to do during that first map on Ascent. I'm hoping that everyone remembers it because I find it to be such a memorable map. But you know, it just seemed that Alter Ego going in there and Cercia just being one step ahead, knowing what they want to do. So in this match against RRQ, Alter Ego needs to reset. They're going to need to put their heads together again and do the same kinds of team plays they were doing against Cercia, but jump back faster than they did on that second map that they played.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I just find that their lineup is fantastic. I can't wait to see Delby perform.
Oh, yeah.
I can't wait to see Kush on that initiator role. I feel like there's so much impact there. So for me, I'm just really hoping that their team play is going to shine even more so against RRQ, and it's a matter of mixing in that high game sense from competing at such a high level.
Can I just say, Trix?
Yes.
There's no way that I would forget that game.
Yeah.
That Ascent game was insane.
so
the overtimes were just crazy. I talked about it yesterday. You just had to win on defense, and if you did that, you just won the game, and that's exactly what happened with Cercia. But that was just chef's kiss. I want to see more games like that. That was amazing. But hey, we're moving over to the next team that they're going to be facing, and I'm a little bit worried. Again, these guys come from my home country. These guys wowed us in the PH Challengers, with their members being the constants of the VCT PH scene. Their defensive layouts and perseverance pushed them this far, especially since they started back from the play-ins. Will they make it to the end though? That is the question with RRQ. here they are, the King of Kings. You know, if it were up to me, I would have put a little crowns on their heads over these graphics.
I mean, I don't doubt that, because when we saw the performance from RRQ against GE, it was honestly such a very fun, very flexible, very aggressive sort of team, and I really liked how they're able to really just bring it against GE. If you look at all their performances, I really like how Rabbit and Tuge is just able to kind of like interchange between two different roles, giving a team a sort of like a different sort of style of play as well as different lineups as well, which means that they can run so many different styles of gameplay and strats, which means that it's really hard to really pinpoint what exactly the team will be bringing to the table and what exactly to expect. Regardless, I really gotta really talk about the performance coming in from Kelly S. He's just so great at making space and just getting all of that breathing, those picks, as well as giving his team so much breathing room. But at the same time, we gotta talk about Tuge, because he always, at the same time, when he has to step up, he really steps up to make sure that the round has been secured or clinched.
Well, you already brought up the topic of Tuge, and I want to talk more about this guy. So why don't we head straight for the head-to-head so we can see what Tuge as well as Axelovia is all about. I mean, Trix, I already introed Axelovia earlier to you, and since he already loves you, might as well talk about him a little bit more over here.
You know, Axelovia being on that controller role for Alter Ego, I find that it's a little underrated for some controllers, feeling like they don't necessarily get that spotlight because they're that backline. They're, you know, usually just trying to assist and support and help the rest of the team control the map. But oh my gosh, you know, when Axelovia needs to hold down a site, when he needs to be that backline, to be the clutch, I feel that he really shines and performs and steps up. But what about Tuge?
Tuge is this player that I feel like, I mean, Axelovia is more low-key and behind the scenes. You don't really see his contribution to the team, but yet it is very impactful. Tuge is more of like, you know that meme on TikTok, fine, I'll do it myself. That's Tuge. Yeah, that's literally him. Because in a lot of situations, he enables the team. He gives them so much space as well, really enabling Kelly S to get that space and information. But at the same time, if say the situation happens where he has to clutch, I would put, as you said before, a little crown, put that for Clutch Master Tuge, because in a lot of situations it can be absolutely explosive on how he plays, and this comes down to utility usage. It's just like he's just so good at using that in a way that can benefit him.
You know why? Oh, sorry. I just want to point this out. Do you know why you can't really see Axelovia, but you can feel him? Because he's love. You can't see him, but you can feel him. Anyway, Trix, just continue with your point. I'm gonna stop right now.
I think our director's gonna get mad at us. But anyway, moving forward, I find that, you know, as we say, RIQ is actually fantastic in those clutch plays. When they need to step up, they do step up. But I also worry a little about that, because what if you go against a team that's not going to give you that opportunity or those isolated duels? What if you're against a team that's always in a crossfire? And we saw Alter Ego play that way against Cercia. So this time it's a question of if RRQ can get those team plays in, get the advantage in those sites, and be able to essentially not force themselves into a situation where they have to clutch.
It really is, and it's just so worrisome. But I mean, going up against a team like Alter Ego, I feel like, you know, this is part of the competition. You always have to expect that you'll be faced with the best of the best. You see a lot of these interviews and they say that, hey, we want to go against Paper Rex, which is arguably one of the best teams. Not even arguably, they are one of the best teams in the Asia Pacific. And so if you're eyeing on beating teams like that, then you gotta beat teams that are fairly as good as them too, right? So you gotta prepare yourself for that. You can't be like, we're not gonna fight this team, then we're not gonna try. No, of course not. That's not how the competition works here, right, Tash?
I mean, in general, think of it like a Souls-like game. You have all those small bosses, and then finally at the end, near the gate, there's Paper X. So if you want to go against Paper X, you want to go against Jing, you want to go against, Forsaken, you gotta go through the mini bosses first. And I feel like it's actually so funny. I already mentioned this before, how back then everyone was just like, I want to go against Tens. I want to go against Tens. And in 1 year, Paper X has just set that name here on APAC as to be like one of the teams that to
Yeah.
beat from around the world. Now coming back to this game in particular, so Trix has mentioned about like, you know, how RRQ puts themselves in a lot of those clutch situations, and I have to agree, because it really felt that we saw Tuge really shine just because they were put in those situations against GE. Now coming back to RRQ, it felt like in terms of their adaptability against GE, it took them a while to really figure out that Rubik's Cube. Now my question is, if they're able to solve it faster with AE, because for AE, they're a team that is just like, I wouldn't say they're as rigid as Order in terms of how they play. They're a little bit more adaptable, but at the same time, they bring in this looseness coming through. They're very fluid to just kind of like adapt on the fly. So if they're not able to kind of handle these sort of random situations, this controlled chaos, I would say, it's gonna be very hard of them to come out on top, because in a lot of situations with AE, they always end the rounds with 2 to 3 players still alive, and in that situation, how are you gonna clutch?
AE just showing pure skill and intelligence over here. So RRQ definitely will be the underdog for this story. But hey, everybody loves an underdog story, and maybe that is going to be the case today. But before we find out the answers to that, we're going to be headed over to our map vetoes right over there. I hope I'm the other direction. Actually, we went
She's
backwards.
a little bit lost today.
We went backwards today. But hey, off the bat, I always say this whenever I see an RRQ match, no fracture. No fracture today, Trix, unless I am proven wrong for the first time.
I would understand that. I think RRQ in general particularly don't like that map. But I also find, I'm not sure if they would want to keep Bind open for a team like Alter Ego nor Ascent. And I find that, you know, we've seen Alter Ego on those maps before. We've seen them really perform and really do well. So, but it is going to be the Bands of Breeze and Fracture, meaning those smaller maps. And I suppose RRQ is more comfortable on default maps. So we've seen them do well on the Haven. We see that they tend to like Ascent.
Trust that they're gonna pick Split. I trust that they're gonna pick Split. Let me just give me a second. I'm trying to read RRQ over here. Give
Split
us
is
the
good
Split.
for them, actually.
Exactly.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised.
There we go.
Oh my god, I'm so good at this.
I mean, in general, while RRQ can be good at Split, I'm also concerned about AE. Personally, I feel like for AE, they really thrive in maps like Bind and Split, because there are just so many corners they can hold, they can crossfire, and AE, they're a little bit more of those crossfire masters compared to RRQ. RRQ, just like the map Split, they're a little bit split in their gameplay. They can be a little bit kind of like, how to say it, spread thin compared to AE, who have a little bit more of a buddy system going on. Well, it's not a buddy system where they're both together, but they're in positions that they're not together so that they can be spray transferred or just AoE.
Yeah.
But they're in situations where they can help each other pick off, and there's going to be at least a 1-2 trade.
Well, again, sure, go ahead, Drake.
Just building on what Tasha's saying, right? We do see that in AE, and that's what I pointed out when the match actually started, is that we know that they're going to be having those crossfires because that's what they excel at. There's always that trade system, but it's not necessarily that one peaks and the other wide swings. It's usually one's peeking you and the other one is like completely across the other side.
Yeah.
I was gonna wait on like that attack, but I guess I'll go. Now coming back to Icebox, it's a map that really, as I always say this again and again, and I will still reiterate this right now, aggressive gameplay is the name of the game for Icebox. And for a team like AE, who is also very masterful in the art of using abilities as well as teamwork, it can work great. But for RRQ, I feel like if they are able to really bring a little bit of randomness, a little bit of looseness, Icebox can also work in their favor, because sometimes for Icebox, plays can be a little bit more predictable. So if you're playing it a little bit different by catching people off guard, doing some rotations and taking up space, Icebox would be, I wouldn't say it would be a breeze, but I would say it would, oh my god, that was so lame. But I would be like, I would think that it's a lot more bearable going up against a team like AE. But end of the day, default way is RRQ's way, so this might just give some bonus to how they play on that map.
I think that Icebox as a decider, it leans a little bit more onto AE. I get what you're saying, but I have seen RRQ struggle in this map, so I'm a little bit worried. But I think that, we've seen the games of RRQ. They always show comfort on split. They always love the defender side. But as Trix pointed out in the past, there is a side to them that is highly dependent on Nexi with his setups. And unless our Alter Ego tries to counter that Nexi setup with a Cypher, then, it's going to be in their favor. But if they do try to counter that, then what's the next game plan over here? Because I don't know how it's going to go. Like you guys said, the defense for RRQ is always spread so thin when it comes to split, which usually works for them. But again, that's because Nexi is there. His setups are there. And if Alter Ego has read through that, then that is very worrisome.
I mean, when it comes to setups, there's always one kryptonite, and that's gonna be KO. Because he gives, not only does he disable all of the setups, he also provides that space. And for a team like AE, with a KO and their speed, it's gonna be so easy for them to take side, and Nexi will be rendered useless, and they're gonna have to play retakes. So what do you think, Trix?
I agree. I think that I've seen RRQ play on split, and I think their defender will be very good. I just worry about their attacker because of how strong the crossfires and Alter Ego are.
Yeah.
I find that Alter Ego might just have the edge on RRQ there, but it depends if RRQ adjusts.
Well, given that those are the conditions over here, what are your girls' predictions? Let's start with you, Tash.
I am gonna go with Alter Ego for this one, just because of track records per se. And for a map like Split that is highly dependent on defense, I have to say that it's a little bit hard against AE, who can also thrive on attack.
And Trix?
I would agree.
So I'm the only one cheering for RRQ then. Well, there you guys go. It's RRQ, AE. I can't blame you girls. Again, AE has had a stellar performance in the past, and their track record just shows. But my heart will always be with the Philippines. I'm sorry, people can call me biased, but it's how it is. If you were in my position, you'd always predict your home country as well. But hey, we're gonna go over to Bind over here. Tash, what are you hoping to see?
Bind. A map that I'm not a big fan of, but somehow in this tournament we're seeing so much of compared to Stage 1. And I have to say, seeing the lineup from RRQ, it looks promising. I'm really liking the Breach, really liking the Raze, and of course seeing Fade as well on Bind gives so much value. And a Cypher, you predicted that. I'm impressed, Laika.
I have RRQ down to a science. I predicted their maps. I predicted the Nexi was gonna be on the Cypher. It just goes to show. Like I said yesterday, I've been monitoring these teams who came from the play-ins, and especially for RRQ since they came from the Philippines. So that's just what it is. What about you, Trix? Anything interesting?
She's just gonna talk about Sky.
Fade
Oh my god,
Sky.
stop. I just think, Alter Ego has a good setup for that retake. They have a good form of aggression but retake potential, so I find they have that balance in their lineup. And the mobility on the chamber, I love to see it because you can easily take control of teleporter, and I find that it's so underrated sometimes. And we've seen that teams can really thrive when they start to take that. And I don't know, I'm not sure. I feel like the win condition here for RRQ is to really maintain the map control, bait utilities out early, and enter the site decisively.
Yeah, I agree. We saw this yesterday in the Griffin versus Game & Gladiators game, wherein once they started throwing that Cypher utility out early, it just turns the game around. And on the side of Alter Ego over here, I kind of hope to see what Paper Rex was doing yesterday, which was a really aggressive chamber. I had fun watching that, and I want to see that again today. But hey, with Alter Ego and Regum Qeon starting the day, I advise you guys, our audience, to keep an eye out because these rounds can go by so fast. With a blink of an eye, you might just catch your favorite team eliminated already. It's brutal out here. That's just how the competition rolls. This is VCT APAC. So don't sleep on this, guys. Keep your eyes peeled. Make sure that you guys are prepared because we're about to begin with the games. And with that, casters, they're all yours.
5 qualified teams and 3 more to go, and one of those 3 is going to be this one that we're going to be casting right now, Raph. RRQ versus Alter Ego. Both of these teams, I think, have put their opponents to the limit in their particular groups. We did see Alter Ego and RRQ respectively did lose to Sersha, but there were some maps where it was incredibly close. I'm just setting the table here because, again, this is the decider match already. Whoever loses is already out of the tournament, but whoever wins does get that slot into playoffs. So this is as crucial can be.
Well, you mentioned it. You mentioned the format, just a little sneak peek at it. And if you guys noticed, every single person that's been on camera has been wearing black because, unfortunately, a burial's gonna happen. It's going to be a funeral. We'll have to say goodbye. But that's ultimately up to the teams today. Again, you've mentioned it, that both these teams have been powerhouses in their own right. We saw a little bit of a stumble here and there. And I kind of want to highlight RRQ, obviously, right? Because RRQ, even back in the PH stage, we... in all honesty, we thought that they were having such a rough start. Their first week was mostly L's for them. They did bounce back in the second week, so maybe doubters and everybody speculating against them is something that they're used to at this point. So maybe an extra comfort, maybe playing with a chip on their shoulder. Who knows? They need every extra edge that they can get.
Absolutely. And again, RRQ, one of the few teams in the Philippines that actually has that mental coach to help them get that reset, since again some of these players could be new to the competitive scene, could be younger players, as it were, and like, at least that's, I think, what one of the reasons how they were able to just bounce back, you know, get themselves that that ability to just not overly get pressured by the mistakes that they made in the start of VCTPH. Anyways, here's the charge in from Alter Ego. Nice use onto the smokes. Gives them a good comfort zone to plant in that spike. And it's going to turn into just a full-blown retake here from RRQ. That being said, 2K has set up the stars. They're going to have to start working their magic here. The TP out to clear out U-Haul. But the trade's actually still pretty fair as Delby and Rabbit have got into collision course. 4 versus 4 still. Actually, no. Nexi has found already Axe Lovia. The charge up from Adern King, although Draxi has hit him some nasty shots alongside Noxy, and Draxi the flash pops right out, but Noxy just too quick on the trigger. The 3K and the finalizing blow in this pistol.
Impressive start for both teams here. We see quite a bit of frags going in the way of our respective players, but ultimately it's Alter Ego put on the big boy pants for the opener. It seems that the early start to the day has not bothered them whatsoever, Asarai. Quite a bit of aggression, honestly, being shown. We barely even saw any smokes come out their way, but they're like, you know what? The smoke that you're gonna see is the one from our barrel. Now looking at RRQ, they do have a shorty on Draxi, so you know, they're gonna try and do something a little clever here. Maybe, just maybe, Alter Ego has an idea of what might happen, but where is Delby? How did he get here already? And Nexi with a classic even gets a trade. Axe Lovia taking care of Showers as well as Adrian King. And they already have the site. A retake, perhaps a pistol train is on its way to the site.
They try to go through Showers here. There it is. The nade being thrown. Could be some casualties. Actually, there is already in terms of the HP meters of RRQ here. As they just go to the meat grinder. Draxi, the last person standing, able to net himself a Spectre, but with 56 HP, it's going to be very terrible for him to use that. That's why he's just bunkering down into the shorty. The flash in gives away his position, but again, that range not too lethal for the short stick of the shotgun. That's going to be about that. Alter Ego able to circumvent the TP push that RRQ is very much known for.
Shotgun may be short, but it's not the size, Asarai. It's the range you play with. That's definitely something that he had in mind, but speaking of range, I'm not too sure how I feel about the Fade pick, honestly, on the RRQ side, because we know Rabbit is fairly consistent on Sova and all its facets. Hunter's Fury is pretty much unlocked for him, and like I said, he's proficient in all levels, but using this Fade, I feel like it's a little too, once again, to highlight the range, not as long as RRQ would like, but Nexi doesn't care. He's already found himself here, but a free upgrade on the side of Delby is gonna help him and his team in these gunfights, but Uge tries to back away. The trail is there, so there's really nowhere to hide. And a 4v2 too good for RRQ.
Well, they started to recuperate just a little bit with Draxi and Rabbit able to hit the shots. Noxy and Adern King able to spread themselves out just a teeny tiny bit. There is that flash for contact, and Noxy just absolutely great shots all together. Where's the plan on the spike? It's on triple. Adern King gonna flash out. Draxi still holding. I don't think they know that he's actually still going for the defuse. He looks straight into Draxi, who's still hunkering down. You can see on the camera for Draxi that he was almost there. I love that pros don't fake, but somehow Alter Ego just makes sure that they weren't being hoodwinked.
Once again, no dazzling here on the side of Draxi. A beautiful early pick here by Nexi, but the trade speed on Alter Ego still always as impressive. Tuge on that Showers position, not entirely sure what was the plan there. Potentially go for orb control, but Alter Ego, they had quite a bit of proactivity on that side. Now RRQ, we talked about them having a mental coach and just having a great support staff in general, right? And now they use that to full extent very, very early here. They don't want these next few rounds to devolve into the Wild Wild West. If we take a gander here at the frag distribution, so far Delby has been an absolute star, an absolute stud for Alter Ego, as well as Adern King and Noxy. Similar story on the side of RRQ, the honor students, the Draxi-Nexi duo alongside with Rabbit, fighting some few frags here and there. But ultimately, the rest of the server is still sitting on eggs. Hasn't really been hurting Alter Ego, though.
Hasn't at all. Speaking of Alter Ego, I think Noxy has become my favorite player to watch for this particular roster, especially when he's on that Chamber. Again, Chamber does allow you some creature comforts that other Sentinels do not, especially with that Rendezvous. But Noxy just takes it to a different level as he plays so incredibly well with his positioning and threat level with how good his aim is on the first contact. Speaking of first contacts, Delby already looking for a form of aggression here with the ultimate in hand. Forces himself back, doesn't want to too far forward push as he waits for the rest of his team to come in today. It's perfect because, as you can see, Nexi was probably expecting, Kelly S was probably expecting that he was going to be far flung on the back of the side where he could isolate, maybe even steal away at the Vandal. The rest of RRQ comes in through short. They peek out, spots out Kush. They line up, although Delby again close to go for the trade, and Alter Ego have yet to lose any steam in this one.
I know you're a big fan of Delby too. I think you exposed yourself the last time we casted an Alter Ego game.
I wish his name was Delbert, and when I checked it, it was actually
was
Delbert.
The man.
I wasn't
don't dox
doxing.
the man. Dude, you know how, like, okay, how many Delberts are in the pro scene? You know what I mean? In
How
APAC.
many Darwells are in the casting scene? That's
I
my
never
real
said
name.
your name once. You said it. Look what you've done.
Oh no.
You see, guys. This is
I
why we have
like
to-
people with letter D's in their names.
I honestly don't know where you wanna go with this, but for your information too, then maybe that's why we're also casting partners. But that's for another story. But here we look at Adern King playing on a little bit of height, using that smoke actually to his benefit. But Kelly, yes, look at him go. A little bit cornered here. Does have a blast back as an option.
Oh no.
Or does he? No, he does not, as Delby will eliminate him. And Kelly S still waiting for that egg to hatch. Not having the greatest of starts, but once again, the recovery for this team is something to, or rather to take note of. They do backpedal into the side, Asar, but they are getting absolutely lambasted by all these bullets. And what does RRQ need to adjust with Draxi and Nexi? Once again, the Wonder Duo. They're here, but the options incredibly limited, and time not on their side.
Actually TP to B to hunt for anybody playing on the side. Trap will trigger on Noxy as he's gonna TP back onto A. Look at the rest of RQ here. Even if they didn't hear the TP from Noxy or whatnot, they still have to play very far back as they need to save these weapons. Draxi able to at least keep the Vandal in hand, but the problem therein lies here, Raph. I think Alter Ego just incredibly fearless with how they've been fighting this. Might have needed to go for the flash there for Draxi, but Kush just, again, so far aggressive with the rest of Alter Ego playing full confidence in this first game.
Well, we were actually talking about the veto, right? And we were talking about Alter Ego getting rid of Split, but then you did mention that Alter Ego is incredibly proficient on Split too, as Delby really does not want the infected corpses to again rise and potentially hunt for brains. But speaking of the hunt, yeah, you might be right there. There could have been a little bit of utility used to just flush him out, but it is in hindsight and there are only a few seconds left on the clock, but a fresh new round, a fresh new set of guns on the side of Alter Ego versus obviously limping RRQ.
Yeah. It's only Nexi on the Vandal too. And he's just hunkered down all the way through through B here. Correct me if I'm wrong, Raph, but these past 5 rounds has RRQ ever played like 4 on the site? Well, I'll let you answer that in a bit because Kelly S is just about to swing onto Axe. Great initial shot. Draxi actually finds Delby here. And this aggressive take outside of Short has given them a little bit of leeway. The thing is, with the Nightfall coming in, it actually reduces so much of the HP of RRQ that even through a possible thrifty round by, it still is going to be quite difficult, especially with all those tags. The follow-up from Nexi and Draxi here as the Wonder Duo tries to go in for the 2 versus 1. Kush almost makes it so, but Nexi, the hero for RRQ, and somehow it works. They used their proficiency with the aims and got themselves 2 important frags to get things started on that thrifty.
Not sure if that was really a thrifty round because they threw every single, or at least high impact ult that they have, but needless to say, they did get that win, and sometimes you just kind of get, you need that start, you need to get that ball rolling. RQ, now they look to play with a little bit more confidence. I like the trade there, just the patience and all, but Alter Ego, they changed up the pace now, so we talked about defaults, they have plenty of them, but this is something that we've seen time and time again, a pretty standard hold, a pretty standard take, trying to bait out the utility. Rabbit actually gets tagged up just a little bit by Noxy, who's been pretty reliable in this map and in general for Alter Ego.
Still is a mountain to climb here for RRQ, as even though they did win that round, Alter Ego, I think, again, still have the edge at this point. I think that was one of the rounds where, as you mentioned, RRQ really had to expend so much and really put their skills to the limit. The thing is, are they confident enough to keep doing that? Or, other than that, just let them take the side and play for the post. But the thing is, they've been playing retake every single time that it hasn't really netted them too much value. But we'll see how this goes. Seems like they felt that there was a little bit too much heat on A. Coming around the corner, Nexi needs to hit that shot. If he didn't, that would have been just absolutely horrendous. Rabbit! Oh no. The 2-pronged approach on both Hookah and B-Long. And if that actually went through and didn't hit the corner, that might have actually blasted on one of the other players of RRQ, making it even more difficult for them to try to go for this retake. And they have to go for this retake. Save over rounds? No, thank you. Just go for the rounds, then the save. But they're dwindling down in numbers here, Raph.
You know, I'm actually surprised they didn't have anybody closer to Elbow to somewhat have a little bit of a cushion for Rabbit. Again, they kind of left him out to dry there. Tried to take long control early on. We saw that, a bit of a jiggle, but ultimately unsupported in the grand scheme of things. Kelly S and Duge, both wonderful players in their own right, but even in this type of situation, all they can really do is concede the round. Again, Alter Ego. What have they been doing, right? What have they been doing differently is something that RQ have to figure out, because so far, outside looking in, it's been a lot of defaults and just a lot of measured approaches. The aggression has been incredibly controlled, and the tempo and the rhythm that they've been playing at is pretty much unpredictable.
Tripwires, cameras, and everything. It's good for getting information, but when Alter Ego run at the pace that they're doing so, that info tends not to be really quite well utilized. That, or it's just because the punish game isn't there, because Nexi dies as soon as he gets peaked. I don't know what's the adjustment here for RQ, but right now it is a definite struggle for them. Nexi, great shots overall, at least softens up a couple of the players, but RQ's Rabbit just lines up in front of the smoke. Oh, this is not looking too hot whatsoever. All this defense for RQ, for lack of a better term, Raf, has just been absolutely dismantled by the Indonesian powerhouse Alter Ego.
Planted.
Indeed it has been, and to be honest with you, it's a little difficult to watch if you're an RRQ fan. Alter Ego, they have no qualms of just really dissecting and potentially schooling RRQ here. Still quite a bit of rounds to play, really. Not a lot of weapons to use on the side of RRQ, and I love throwing some, land phrases here and there for RRQ, and I feel like the most apt one for this game is Festina Lente, which is hurry slowly. It's good that they're not rushing their comeback. They're not trying to force some sort of ignition on their engines. Again, they're a team that doesn't really overheat. They're very good with that heat retention and their spacing. But so far, they kind of have to keep going just a little bit, walk briskly, because those rounds, they're not in their favor, man. 1-7, not a good scoreline to have, but not impossible to overcome.
Yeah, we have seen some teams possibly come back on, again, second wind somewhere here, but with this massive of a round advantage, even if they do get a couple of round swings, it is going to be incredibly difficult to keep the momentum up, since Alter Ego don't really tend to lose that much. Kelly S tempting himself to peek out of showers there, but fortunately for him, he's not going to overcommit to that. If they actually push for the A site, this could be a really good metric for RRQ, since they've actually put Nexi here and Kelly S, who does have the showstopper in hand. So if this does go through that kind of play, he might be able to get one pick off with the showstopper. Unfortunately, though, he kind of overestimated. Getting hit by the Nightfall means that he took damage because of the ultimate, and that was just a one-shot, one kill probably for Noxy.
So many things that could happen, so many things that should happen. We see the Cosmic Divide here. It is going to delay even just a tiny bit more. Noxy isolated, but so far nobody able to capitalize on that. Rabbit tries to push the tempo, tries to take control over Tribox. Once again, Alter Ego, they hold strong. Tuge not getting any substantial distance with that defuse bar, but Rabbit suddenly, out of nowhere, from the shadows, he destroys. It has been cut down. Drax in a 1v1. Once again, it's not half. He has to hunt, he has to fight. But Axlavia spreading a little bit too much of the love for winning. 1-8 now, Aserai. Oh dear me.
The body spray on Axe not working from Draxi.
You know what? If it makes you happy, I understand.
Thank you. But I think RRQ, let's just see that highlight from Rabbit. Absolutely beautiful. Able to get 2 kills, but the big unfortunate thing here is they got the utility to make it feel like they have a solid defense. But right now, again, Alter Ego, this is just them having confidence peaks. This isn't even what you call ego peaking or anything. This is just them. Yeah, they're just absolutely hitting all the shots. Nexi able to bait out the position, but he's on an island here, Raf. One wrong move and he's done for. The molly to actually clear him out. If ever Noxy didn't find him in the first place. But as dust settles, Alter Ego actually have less players to work with here and now. There is a 3-man flank coming in from RRQ. They need to do this faster because Rabbit is going to be alone by himself. He gets pushed on spawn here. This could actually mitigate the good flank that RRQ are looking to set up. The Haunt is active. They're coming in for the swing. If KLS makes some noise, this is going to be absolutely horrendous. But they're able to isolate Axelovia. Do they know that he is going to be in bench? Able to TP out, and now it's all in the hands of Delby.
Oh,
He's going to be chasing the kills here. Now it's a 1 versus 1. 2K hits the shot, and that is an absolutely beautiful flying coming in from RRQ.
We've talked about it, and the clutch do get it's something that he's all too familiar with. Rarely buckles in these types of situations, and I've said more times that actually many times that he's one of my favorite local homegrown heroes, local homegrown players. Again, just the cerebral capacity of this player, and to use that as a primary tool, despite being a cracked aimer. So many things to highlight. But again, a great thrifty round all across the board. You did mention that this was a bit of a heat check for Alter Ego, maybe pulling up from that deep from the logo. A bit of a miss, honestly. Some of the plays could have been a little more disciplined, but it is what it is, Aserai. Sometimes you gotta go against the grain and do what you gotta do.
Oof. Delhi probably not expecting the triple peak from RQ. Not gonna lie, that's like one of the first triple peaks we've seen for RQ on a buy round from them. We've seen that maybe once or twice on an eco, but never to buy. I think RQ now are starting to adjust a little bit. They're starting to figure things out that's going to be incredibly useful for them. Good use into the Rolling Thunders, the emo one and the regular one. As you do see shots connecting, it's only down to Axelovia, who does, or rather has used his ultimate previously here, and because of the tag on that Cypher camera, he's going to have to peek out, or else just allow Tuga to defuse the spike, which he has given. And RQ solid on the retake. They did expend basically all of their fresh ultimates for that particular fight.
Expensive still, but nonetheless, another round for them. And 2 more will make this that much more possible, Aserai. Never count out RQ, it seems. The mounting comeback could potentially be in the making. But the margin for error, man, is just not that great. Wow, what a ballsy play again. Just to like, you know what, I trust you. This cannot go wrong. I can feel it in my loins. But without the ultimates, they do have Cosmic Divide up very soon. But where did Kush come from? Finding Nexi, and that was the only ult they had in their pocket, readily available. They knew no theft, no thievery shall happen. But Rabbit is here on the trade. Noxy has been discovered. They've given up a little bit of map control. Still going for the fight. And Kelly, yes, he's been absolute spray whisper. He gets 2. Rabbit chimes in to find Kush, and Axelovia tries to hold down this post plant. 1v4, but RQ, they're feeling it, and they are hitting their shots. They've come alive. Axelovia could potentially find 1 here, but we see the smoke, and Rabbit only needs 1 to take out Axelovia. Big 3K for him, and a big 4th round for RQ.
Big misplay there from Alter Ego as well. You saw Dern King actually flashing Delby as they try to clear out onto Showers. If we can get a replay of that real quick, that was a really good timing from Rabbit there, able to get the kick. And look at this. He actually flashes basically everybody. And Kelly S not missing the beat to, again, connect those crucial shots. 1 tap, 1 kill for the final blow there. And as you mentioned, really good rally back from RRQ here. 4-8. The turn of the switch. And this composition for RRQ should look to have more value on the attack, I feel. Well, it should have actually gotten value as well on defense, but you know, that was because Alter Ego was just pretty mad. The mad lads charging into the site, so yeah, lots of adjustment for RQ there. But again, flip of the switch.
I think the biggest play there, or potentially misplay on the side of Alter Ego, was I think they contested Shower a little bit too much. I mean, they already had control over the site. They could have maybe potentially fought for CT or other defender spawn. But again, the spray downs, it just happened so quickly. We saw the intention to trade, but instead they kind of lined up and felt like dominoes.
Well, that's what happens, right? Domino effect.
Yes, that's exactly what I said.
Exactly. I'm just agreeing with you.
In any case, Aserai, the dominoes could still be in the favor for RRQ here. Their attack, I would say, is one of the more recognizable ones, right? Especially when you're just looking how they maneuver the map. They have a very measured approach, and by measured, I mean they will use every single bit of utility to clear out the map as safely as possible, and that is incredibly textbook, right? They do, however, kind of forego map control every now and then. They try to set up an explosive take, and there's nothing wrong with that really, but Alter Ego, with the amount of stopping power they have with the flashes on Adren King, and obviously Noxy hitting his shots, and again, just the utility they have in whole, they kind of have to find a way to get that shuffle going in their favor first.
How will they be able to do that? We do know that, at least for RRQ, right, they do have lineups on attack. I think even more plentiful than on defense. So they do have versatility and options to work with when they try to do things like this. That being said, there's a throw on, as I mentioned, the util. Rabbit still going to be peeking through B long here, but Dern King has already given his position away on B long. The question now lies if Alter Ego are actually still going to fight this. You see RRQ are actually very cautious about the reflash outside of B long because, again, that is where Sky turns into the absolute queen. If you're not careful and you're all like 4-stacking on midway through the angle, you could get just lined up and all blinded. RQ double back is actually not a bad idea since they still do have the Haunt, or not the Haunt, but the Prowler available for Rabbit. Actually, the Haunt is right now also up, so they could just re-aggress and wait for the lineups and then start to move in. Yeah, that's a perfect use on the default line, but that's a shorty. Oh, yeah. One more shorty shot from Noxy. All right, one more.
Well,
it's still there. Able to TP out. Wow, it actually gets traded by a Dern King who hits the shots. Oh, this is not looking too good. It's only Nexy to remain. They just played RQ like a fiddle there, Raph.
So you're saying U-Haul is where you look for all the shorties, Asura? Is that the strat? Is that the secret sauce?
Yeah, you got the shorties on U-Haul Byre.
Okay, but again, Alter Ego messing about? No, not at all. With their defense as stoic and as what would Asarai say in this situation? That is so sheeshable. Asarai probably. Alter Ego, though, they look to operate with Spectres and they look to close the distance as quickly as they can. RRQ have displayed quite a bit of proficiency with these pistols. They look to do that again, but maybe a little more reserved. This time, Asarai, quite a bit of B-long control, which I feel like was somewhat lacking on the RRQ defensive side. Now, Alter Ego, they're like, maybe we should do that. The flash comes in. They do spray them down, and the Spectres are making short work of every single person, barring Kelly, yes, who found a bullet to the temple and planted it into the side of one of our AE members. That would be Kush. Nexy all alone, mission impossible, and Delby has a skull made out of adamantium steel, apparently.
That, or you know, it's a classic at that distance.
Doesn't have to imagine, like, yeah, I got shot in the head twice. How'd that go? Tight, I guess.
Yeah. I'm good. It was a classic, you know. If it was a ghost or a sheriff, maybe, but it's a classic.
Well,
yeah. Look at this old timey
what it is.
Bicycle. Imagine like Cypher riding that. Maybe that is Cypher's, like from his childhood, you know.
Why would it be there? Like, yes,
I don't know.
This is the random bicycle I have in a...
Bind is his city, right?
Yeah, but like... Okay, so if I were theoretically to visit your city and I found a bike, would I automatically assume this is probably Asurai's bike?
I mean, you don't know. Maybe his family worked here in this particular area and it's pretty safe. You can just leave your bike out hanging. And he just forgot it because he had to train to become, you know, a sentinel.
It can't be that safe. His wife and kids are dead, Asurai. Pay attention to the lore. But looking at this again, we go back to the game and a little bit of a lore dump on poor Cypher, who's died in every single cinematic to date.
The most recent one, no, though, I believe. So, you know, finally.
Oh, well, at least he catches a break. Now, he probably died off screen or something. But in any case,
yeah, both
Prowlers have been expended here. And like I said, right, RRQ, they love... a little bit of tease with death there, flirting with the Grim Reaper himself. Oh, but they do spot the close angle. They might spam this out. Draxi even gets two. The trade once again. The speed betrays Alter Ego, but they are so quick on the opposite side as their back line moves a little forward. An open plan on the side of Tuget, deceiving Axlavia, and the Spectre can only do so much. It does tag them up, but here we have the beautiful recovery and Alter Ego, and they get the defuse with no qualms whatsoever.
You can't blame RRQ for that. That was a triple stack on Showers. Who does a triple stack on Showers? Usually it's just two, right? Axlavia, man. Alter Ego. That's kind of nasty. Like, you saw the body language from RRQ. They're like, okay, we got Showers already. We've gotten Delby. We've gotten the other person. Let's just go quickly charge right in. And then you saw Rabbit was reloading his weapon. That's when Axe just knew that if Rabbit fought him with a classic, he still had such a huge firepower advantage over the initiator player of RRQ. So he just went in and full fought Rabbit there. And now RRQ, as time is running out, the clock is not on their side anymore. They call for a timeout just to extend it just a teeny tiny bit further and let them, I don't know, man, maybe figure things out. But is this too big of a gap? It could be.
Again, we really can't count RRQ out. We've seen them come back from quite a bit. But one thing that I have to note about Alter Ego is that their third round proficiency has been absolutely fantastic. You can see that it's incredibly, how to put this, drilled. You know what I mean? There's been a lot of repetition, a lot of refinement in their scrims for that, or whatever they've been doing to practice. And that's just going the extra mile to make sure that that first 4-round swing is definitely going to be in their odds. RRQ, now the one suffering from a bit of a light buy, and this is so incredibly untimely, Asterai, because realistically, if they lose this round, then they have to gun for overtime.
Never what you want to play with about a 7-round deficit, but Noxy, oh boy, he's charged out with the Fury there. There's so much ultimates that Alter Ego can use. Well, actually, just one other ultimate that they can use to hinder the push right now for RRQ. But losing Draxi is actually a really big blow to them, because now they can't really stun certain angles. The double push out from Kush and teammate as the nade just again traps the rest of RRQ. We're now left to Rabbit. Only has a Spectre in hand. He's gonna want to upgrade something. Maybe you can isolate the fight against Axe. Maybe, but he's being hunted. Yeah, he hears the movement. He's gotta have to start making something happen, or maybe the distance. It's gonna be close. He hears the footsteps. Tries to go in for the charge. Good fight, but again, not far behind is the rest of the Alter Ego squad. A little bit too late to bring it out in one more round. Do they have the money to full buy for RRQ? That is the absolute question, and they do.
Alter Ego potentially displaying multiple personalities to RRQ. And so far, every single one has had some success. RRQ, man, again, just play the incentive, or rather the prospect of playing overtime. Maybe not the best of ideas, but they have no choice here. Now they go for a potentially fast B take here. They try to take Hookah. There is a trap there on the side of Alter Ego, so Noxy is going to be alerted if ever his flag. Well, that's an interesting choice. Maybe potentially to bait out a shot, maybe to coax them into walking into that operator. And Kelly, yes, was the first victim of that bamboozle. Kush got that spray adjustment just in time. Noxy even gets 2 GE. But Rabbit, so tagged up. Every single notifier and every single status effect is plaguing him as of the moment. Alter Ego looking very strong and potentially could take this map already. Because look how far apart Rabbit and Draxi are. They both have to cover considerable ground, and both sites not vulnerable at all. This could be a very Heraclean effort that they will attempt to pull off. But that's one bit of information that AE are going to use. But look at the patience, Asterai. They see that there's only 45 seconds left on the clock. One of them has to commit to this, and Rabbit is making so much noise. Making too much noise as Delby gets knocked out.
Oh no!
Oh, and Axlavia, his timing might be off here.
30 seconds left.
Oh, no, don't do this to the man. and he waits patiently. He lines him up, and Draxi has no choice but to fight. 1v2, the teleporter is still an option for him. Does have that fault line and some tools in his back pocket, but no! Axe will not allow any such thing to close out the map. 13-4 for AE.
Man, you already knew Rabbit was gonna die once his Nightfall didn't connect onto Axelovia, because he couldn't see. Probably can't. I can hear voices in my head. Well, it's not Randy Orton, but somebody else. Yeah.
But
All right, anyways,
in any case,
yeah,
go.
I really enjoyed that possible frags coming out from Rabbit that almost netted them the A side, but again, because the Nightfall didn't connect and because there was so much pressure, you knew that somebody, a player like that, would not be peeking all certain angles and just look at where the Nightfall was connecting and maybe, oh no, it's a free A already, you know, all of that good stuff. Maybe the Nightfall push back the rest of the AE players. We can get the plant. We can start reposition because I don't know, man. It was just so difficult. Anyways, that's the first game done. It's going to be Alter Ego or Q, possibly one game away from losing that qualification spot into the knockout stage. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the panel to discuss that bind map even further.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. Can't get up. Trust and believe me, saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back too far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I. Don't you know, Delilah.
Ego, putting Ego in the game. Is such a great performance to them as they close the game. 13-4 for the first map over at Vine. Now back over here at the panel, it is Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix. I think that there's a lot to dissect over here, so why don't we begin, Trix, by talking about the space that Alter Ego successfully took round per round per round.
I find that finally I can talk about why I like the Sky Fade combination without being, bullied about it. But you can
bullying
see,
you, we agree. It's just we want to point it out.
You can see at that start, right? You had the Sky pull out the Trailblazer, you had the Fade pull out the Prowler, and they would clear different areas of the site. Then you had the Raze just entry with the blast packs, always able to get to that back site. I feel like when Alter Ego started doing that maybe 2 times, by the 3rd time I felt RIQ should have adjusted to it. Give up the site, give up that space, play for the retake, because chances are they might try to overcommit. And that's where RIQ was winning the rounds, right? We saw that there was that shower play. There was, I believe it was 3 players in RIQ just gave up the side play in showers. Alter Ego tried to push it. They were able to win the frags, win the trades. So that was the kind of information RIQ needed on the defender side, and possibly using the Cypher camera just a little more aggressively on some rounds, like change it up a bit, because there's a lot of information you can get off of those.
You really can get a lot of information. I felt like RQ was trying to take the space, right? They were pushing showers from time to time, pushing Octagon, they put traps in hookah. So that's a lot of information there. But at certain rounds, as much as proactive as they were just not winning the duel. So I agree with you that sometimes maybe for this situation, space taking isn't the best scenario for you. Maybe it's the retake potential that you could have gone for because it wasn't working for you. That's all it really is. We talk about being proactive in the game because you want to take as much space as possible, but we also talk about being reactive. So if it's not working out for you, then you have to rethink, reevaluate what your next strat is going to be, because you're like, oh hey, we're down 3 rounds in a row. There's something that we're not doing right over here, so we gotta change it up. At which you said, be a little bit aggressive with some of the utility that you have, and I think that that's what turned the game around, especially in the first half, Tash, as they were starting to garner more points.
I mean, personally, I thought that RRQ was just, how do I say this? Okay, so AE is just a very aggressive team. We know that. But in this situation here, where AE is not only able to take up so much space, but also really push you back, I think that look at how they come in here. They kind of trail in one by one, compared to AE, who was pretty much ready with the crossfires from so many different angles. And I think this is what we highlighted a lot in the pre-game earlier. And on top of that, Del B not only just able to take a lot of those space, but also in a way that he's very comfortable to do it, because he knows his teammates are ready to back him up or trade if it comes to be. And look at this ability usage, just so great as well. We always almost see a follow-up when it comes to a utility usage. We see the marks come through and they immediately utilize it. We see the splashes being pushed out together with their teammates. And in a lot of situations, RRQ is put in a situation where they are not only hesitant but questioning how many people are in this corner, how many people are going to be there, and even if they were to use their utils, it's a little bit hard for them because of the anti-flashes, because there's always someone else in the other corner that they did not clear. And this is where Trix's favorite lineup comes in, where it's the Fade and the Sky, because when you are able to play attack and you can clear up so much space as well, and in a lot of situations they had to give up that space because they're flashed, they're concussed by the Trailblazer, they're deafened as well as blinded at the same time. What are you gonna do to control that area? How are we gonna play for retakes when in a lot of situations these utils are not yet fully used, because if they use their utils early, say the Haunt, 30 seconds later it's already up. So they need to be proactive in remembering which utils are used, which utils are up, and which utils are not there to take advantage of all these situations.
It does feel that at certain times RRQ was looking overwhelmed. That's the term that I feel like best describes it. Because again, you mentioned how Alter Ego likes to switch it up. Sometimes you're used to just 2 people being like a buddy system, and then all of a sudden there are 3. It's the conditioning that Alter Ego has on this team. Like, you know what? RQ predicting that there are only 2 people in shower probably, and then there are 3 people. So it really plays out in their favor. They're really good at doing that. And let's also talk about the fact that with Alter Ego at the start, it was Delby and Adrian King who were really standing out. But by the end of the team, it was just every single player doing their thing. Like, I mean, we talked about this before. We're in this specific map, Kush was like a duelist in his initiator role, and even here, he was not afraid to just go out, go into teleporter, peek out, because he always had a buddy with him, and I think that that's just how Alter Ego functions.
I mean, when you look at the teleporter play was insane just because of how the speed came through. There wasn't really a teleport moment where you actually stay inside. He was very decisive in coming in, teleporting as well. And on top of that, just now during the match, I did say that Alter Ego's buddy system, or how they play in terms of the crossfire, is like an Indonesian layer cake, where you think there's only one layer, but turns out there's another layer in the back line ready to trade out if, say, the first line failed. And this is what I really liked about them. And they only left, in a lot of situations, I noticed they only left Adrian King on B, and there's like 4 on A, because they're just so sure that B hit will be very much delayed by Adrian, no problem.
And it's also not just like the delay in the hit, they have that retake potential, and they know that they can play fast, they have the information, the flashes. But moving on to Split, we've got this lineup. Again, we have RRQ's Nexi on that Cypher, but also Kush on the Cypher, who I might like to remind was playing the Fade earlier on Bind.
I think that this is the Cypher era, Cypher comeback era, even without the buff or a nerf or a rework. In team play situations, I think that Cypher can bring a lot of value, especially when Noxy just now, I feel like, that's how we were talking, you said that Cypher can play very hard carry, can play aggressive if he wants to. We saw that on Noxy, but I really want to see more team play from RRQ and not leaving Noxy in a situation where he has to really fend for himself.
Yeah, so you mentioned about the Kryptonite, and they do have the Kryptonite on their team, which I think is kind of a one-up on the side of Alter Ego over here, because they do both have a Cypher, but these guys also have a KO rather. So that's something that RRQ has to consider when they put their setups up. But another thing that I would like to mention is that I don't think that this is the usual roles that Alter Ego assigns over here in Split. I mean, I believe I've seen Push on the initiator role here before, so they kind of switched it up, having him on that Cypher, and I'm excited to see how he's gonna adjust from that very aggressive playstyle that he showed us over on Vine and apply it here over on Split.
I think the difference on their lineup here is actually just the Cypher. They did play that lineup with a Chamber before. I believe it was against Onyx G actually. So I'm looking at it thinking they probably have a game plan, and it's probably about time that somebody's gonna kind of push Nexi out of his comfort zone on the back of sites and inside his cages. But who knows, maybe this is RAQ's time to be like, no, Nexi is going to anchor all of those sites and we're going to overwhelm you guys before you get in.
Yeah, that's gonna be really exciting. Okay, so what I was trying to point out though, Trix, is that it was the role swap. It was, I believe it was Kush on the initiator on the Fade and Noxy on the
Sentinel.
Chamber. Yeah, on the Sentinel. So that's why I'm so interested to see how this is gonna play out, because it's an adjustment on the aggressiveness on your part. I'm expecting a lot of lurking potential over here, so I'm really excited to get into Split, especially since we've established that RRQ loves to dominate on this map. So it's going to be a very interesting map to see. With that, guys, I'm going to be passing you guys back to our casters so we can begin with game number 2.
I'm sorry, Astra, but I thought I listened to the panel. I heard Trix talk about why she liked that. What are you doing? The Fade Sky pick. And Trix, do you have a separate opinion from me? Well, for starters, I will respect and acknowledge that opinion because we are all adults on the panel here, and I don't get why people are gonna fight over video game opinions anyway. Anyway, guys, welcome back. We are on Split. I feel like this is where we're gonna see primetime RRQ. They've made gods bleed on this map, and this could honestly be their own Olympus, their own fortress. I don't think we've seen, or at least we've seen very, very few teams outdo them on Split, on this map.
Absolutely, but that was, I feel like, in PH, right? Here on APAC, it could really be a different spell altogether. That being said, I did believe that they did fight Global Esports and Split and just absolutely ruin the Global Esports team. Alter Ego here, I feel like it is on a whole different caliber, so there is going to be that difference in everything. And I am very also curious about how this KO is going to be played. I don't think we've seen... Have we seen KO for a while on Split? I feel like it's been mixed up back into like the Fade Sky, about that combination for the most part, because having the zoology comp works so much better for just clearing out certain positions here, especially on attack.
I do love Sky's petting zoo. Quite a bit, maybe a little too close for comfort for some. But I would say that the KO pick is something that I feel like, yes, we've seen it quite a bit. We've seen a number of teams employ it. But to be put on Split, I feel like it's way more deliberate. I think they're banking on the fact that Rabbit loves to use that wall mainly to block out. I think it's mostly male. I think it's only in the later rounds where he starts putting it on a mid. But Kelly, yes, waits for nobody. As well as 2GE fighting Delby and Noxy, who have been a bit of a plague on them in the last few rounds. But what a jumping right click. He only kills one, but the damage has been done. And 2v4, Dexy and Kelly, yes, not gonna have the healthiest of health pools. No regrowth on the side of 2GE, or at least momentarily, as Nexy is slowly getting topped up here.
Oh.
Adrian King, a bit of a mishap here to get, really didn't need to do that. And maybe have potentially pulled away enough attention. Kosh is making this comeback a little more doable, but still RRQ, they look mighty fantastic in this situation.
Yeah, just controlling a Durnkin here, trying to rein him in. Fortunately, his bullets do dwindle to 0, so he can't really get the flick onto Tuga, and Nexy there drops down, and solid starting round for RRQ. No fear. This is what we kind of wanted to see on their attacking side on Bind, and here to bring it down on Split. This is a map that, as you mentioned, they were very much comfortable with.
Indeed. And comfort is the biggest thing, right? Sometimes even if you go off meta, as long as you know that you're in your own element, you're in your own groove, and everything else matters not. Aiden King, once again, we take a look at how the robot has been consumed by Mother Nature and how we all return to the soil, return to the ground. Maybe symbolic, Asurai? What is life? So incredibly vague, so incredibly profound. But what is incredibly obvious is that RRQ have to win this one. This is literally their last bastion of hope. Every other map has just not been as impressive in comparison to their Split. And I mean that in a positive light because, once again, their Split is pretty hype, bro.
It is pretty hypey. And again, we've seen so many regions lose a bunch of teams already, as again, the group stages have been just unkind to some. Like we saw again for Thailand, we've lost FWE as well as Made in Thailand. Here for the Philippines, we still do have RRQ and Team Secret, but today, I don't know. All of the other ones that we still have left here are all heavy contenders. And as you mentioned, last straw for RRQ if they made the mistake. Triple stack on spawn, but they all line up for Draxi, gobbles it all up. That's a 3K for him. The TP out. Had a little bit of a mistake there, but at least they do find the last player, and that is going to be Kush.
Indeed. RRQ going about their business here. Could potentially take the third round away from Alter Ego. The Omen pick, I know you're a personal fan of it, as both teams are employing it, and Draxi's like, ah yes, Omen. Best voice line in the game, by the way. As we do actually run into a bit of a tech pause here. I mean, yeah. What day would it be without a tech pause, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Does Omen have another nickname? I'm just curious. Is it the...
Wasn't there like Carl or something?
I thought it was Monster Energy Man, but...
I feel like Carl's would probably drink Monster Energy. I feel like...
Yeah, shout out to all the Carls there that drink Monster Energy drink. Yeah. And to Kyle's, yeah.
do be very careful with your energy drinking habits, ladies and gents. Too much of those things could be a detriment to your own health.
No, dude. I mean, if pistons can go faster with a lot more fuel, why can't the human heart do it with a lot more energy drink?
Oh, by any means, do induce your own cardiac arrest. Go ahead. You've been warned, and I'm really the type of person to say, I'll only tell you once, and that's it. That's the one and done. Yeah. There is no other warning shot.
Well, speaking of shots, this is the final shot for RQ, so they got to shoot their shot. So far, not too bad here. Again, with that 2 starting rounds. Again, RQ is one of those teams that, as we keep mentioning, is very proficient on split from what we've seen, what we've experienced from casting them over the months here in 2022. So we do know that there is confidence and good knowledge of how to approach split, whether on attack or defense. But the thing that, again, does merit me to say that Alter Ego were just okay with them getting this particular map is Alter Ego are a team that just is very much, I wouldn't say a team that adjusts on the fly, but is very good at initial contact. And RQ, I think, with this one, might have some difficulties trying to win that initial contact. And it was very prevalent when we saw that on Bind. Perfect timing, as I get my point off. We do resume the series or the game already as gun round ensues for Alter Ego.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to anything you were saying. What was that? I'm kidding. Yeah,
I'll get a replay for you. Somebody clip that, please, and send it to Raph.
Very, I talk about the pivotal first duel, and a lot of teams seem to bank on that. And Alter Ego, they have no qualms with taking it or responding to it. RQ, though, they look to go for a bit of a default yet again. They sent a few players to maybe pull attention, but all for naught maybe, as we see the defense go back to what it used to be, or what it was before the disruption. Kelly, he will go through the cyber cages and potentially be the one to pierce the heavens, and that he does find Adrian King. But Kush, oh my goodness, an absolute sharpshooter, getting 2. Kelly is no slouch himself, getting 1 before he falls to Delby, and everybody's been discovered, but Rabbit still fights Kush through that cyber cage, and now we have free upgrades all across the board for RQ. Get that plant down, momentarily reducing this to a bit of a 1v1. And Rabbit, oh dear me, couldn't even resist on any of those damage. Had to commit to the plant, and Delby steals it away from Draxi. And Axlovia will have a grand old time giving that to Delby. And a round stolen by Alter Ego. Honestly, looked really good for RQ at the start.
Yeah, it absolutely was. Maybe Rabbit couldn't have gone for the full plant and just, diverted the paint shells. But again, that's a woulda, coulda, shoulda. This impact play from Kelly was so good, but you're absolutely right. Kush on the site was just so difficult to handle there. If Rabbit didn't hit that shot, that would have been a more worse bonus round, I think, for RQ. It still is really good because they got the plant, they got so much economic damage onto Alter Ego, and that could help them out here as mid is looking to be such a deterrent here for Alter. Speaking of which, Nox has hit the shot. 3 are coming in through mid here, and they're gonna have to try to fight this tooth and nail as they spot him out way out into the open. Somehow Durn King is hitting all the shots. The reload for Rabbit does not allow him to get that refrag. And if he can get this kill, this will be absolutely perfect because this will give him the resurrection that he needs, but he's tempting fate a little bit too much. There is a teeny tiny angle for Rabbit to be shut down by a Durn King who's already somewhere deep on mid. Now he's very afraid of this flank coming in from Axlovia, and he just does not peek it in the end. He saw the noise being done by a Durn King, but this is just, oh. Yeah, next he's lurked. Very much spotted by Kush. Very easy for him to just, again, blot that out, and Alter Ego solid under defense.
Afraid but not petrified. Still a response on both sides, really, as we see an even game yet again, Asterai. It's an interesting tripwire there, a very specific one. Potentially to stop anybody to peek onto that site, but the initial contact, once again, you did highlight earlier has been really in the favor of Alter Ego, and I really think it's because they move really well during the chaos, not where they're actually initiating the point of it. But we saw that flank by Axlovia, and that flank began as soon as he saw, as soon as he heard the gunshots, and as soon as Alter Ego, how would I put this? Forced RRQ's eyes towards them. That's when Axlovia just like, oh, bam, immediately. Either that's a byproduct of amazing communication or just the sheer amount of practice they've been putting into this. But RRQ, now they go back to the drawing board. They see some holes in their offense and potentially leaving some lanes of the map unguarded.
Well, they do have, again, these double dual, not double duelists, but the double sentinels. So leaving some lanes unguarded is actually quite interesting as to how it's happening here to RRQ. Now, very early on, again, they call for that attack pause immediately as they know that there is things that they need to start just adjusting to. Now, this is where Alter Ego, again, just loves to go for the fight. The mid push, the flash from Tuge for a little bit of that contact, but they haven't really peeked in just yet. Moxie with that smoke from Draxi has kind of blotted him out. This could be the isolation against the Durn King, but still somehow the man himself hits the shot. He has a null command. If he wants to go aggressive, he can activate this right now and start chasing that RRQ. If they do get spotted, Nexi, he's in a 1v1 against Kush. Ooh, but what a shot from Nexi. The wraparound. Oh my goodness, the ultimate from Kelly S. If I can't take you down without taking myself down, I will take it down with me. No freaking way. Delby. Parkour.
Planted.
Parkour.
But Delby, he's got the showstopper. Oh, Draxi's life is just minuscule right now. One into the side as Axlovia clears out onto elbow. Valid effort for RRQ, but Alter Ego, you say it already, they just thrive in the madness, in the chaos of it all.
And Parkour, better call Michael, as he would love to enjoy that as well. For all you Office fans, obviously, after that quick giggle. Very, very sharp.
Parkour!
And like, Parkour! Love how he jumped over the box, but Nexi landed that impressive shot, but once again, a bit of a tale of two bullets as the rest of them just turned into blanks, apparently. Delby with the smooth maneuvers on his side. But then again, it was a bit of an eco on the side of RRQ. So, not much could have been done, potentially. Alter Ego, though, really no breaks on this mid train. They've just really been trying to fight Kelly S, tempting fate once more. A dance with death, a dance with Delby, to be denied, as he was only being but a tease. Now Draxi and the rest of the boys, they prepare their attack. The horde of RRQ. They now march on towards A, as Kush is going to be the lone man onto the side, waiting for some support from heaven, but need not. Apparently, but Adrian King, he's like, you know what, I'm gonna help you out anyway. Kush, though, gets those last 2 kills. And a swift round on the side of Alter Ego, Asteroid. Where did that go wrong? I thought RRQ for a change of tempo could have been what they needed. But an even quicker adjustment on the side of Alter Ego has proven they have many wrenches to throw in multiple cogs for RRQ. Kush again really anchoring that defense, getting that first pick. Had he not done that, then maybe RRQ's attention would have been laser focused towards heaven.
From a macro standpoint, I will say that RRQ are looking to basically test everything right now. You know, from mid control to A main. It seems like A main or mid is their best bet, but it is so difficult to stop, especially a Durn King who has been hitting these massive shots. That being said, if you can't win it with 1, you can't win it with 2. Why not go for 3? If not 4, then 5. Just use basically the whole enchilada. Go for this fight. Cheeky little position from Axlovia there. Nice use onto the paranoid to reposition. Kush comes in for the flank. Gets himself a nice little neural theft there to expose the rest of the attackers. Dark cover for Axlovia to just get into the site. I love how Kush was able to get down quite silently. The smoke's about to dissipate. Axlovia, he's not going to know what's behind him. Draxi was lying in wait. Good round overall from RRQ here. and they now have found the round where they actually win against the Durant King.
And Draxi hits them with a nothing personnel, kid. Teleporting behind him, cutting him down where he stood. And surprisingly, it's with the Spectre and the eco weapons that they finally break into the middle portion of the map and trample Alter Ego in return.
Yes.
RRQ, this could potentially be another pivotal moment for them as they could force Alter Ego to adjust their defense. They go for that quick take on A. Kelly, yes, this bot is not gonna go on that wire, but he does hear the sound step. Adrian King making his presence known. Crouching into the shots of Nexi, but Noxy on the other side will find one. And chaos ensues, pandemonium everywhere. Pandora's box opened by Delby, and all its horrors unleashed onto RRQ. They need the assistance of the gods right now, and Draxi from below takes Delby down. But Noxy being the last one to land that killing blow as they take this round and extend that lead by 2.
Okay, the 1-2 kills from Delby was okay. That third one, that was just too much now. Look at this. The 1-2 punch, we'll probably see it in a bit. That's the third one. Absolutely ridiculous. If Draxi actually got into the corner and maybe picked up the spike, he had, I believe, his ultimate up and running already. So he could have just transported to B if he had just that one more second of safety, I feel. In any case here, all rounds fought tooth and nail. They both Alter and RRQ. So the second game is turning to be a game, Raf.
Yes, that's why we're looking at this. This is a video game. I don't know how to make this more obvious for you, but AE, they do this with the utmost focus and utmost respect, as they have a bit of a stifled buy here. At least it's RRQ with a stifled buy. Both Nexi and Tuge is going to operate with pistols. Kelly, yes, despite having a main rifle, not getting that dual Kush. That's Nexi as well. And now the map presence has been dwindling for RRQ. Even Kush was fully blind, but hear no evil, see no evil, but the shots will be felt on the side of Tuge. Draxi and Rabbit, all but the remaining members of RRQ. Delby, once again, trying to get that momentum, get that heat going for himself. Draxi still waiting for any resistance, and he finds some, and he puts the friction, absolutely burning Delby out of the round. 3v2, doable, incredibly possible. A crossfire. Attention has to be pulled by Rabbit. Maybe too much! Oh no! Draxi gets the 4K! Axe Love You splits in him half though. And they steal yet another round away.
They didn't know that Draxi dropped because both of them got hit by the paranoia, so the drop sound was not audible. But Axe Love Ya, man. Oh, this guy has been such a thorn. He just like pops out, you know, from weird places and just ruins your day. It's like
yeah,
it's like a pimple.
It's cloudy with a chance of Draxi, apparently. Falling from the sky, unexpected, a gift giving, but eventually it had to stop. Axe Love You was the one. Is it Axel or is it Axe? In any case, if there are any misconceptions, then let us know. RRQ, they seem to be a little more hesitant to take this middle part of the map. Yet again, Ropes has been a focal point for AE, not giving it up as easily. Mail has been reinforced yet again by two players, Adrian King, who's been taking so much contact and succeeding in, for most part. Throws that fragment. But look at this, Rabbit has to try and get a duel here. Yet again, the utility shuffle on the side of Alter Ego. They spare nothing to keep this under control.
And just like Jurassic Park, spared no expense just to keep mid maintained. They're really fighting this now. Like a while ago, they weren't as much, but now they definitely are. Delby was able to get through, but the showstopper hits absolutely nothing, and that could have been the big make or break. Tuga and Rabbit are alive, so the heals will be plenty abundant. Kush all the way stuck on A. Axe Love Ya. They gotta hit him right here now. That's slow, pivotal for them to get access into the B site. As the paranoia gives away the position of the Omen. A 2 versus 3. Kush is gonna have to wrap all the way around through spawn, and that's gonna take a good chunk of time when Axe will have to wait maybe a teeny tiny bit. He needed to wait for his teammate mayhaps, but wanted to get things started maybe. Now Axe, or rather Kush, 30 HP as he tries to come out through B main. He's not gonna have these, right? That's my curse. Yeah, just one shot. It's like one bullet away from being taken down.
I have to say though that RRQ, we normally know them as a very explosive attacking team on Split, a rare moniker, a rare trait for a lot of our teams. They look a lot more human now fighting against Alter Ego. Still, we know the capability of humanity, and it almost has no limits whatsoever. The rounds, they've been piling up though, Asteroid. And once again, the adjustment speed has to be maybe potentially a little quicker on their end. Tuge though securing that round yet again.
Cover going out.
Yet another wrestling battle for control over mid. And Kelly, yes, surprise, Noxy! Here I am. Beautiful swing, beautiful find. But Delby may have a diabolical plan in hand. As the judge, jury, executioner is completely ignored. They go somewhere else. They potentially planted some seeds of discord in the mind of Alter Ego. Axlavia immediately getting rid of that Trailblazer and getting a twofer. Rabbit gets that trade off, but still has no res available. Now Delby still looking to cause some mayhem with this. Slowed, doesn't matter. He walks up, next he gets rid of him, and Rabbit also chimes in. As Gush falls, but now Adrian King with a Spectre only. Not looking too great. Did we expect too much off of this stifled buy? Perhaps, potentially, as Adrian King has too many angles to check. He nearly finds one, but Tuge once again getting that final blow on the round. Closing the gap once more.
Round in the half.
That was looking so risk for RRQ. Axe hitting those two shots on B main, but yep, somehow, some way, the double satchel gives you that peekaboo, the catch off. I love the use of the slow as well on that's like 3 replays on that on B side itself, so that Delby couldn't like jump out and get like these free judge kills. Surprise!
I feel like having a judge on this map, although effective, but maybe before I can explain that Kelly is looking for the more explosive route. Suddenly gets no kills, doesn't even have the chance to pull out the paint shell. Axlavia says that this environment has already have its chars, and Delby gets even one. Adrian King chiming in. Where is Alter Ego coming from, and why isn't RQ responding? Tuge getting corralled, getting absolutely demolished. What?
Switching sides.
And well, the site control again. Suddenly, Alter Ego's like, let's flip the switch. Let's flip the script. RQ having a little bit of difficulty in that round. Going for a very, very classical wall. But the results and the technological advancements. I like how they all like group up in the smoke. Like, yes, yes. Huddle, huddle. Chest bump. But again, I feel like the judge on Split, again, it's good, right? But there's just so many moments as a spectator, as an observer, as a caster, where you would assume that whatever the judge player's thinking, it's like, oh, come here so I can stab you. and it's like, what? No. I don't want to do that.
I agree, though. I will say that in that particular round, the wall was definitely merited. I know that it really actually did well, but there is a good reason as to why, because they lost Kelly so early, so they needed some form of safety as they try to cross in. The thing is, Kelly specifically, I felt played a bit too overheated. Like, he was just trying to get so many picks when RRQ were still hella far back. The rest of RRQ was still hella far back on B garage. So again, as you saw, Kelly was probably expecting that, oh, maybe somebody's gonna get me a refrag if I try to push it a little bit further. No, son. You got the thrusters. You got in a bit too quick, and the rest were just a little bit delayed.
Wait till you see this baby hit 88 miles per hour, but unfortunately, we just didn't see that, at least reliably. One thing that RQ, which is somewhat uncharacteristic, I think this is Rabbit's map to really pop off. We normally see quite a bit of reses coming from him, at least a higher volume. I think we've seen, what, 1 or 2 in the last half, which is probably something that they would like to work on. Alter Ego, though, they've definitely vodded this out. We see them very, very prepared. In B, a point of interest. Potentially, they're foaming at the mouth. With frenzies abound, you'd expect them to go really, really fast, but we'll eventually find out.
Here it is. RK's defense. How is it going to go? Oh, great flash though. That will stop a Dern King from peeking out aggressive onto mid. The wall trying to be prepped up by Rabbit here, but as the smoke actually be put by... Wait, whose smoke was that? Was that... I think that was Axe's smoke. As they try to get the cross on ropes, this is actually perfect because now... this is not going to allow Rabbit for any vision whatsoever. He might be able to at least get a teeny bit of peek from them, but he's given them leeway because of that wall to just go straight up for the A side to get gotten the shot onto Kush. But somehow Alter Ego still want to fight for B. The Gnaw on Axe is going to make it very difficult for Alter Ego to get any form of control there, and they back away. But will they be able to spot out Kelly S? Trade still aplenty. One still holding the cross here again, and that is going to be Nexi, who's full blinded, and Noxy spots him out. Maybe this is still manageable. Maybe this is still good. As Delby holds on to Heaven. Noxy plants a spike out into the open. Places the back of the site. And Tuge, this is going to be crucial for him. His peek out, his lurk here on A main is going to be absolutely pivotal. Noxy hearing all of the information come in. But it's Tuge's lurk on A main that will give them that really strong round. Delby has got the nades here. He's out into the open, but he's missing the shots. This is going to be very difficult, but he does have that nade again to just soften up the blow. It's halved, but it's a 3 versus 1 as the round continues.
Oh dear, and I think they might just take this. Alter Ego can't really get anything going here. The frenzy is incredibly fickle, not loyal at all, but suddenly it comes back like a toxic Axe saying, though, this is what it could have been. But Rabbit securing that with a ghost, even after the defuse. RRQ on the strong side, on the defensive side, creating a bit of a Margino line for RRQ to fall back on.
Well, this line that they're falling back on is giving them so much value. Gotta say, Alter Ego, the rehit, not gonna work against RRQ there. The flick was good, but like, no more bullets on the frenzy, man. Just so much left into the chamber. Arguably, AE could go for an aggressive buy if they want to, but I mean, it was so close that they could just actually play it as close and they can just play it again with these kind of just weapons, and they'll be able to full buy into the next round. Rabbit wanting to at least show his presence a whole lot more here onto B Heaven. Spotted out now by the Haunt. Teammate still at the back of the site. Able to give a nice defensive line here. It is going to be Draxi and Tuget to hold the fort as Kelly S is holding the other side right now. The zoom zooms from Delby. Maybe they can go into the A site, but it's a pinch play. And now Axe caught in no man's land with that frenzy in hand. If he's not that close of a distance, there's no way in heck that he's going to be able to win that firefight.
And it's all tied up. Much more competitive this time around. RQ going with those Spectres yet again. A beautiful bonus potentially could be at hand. Whatever they have in store is something that Alter Ego have to be worried about just even a little bit. You know that these close and claustrophobic angles are absolutely lethal for our lesser weaponry, but the main rifles of choice are all Vandals. No variation there at all. And once again, they go for that suppress value, potentially trying to find Rabbit, stopping him from an early wall, or potentially stopping any ability to go through for that matter. But Noxy and the rest of the squad, the rest of the boys, they now dump quite a bit of utility here. That nade is not going to stop them, but instead force them out. A beautiful trap laid down by Nexi to find Delby. And a very, very timely frag. But Kush is like a thief in the night. They're all shoulder to shoulder here. What is separating them is only a thin line of smoke, dark cover. And now the tags up are coming. Kush gets one, but Draxi with a frenzy gets another. Axe love you, Noxy. Now they chime in. Draxi and Tuge, though, they steal it away and they get free upgrades in the process.
Wow, such nerd tripwires.
What?
They're tripwires. There you go. Have you ever seen a tripwire actually placed there before? I've never seen that before. Yeah.
Obviously, AE didn't either. Again, it's a bit of a MacGyver angle, to be honest with you. Wait till you see what I can do with some tape, some soot, and some time.
Innovation is the killer of the normal. What is already the norm.
I think I'm honestly not sure how that saying goes anymore. I think it's perfection is what kills innovation. Again, argument. Owners versus innovators, Asarai. But again, maybe these traps, they've been so lethal. They've been absolutely catching every single AE member. And every single one of those frags have been tribute to how much confusion that they've been contributing. And RRQ, man, they are looking so sharp. It appears that they've mapped out this jungle. No tree, no cave, no stone left unturned for them.
RRQ are rallying back. Split is their baby of a map. Bringing it out in game 2 is just what the doctor hath ordered. Alter Ego probably the one that called the timeout here on the second half, as again on this buy round it is looking rather dangerous for them. I did mention that maybe their contact play is what they're going to fall back on here in Split. Maybe also the reason would be that because you just want it out of the way, because all RRQ, as you mentioned, are the god killers, basically the Kratos of the Split map. It's everybody who's a deity has felled to the hand of the kings of PH.
Well, that title has certainly gone around quite a few times here, but I feel like RRQ, that I think 2 rounds ago, was their, well, I would say symbolic moment where, you know how Arnie puts on the mud and prepares all those log traps in the jungle against the Predator? That's exactly what's been happening. Alter Ego, it seems like they had the big edge, even on a map as familiar and as strong for RRQ on Split. With RRQ, they gain their confidence back, and they fall back to their training. Maybe potentially operating on instinct now, as the lead grows and salvation potentially closer. Alter Ego, they have to also dig deep into their books here. They can't let this slip away, otherwise it could potentially be a blow to their mental fortitude.
My camera is...
Did you spot out the camera right there? Lots of smokes being utilized already. Alter Ego now feeling out the map slowly here. Not really what we see from them usually, but they do like to get a tiny bit of control somewhere, so that it opens up opportunities elsewhere, mayhaps. We'll see. Delby has already started clearing up certain angles here because of that Roomba of his. And now they're going to rip one out here on B site. We'll see if it's going to be good, as Nexi is absolutely defending it with just gusto. Drax is still holding on as he tries to go for the drop down. Alter Ego very much prepared for it. Rabbit out into the open. He needs some help from Kelly S. Unfortunately does not get it. Kelly, though, fly swatted by Delby, and now is all down to Nexi. Stuck on Alley, 4 versus 1. He'll be able to sneak one up. Gets the kill first. And this is Nexi we're talking about. Somebody who is a player that can always rally back. Able to find a Dern King. Actually hits the shot overall, but the trades quick from Alter Ego that they had to go through the meat grinder just to even secure that B site.
The meat grinder indeed, but Alter Ego proved to be quite a proficient butcher here, despite having a little bit of a mess in that fight. Having no problems whatsoever dealing with the resistance trying to flood in from heaven. And if you look at the heat map over there in the mini-map, quite a bit of the players on RRQ just could not find a comfortable amount of space to work in. Now Alter Ego, they somewhat bounced back. The weapon still at hand for RRQ, very, very impressive. And the ultimates, not so present on both sides here, as Stuge freshly used that Seekers very recently. Axelovia does have that that from the shadow, so if in any case anything goes wrong with that spike, they have the mobility. But now Prey is in the sights of Alter Ego. They stalk it carefully. Tuge may have exposed himself just a tiny bit, but Kush is an animal as he finds Rabbit, sinking his teeth. And obviously the horde is strong. Delby gets a trade, but RRQ now taking control of this and potentially staring Alter Ego in the eye, telling them that this is their map, entering double digits first.
Where was the support there for Kush as he got the frag? He already got the nice little entry, and somehow he still gets tagged by the dog, and nobody was gonna just assist him in that general direction. Maybe it was because Axlovia was looking towards the back of the site and hoping that somebody from RRQ was gonna be there. Unfortunately, no. And even though they did get some control of B Heaven, Alter Ego still can't find the path through getting control on both ends of the offense. I think this is what's really mixing them up, taking them for a twirl, for a spin here, Raph. Because again, you see RRQ 3 more before they push this into game number 3. Very close are they from keeping themselves still alive in this tournament.
Close indeed, a lifeline, potentially the heartbeat that RRQ need. Sometimes the pain is the only thing that's signifying that they're still in this fight. They've definitely gone through that in bind. And split remains to be a question that has to be answered. Alter Ego now slowing down the pace yet again. A more rope-centric approach towards A. One nade and one P could be the disaster that's gonna fall onto Alter Ego, and they cannot get anything going as Kelly S. He's online, he's activated, and he's turned out to be a Terminator, but it isn't. Is it a duck hunt? Everybody tries to get up ropes, but no! What a beautiful hold by Kelly S there.
Yeah, that was timing for him and just instinct to check specifically where, what was that? I think it was Delby that was just stuck on the certain angle. All right, there he just peeked it. Oh, it's a Dern King actually. And because he's Kelly S and he is on that raise, again, the nades, man, just delaying Alter Ego even further. And alternatively, the one peeking out through top ramps there was also expedited. Anyways, RQ, again, as I mentioned, very, very close. And they've really created such a tremendous amount of space here. Kelly has 2 kills away, 2 charges away from his ultimate, and this could be what they need just to get them to match point or even into the next round. You mentioned Axlovia and Kush having their ultimates, maybe for a little bit more of flexibility, but the problem therein lies that it feels like RRQ have put Split on a lockdown, and nobody can escape. Nobody can just get away.
Potentially a jailbreak at hand. A master plan has to be crafted. The blueprint has to be inspected here. But Warden Nexi is going to get shanked by Delby. Surprise from the sides, from the ribs. And yet another victim in the form of Kelly S, who was incredibly proficient in the last round. Delby has something to say about it. And nobody is safe. And Alter Ego's jailhouse now, as they've taken A. They've overcome A. An infestation that RRQ want to weed out. And Tuge potentially sending his guiding lights. Noxy on that ready, retaliate with that utility. Now Kush still marking heaven. Noxy a little bit of a paranoia coming his way. But nonetheless, still holding elbow strong. Get that grease in as the hard work might be just ahead of him. Tuge getting swayed away by some of those shots. Rabbit still waiting for his health to rejuvenate. But what does it matter when they're already making a mad dash to the exit? The prison break is here, and Noxy, he gets a big double. And RRQ, they could not keep Alter Ego in line, despite Noxy falling to the spike.
Well, they already knew that they didn't have time, but they have so much money to just, again, keep the purchases going. So if they can make it an expensive endeavor for Alter Ego, which it has turned into, by all means, that means Alter Ego is going to be looking a little bit worse for wear as RRQ call their own timeout. Again, this is just for them to possibly finish us off into, again, that match point. That being said, though, Alter Ego, maybe a second wind, but it did take them a very long time to figure out at least the keys to the city of the A site.
The keys forcefully being taken by Alter Ego, and potentially even a few lockpicks being broken here and there. RRQ, they surveyed their security. Where are the gaps? Where are the timings that they need to somewhat reinforce? As a blind spot has shown itself in round 20, this timeout could potentially bolster their ranks, bolster their numbers. As Rabbit having a little bit of a quiet game, to be honest with you. An Alter Ego, they look to shuffle, they look to find yet another dark alley where they can lure RRQ in and potentially rob them of their money again.
Well, as long as it's not Crime Alley.
Yeah, again, guys. Oh yes, let us take my expensive family with all this jewelry with no protection into Crime Alley. And that's how Batman was born.
Yeah, a billionaire that doesn't have bodyguards. Interesting.
Well, Thomas Wayne, a certified hard-nosed man in an alternate universe, in an Elseworld. A Batman who uses guns, a bit of a grim knight. There's RRQ. They look to do the same now. There may be reservations here, Asarai, from taking ropes, as we've seen a bit of a debacle there happen a few rounds ago.
I'm just thinking possibly straight shoot out of B here. If they can maybe get the orb for Nox, he can just have the Nightfall if need be. But I mean, I feel like it's just going to be pure contact right now for Alter Ego. They baited out all the utilities of Rabbit, so this is actually really good because now no slows, no walls, all about the contact. They actually come right in. Oh, that is absolutely beautiful. They're all blinded all together. Delby and Noxy, though, hitting a nasty amount of shots. It's all down to Kelly and Nexy. Both the strong defense and offense of RRQ to remain. Cypher Cage maybe for a quick little cross. Ooh, that's going to hit both of them. That is not good. It actually lowers their HP and marks them straight for Alter Ego here. Oh, Nexy! How? How? Nexy! As well as Kelly able to hit shots. It is now down to Xlovia. Up to the corner. They will double peek him, and Kelly S hits the shot for the win. Match point. What a fadeaway onto the man in B main.
Indeed, the nightmares aren't over for Alter Ego. But the Dream Eaters, man, they are getting closer and closer as RRQ may have potentially increased the amount of doubt that AE are experiencing right now. Beautiful take onto the site and looked so good, but like you said, Kelly, yes, with an incredibly pivotal frag here. The space that he made allowing Nexy to descend from the heavens. 9-12, match point, as you mentioned. Alter Ego digging deep, taking whatever they can find, whatever scraps that they can convert into a weapon. We even see Delby with that stinger here, looking to find a little bit of mileage, not potentially allowing them to not play it slow either. Now this is assurance for RQ. They hear the stingers come down from mid. Slowly but surely, Alter Ego, again with stifled weaponry, potentially resembling post-apocalyptic world where one wrong move, one wrong turn could potentially be the end for them. Utility comes out, the slow arms perfectly timed by Rabbit. He does have a resurrect available. The pressure is coming in. The Alter Ego, they stay safe in their little bit of a pocket here. The flashes come out, they find a little bit of space. Delby gets value off the stinger, and Rabbit is gonna sizzle from that poison. But here we are, Draxi the hero, as Xlovia cuts him down once more. Kelly S gets the trade, but Kush, he keeps us alive. He has a neural theft available. He has to look for a body. Actually, no, that's not Kush, that's Nexy. And he sees the head, but Kush finds the head, removing his cranium from existence. 10-12. So much spirit, so much fight, Asarai. They refuse to give up.
They refuse to give up, but there is still money to purchase with for RRQ. What? How did he get onto the back of the site, by the way? Also, falling shot from Draxi, absolutely beautiful. But again, as you mentioned, not fading away just yet. My God, Alter Ego. When the going gets tough, this team just gets tougher and tougher. One more step for RRQ here, but their purchase... Oh, okay. So this is somewhat of a... I'll call it like a weird buy or a broken buy. Some of them have rifles, some of them have stuff. As you mentioned, there is that resurrection for Rabbit, but it is going to be very difficult for them. And now Delby does have access to the showstopper. That being said, I'm not sure how Delby has been effective with the showstopper, but I will say it is more effective than Kelly S's. Though Kelly S has just been an all-around, I feel like, just fantastic rifler for RRQ in this particular game too.
Broken by, like you mentioned. What can they do? It seems that anything might be used as a weapon here. If Alter Ego even finds a lead pipe, they're gonna fight tooth and nail to keep this map alive for them. But Nexi, he's been undiscovered. Push again, who has his nightmare, gets dinged. But oh my goodness, Nexi can't find the fatal hit. Axelovia, so crisp on the Guardian. Nexi finds Adrian King, but Delby, explosive tactics. Nexi falls. Finally, Heaven Control still has not gone in favor of Alter Ego. But as I say that, we've seen Draxi flip the script. He has a Bulldog. Does it have enough bite to find these last members? As they are now foaming at the mouth at the prospect of stealing yet another round, potentially keeping this alive. Are we gonna go into overtime? But no, Axelovia, it denies him, Asarai, and this has proven to be quite a map already.
They still have money now to buy. This is good. RRQ played smart and went for the sure buy, at least on the very last round before it goes into overtime, and didn't commit everything that they had for this one. Because even if at least, right, they did allow Delby to use his showstopper. It's a battle of economics. Still though, this is looking incredibly close, and as you mentioned, overtime is at the horizon. Ultimate has been used already, and they are running it down. Rabbit has a position to light it up. Double kill for Rabbit. All right, hold on. 2 versus 3. Delby looking to save a During King if need be. Kelly S has the lineup, and this is absolutely perfect. It's all down to Axelovia. No TP away from him. They've doubled up. Kelly S and Nexi once again. Splash Brothers.
One enemy
Gonna peek him, and they win the round. They win the game, and we go to map number 3. They did not check the positioning from Rabbit, and Alter Ego dropped the ball as soon as they tried to make a ruckus outside of A site.
A fatal mistake. You did mention this is a war of attrition, a war of economy, the oikonomos, but that was RRQ's house, and they leave nobody alive. Anybody to tread on their territory has been quelled, has been cut down. What a rally. But now we see a third map into the series, Asarai. The tension, the heat, it's all but raised to 11.
Absolutely, and we'll see that last map be Icebox. So we're gonna take ourselves a bit of a breather, because that was an intense, insane, a very, very high impact game, and we'll just let the panel, just discuss that thing a little bit more. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the panel.
the King of Kings out here to defend their territory, their kingdom, their turf, which is split. I mean, that performance was just something else, and it could have gone either way, but that's just how the cookie crumbles over here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Back here on the panel, it's the likable Trix and Tash Bunny. Guys, I cannot believe what I just saw. I was a little bit worried. I talked about how I always had a good read on RRQ, especially on Split. Tasha, you saw it. You saw how accurate I was, but AE bringing that game really, really close to 11-13.
I have to say that on attack, RRQ was, I think they did pretty acceptable. They managed to get 5 points, and in my opinion, anything above 4 means that you have a pretty solid chance as you move to defense. And you were right, you're absolutely right, that RRQ's defense is absolutely solid. Nexy's setups, especially on A as well as B, has been phenomenal. He always is good for 2. And in a lot of situations, I don't think that anyone really guessed where exactly those tripwires were gonna be, especially on the drop.
I mean, I also just want to point out, I think it's the first time I've really seen Nexy forced to change up his positioning. Like, before, we'd usually see him on the A site, and he'd kind of, relax there. The rest of his team is making action somewhere else. But this time, we could see that he had tripwires set up in B site. We saw him change it up in A site as well. So I finally got to see Nexy start moving around. And I'm glad I got to see it because he was phenomenal. The way that he was playing around the traps, delaying, and getting so much information for his team for that advantage.
I feel like Nexy has been watching the panel and listening to you, Trix.
No.
But kidding aside, I was actually really fascinated. So over the break, I was asking Trix why she thought that Cypher was a more mobile agent when it comes to attacking. And I want you, Trix, to actually share to the audience why you think this way.
Okay, so the Cypher doesn't have a range, unlike Killjoy with the utility. And I know you can argue, well, neither does Chamber. And that is true. Chamber doesn't have a range either, except for when he wants to use his rendezvous. And Cypher is safer though than playing Chamber. It's a little more of that kind of big brain play rather than taking the duels, because you have the cyber cages. You're able to deny information, creep up into certain areas. If you see, for example, there's the alarm bot down, you could also use your cyber cage to actually walk around it and make it so it doesn't trigger on you.
I think what's also really great about Cypher is the fact that how you are in a situation where you can get those isolates and you just kind of play off your traps based on information. Now coming back to this, like, I felt like for RRQ in general, it felt like for their gun rounds, they got a lot of value from it, which gave them the heads up. But however, when it comes to this attack round though, or just holding in mid side, it felt like AE felt a little bit lackluster on attack, but in terms of defense, mid was basically something that they can really hold. Regardless, RRQ, well, despite the fact that they didn't really look the best on attack, they still managed to make it look good. They still managed to get the rounds, and most rounds though, when they are on attack, has been absolutely close. Regardless though, I'm really happy to see RRQ rallying as the round switched. It felt like a whole different team as that mental block kind of like lifted, and I think this is kind of like the upsides of playing a split.
Can I just say this? I know people would probably misinterpret what I'm about to say, but I really wanted to see RRQ on those eco rounds. My god. Put them on a sheriff, put them on the pistol rounds. They're so good. I mean, they won 2 consecutive pistol rounds, whether it was on the defense or the attack. And that was really impressive to me, especially with Nexy getting those one taps, and from time to time he would also whiff, but that just made him all too more relatable on my side. But hey, Trix, what's something that impressed you with both of these teams as we went on to Split?
So I think in particular for RRQ, what really impressed me was the way they were able to anchor the sites and isolate duels as a team. It wasn't necessarily like they were getting picked off or anything. It was similar to what we see from Alter Ego, where they're playing off of each other. They have different angles that they're positioning in, and they have the cyber traps that they're usually playing around, or the omen smokes. And in the flip side for Alter Ego, what I really love to see on theirs was they didn't stop their aggression, and you could see they were learning while they were doing it. Like, we saw them hit B a couple of times, and we were a little concerned. I'm
Yeah.
sure I'm not the only one that was a little worried for them. But you could see that they were learning where the traps were, where they wanted to take the duels, where they needed to pay attention to. And I liked seeing that in the middle of the game.
I think personally, what is really scary for RRQ just now was the fact that once they hit round 11, we saw a different sort of AE where they kind of figured out how exactly their defenses worked. In a lot of those situations, I was a bit terrified because they took around like, what, 4 rounds, I believe, in a row, and I was terrified that we might be going into overtime, where this is where everyone would thrive on defense but kind of like fail on attack. And this is what I was just like wondering, like, okay, are we gonna do that? Because end of the day, despite the lead that RRQ had, AE was able to take it aggressive, and I think this change of pace really caught RRQ off guard. But even then, I really gotta say to AE, it's a little bit late when you hit round 11 to change your pacing.
Yeah, it really is. Oh, are you gonna say something, Trix?
I just mean, we've seen it before. Some teams, you know, when you get that answer, you kind of want to find that answer a little quicker. Like, latch on to it, you know. If you really want to hit the same site, go for it. But after you've learned that site, I'm not sure why you would suddenly decide to go somewhere else.
I mean, yeah, I agree. I mean, we talked about it, right? Like, it felt like on A, it was a lot better for them compared to B, and I was just questioning, why would you hit B when you know you've had so much success on A? If you know that you're getting success on A, just keep doing it until you're not getting success.
Yeah. Sometimes I felt that it was an admirable effort because, you know what? It didn't work out first time. Why don't we try again? And there were rounds that it did work out, but RRQ was just so quick to adjust whenever it did work out. Like, you know what? I think they kind of read through this. Let's switch it up a little bit. And you guys mentioned this, how next he just switched it around for his setups.
Yeah.
But hey, here we are. Final map for this series. I love that we made it to game number 3 because, as I mentioned, this is an elimination game. Everything on the line right now for both of these teams. So the fact that we're making it to game number 3, which feels like a reset, like a best of 1, just shows how much they're willing to give up or how much sacrifice they're willing to do just to win this series.
I'm excited that it's a mirror lineup. We have the double initiator, we have the Viper, the Chamber, the Jet. So it seems both teams kind of having a similar idea on what they want from the map, what kind of information that they're probably going to be taking from the map as well. We always talk about this aggression, and that the aggression is going to be kind of like a make or break of Icebox. But I also think that this one is going to be make or break in terms of how smart they use their utilities. Icebox is a large map with a lot of angles as well. It's in a way it's kind of like Split, but you have to kind of stretch it out.
A bigger
some more.
Split.
Yeah. you stretch it out, right? You stretch those sides.
Yeah.
You've got a couple more angles that you're looking at. So I like the amount of utility on both teams as they're playing mirror lineups, but I do worry because at this point it's going to be that execution, right? So is Alter Ego gonna make that mistake where they find an answer, they find something that's working for them, and they kind of put themselves on the back foot? And for RRQ's side, are they going to be able to keep that kind of momentum and confidence and mobility in terms of their angles, their agent rotations in the map?
I mean, personally, for AE, they have not only a good track record on this map, but in general, if you see how they play, they really know how to follow up with their utilities. As for RRQ, it's a 50-50 for me, just because that sometimes there comes this hesitation from them, where this question mark moment where it feels like they would throw out the utility and they're just not sure whether should we be following up or do we not have enough information. Because I mentioned before, the layer cake strat coming in from AE it's just been really good. It worked out so well for them on Bind, and I can see it working out very well again here on Icebox.
Well, the hesitations is an adjustment that they have to do. You can't be too hesitant, especially on a make or break game like this one. Though RRQ may have their own set of question marks when it comes to their gameplay, we also have the big question mark for this series, which is who is going to come out on top and make it further down the line and proceed into the playoffs? Is it going to be RRQ or is it going to be Alter Ego? Let's find out together.
Let's hold hands, form a circle, and try to figure out what is going to be the final result of this. You know, just like, yeah, we're gonna try to figure out what happens on this third game of this series between Alter Ego and RRQ. Thanks so much for the panel again for having such a very enlightening discussion about said 2 games already. And now this time, Raph, Icebox. What do you
Where
think?
your heart used to be. That's my one.
I'm
for
so
the
cold.
weekend.
I'm so cold. I'm so cold.
Well, that you are. Well, with that initial question, what do I think of Icebox? It's honestly one of those maps where it can go either way. I mean, there's a reason why it's the third map right now. Obviously, both teams not too impartial on dealing with it.
Yeah.
Alter Ego, though, I feel like they're a little more consistent on this one. RQ, they've been somewhat waning lately when it comes to this map.
Sure enough. They haven't had the best of successes, but to be fair as well, they have been fighting against the other best in the region, struggling for the most part. We've seen them at their best. Now we'll see them at their not the best, but not the worst either, you know? So we'll see how this goes. And by the best, I mean split.
Well, quite a bit of words being thrown around by us and bullets, even more so on the side of RRQ and Alter Ego, as a defensive rotation that is leading towards more of the flank is gonna give potentially back pain to Alter Ego, or rather RRQ, as they have made their way to the site. But check your 6, check your corners. Noxy finds Kelly as the trade does come out. Axe Lavia with a lot of love given, a little 2 more, rather 2 taps, 2 victims. Kush gets 1-2. And like we said, back pain could be the biggest problem for RRQ here. Left with 1 player is Draxi, but look how low Axe Lavia is. But how low can you go apparently? Been threading the needle with those shots, Asteroid. Look at how fragile that health bar is.
He still popped 2 though, as he was down to fragile. That was kind of crazy. I thought he was gonna get flushed out, but since he got those 2 kills, RRQ immediately just panicked as to how they were gonna fight that. Noxy already had the value, but lovely taps coming in from, again, Axe Lavia, a thorn on the side of RRQ. And this was actually surprising. RRQ went full ballistic to push out on the spawn. Maybe they got a whiff of the huge flank that Alter Ego were already trying to incorporate in that pistol. But regardless of what, they definitely dropped the ball without dealing with Axe Lavia there.
Whatever wafted over them has seemed to pass, but look at Alter Ego again. Hey, if it works, if it ain't broken, don't fix it, apparently, as they go for a massive flank yet again. Maybe potentially going around this trap. But Nexi has taken matters into his own hands, into his own headhunter. The force buy is already panning out very, very well for RRQ. Now relegating all their energy into winning these gunfights as Axe Lavia and Noxy somewhat befuddled. What happened here? Flank is gone, and now Noxy has left Axe Lavia all alone. But he's sticking it! Oh my goodness, thievery! And 2K calls the guards. But he's like, you know what? I'm gonna deal with it myself. Vigilante justice, apparently. And my goodness, oh, he's stealing. Oh, he's stealing.
Taking matters into your own hands, right? That's the way to go. Well, you mentioned if it ain't broke, don't fix. Well, it was broken, and then they fixed it. So maybe if it broke, try to fix it. And it worked. The force buy, as well as the re-aggress on A site, was just absolutely brilliant here this time. They were very much prepared for the, as you mentioned, Alter Ego flank coming around. And the timing just absolutely beautiful for RRQ. Noxy just was able to get out of the radius of that blade. And actually TP's back out once again. Kelly S on top of 410. Gonna be able to be the sentry above all. As he dashes and Wow, just positions the crosshair absolutely beautifully, and RQ breezing through the offense right now.
It's like they're fighting through a wet paper bag as Alter Ego. Not looking as how would I put this? As solid as they were. Again, it's the opening round, so potentially this is only a temporary phase of brittleness or defense. Alter Ego, they have guns abound, main rifles in hand, and many bullets to spare. As RQ, they still look to focus all their attention towards A. They do have quite a bit of worry to spare towards that flank again, as we see some minute movements here by Noxy. He's found himself outside of 2, but Nexy could have a good read on the situation. RQ, now they kind of backpedal Asterai, still hoping to find some sort of avenue, some sort of crack in the armor of A yet again to really flood into. And that poison orb, it's been telling of, maybe we shouldn't commit here. And now RQ, they settle down just a little bit.
Noxy's still holding the angle though, so he does have somewhat control here. If Rabbit makes any more noise, Noxy at least will be notified of the shenanigans. The recon dart spots nothing outside of A main. And again, just they're working off no information whatsoever. Rabbit does throw out his recon dart on B. And they're second guessing, but this is RRQ. If they run through B, this is going to be absolutely hurt by Noxy. There it is. There's no time else to go to A site. So that is going to merit the rotation from the rest of Alter Ego here, as you can see. And Noxy is going to be first on the case, but he does not have the TP. So if he tries to go aggressive into this, that Cloudburst actually could be fatal for Tuge! Oh, what could have been the safety for the man? Almost was his demise, but thankfully enough survives. So this is going to be just so perfect for him. They immediate defuse onto that spike, tries to go for the challenge, but that Viper's been really helping them out. Recon Dart, though, does flush out Rabbit just a teeny tiny bit. Adjourn King to flush it out with the Molly. That was strong, that was good. But they don't know that Kelly S is just hidden onto the corners, able to dash out. And as dust settles, a little bit of a confusing fight there. But Alter Ego managed somewhat in the end.
A momentary peace is over this defense here, as they do have a bit of a sigh of relief there. I thought that was a little stubborn that they went for all those defuse sticks. But in the end, it did eventually pan out for Alter Ego. Now a slower pace might be in hand again for RRQ. Beautiful effort here by Kelly S, but that dash just is not enough for him to escape danger. As Adrian King and Delby, who were the stars of the show, continue to shine very, very bright for Alter Ego. 2-2. No real clear winner or no real clear advantage on either side, but with Noxy only operating on a stinger, he has to be very, very clever with how he's going to approach this round.
Speaking of clever approaches, Kelly S now immediately just clearing out the outside of B here. Wants to peek for that info. The Durnkin was just very much ready for that too. Thankfully, no damage onto Kelly here as they back away once again. But I really do love the positioning for Noxy, because every single noise that they make on mid, he just hears if they're not like slow peeking it or anything. But as you can see with Alter Ego, they're very much spread to just do this, because they really do respect the movement and the force or the threat that RQ does bring. But it takes so much time to go back and forth from A side to B side, even through their own side of the spawn. And thankfully, the read is going to be correct. Delby, oh, that is just absolutely perfect. I thought that maybe they would have over-rotated to B, but I think just the slow thought push of RQ was the bait play there that allowed the 2K. Dirt King's already here, but doesn't want to go too aggressive.
Oh, wow.
Stinger from Noxy still gets the value? That is absolutely monstrous. Now we're down to Drexy. Nice little crossfire, but they got countered by Alter Ego straight as 4 players to remain. And Alter Ego, what a clean round.
Well, I don't think there's too much to discuss there. Again, they did walk into A, maybe potentially looking to pressure them, like you mentioned. They did get the spike down, so that's a little bit of a consolation. But what does it add up to? They're still going to suffer, I believe, an eco here, as Delby has been right on the mark, and wow, the stinger making Noxy look like he is Grandmaster Hasashi with a beautiful spear to the chest, to the face. And like I said, right, a potential, actually no, they do still have enough money and some utility abound for them. Draxi does have that null command. But whatever they have to do here, they cannot allow for Alter Ego to expose the errors in their code, an anomaly in the matrix. As RQ, they love these early timeouts. And so far it's been working out for them. But like I said, right, any anomaly, any malfunction that could go their way could potentially swing this in favor of Alter Ego yet again.
Well, you probably don't want to give Alter Ego even more chances here to maybe even bring out an operator for Delby if he needs to, or actually for Noxy. I know Noxy has been hitting some nasty shots with Ops, so if they're able to just save up enough, this could be, yeah, as you mentioned, oh, there it is. Yeah, he's brought it out. Ooh. This is going to be risky now. They probably know that through their pause in the timeout, check out the money as well. They probably will know that Noxy has brought out that operator, so it is going to be incredibly scary for RQ here to even try to go for the offense if they're not careful about things. Thankfully enough, again, Rabbit is on that Sova, so they always have that safe reconnaissance with the drone. But look at how just, again, far back RQ are, just trying to get information first before they try to start pushing in.
Safety first. They assess the situation. They assess the structural integrity before they really set up whatever they can. And potentially storming the castle. That is going to be A. Send the drone. But that 0 point is going to get rid of it. And now the null command, as I mentioned, the march of the machines, it begins. Draxi leading the way. Temporary halted by a caustic wall. A very corrosive cloud, and Delby is here for the trade. He's down but not out. Kelly S finds Adrian King. But where is Axlovia? He's found himself here still. Cozy in the spawn. No need to leave, as Kash is gonna find a monster 3K, and the beast has been unleashed. Alter Ego putting on the stone mask, welcoming the cold of the winter, and potentially as cold as the ice in their veins.
Wow, we needed to see Kush's POV there. He actually got 2 off of the bat. I think that was the kill onto Draxi as well. When they try to pick him right back up, that's going to be... Look at that. Kelly S already had the value. They got the kill onto the snakebite, and somehow Kush was able to reposition at the back of the site, and nobody from RQ was very much aware of that. Look at that. They just line up beautifully for him. He waited. And then a monstrous third shot. Made me remember about that 3K that Dubstep had just a couple of days ago. Oh, this is going to be just atrocious. But Darn King, hungry for the kill. Thought he could have gotten Kelly, but he's incurred the wrath of RQ. A whole chunk of them even. Kush now pushing through the Cloudburst mayhaps. But as the dust settles, as the fury of the storm calms down just a tiny bit, RQ are 5-man strong. That ultimate will stop the plant from undergoing. But it's not going to tag anybody. Although Axlovia now very close into the site. Does get tagged by the recon dart, but there still is very much a lot of options for RQ to actually go wrap around all the way through A. But they will commit, from the looks of things, to the B site as they just take a bit of a breath, start to re-put out their utilities to get that information. And with Nexi having himself the operator in hand, this is going to be even more difficult for Alter Ego to stop the plant on that spike.
Right here.
Nexi hopefully trying to emulate the success of the White Death, but a brazen plant by Duge, reinforced by Rabbit's Hunter's Fury. Truly not the most traditional of arrowheads, but gets the job nonetheless. Now operating is Nexi, finding Axlovia as Kelly Yes also finds his counterpart here, the classic. With a little bit of salt to throw in those wounds, taking free weapons. RQ, they start to close the gap yet again. Alter Ego, this was very, very similar to what happened the previous map. But they cannot let it end the same way. Otherwise, it is truly the final period to their story, at least for our APAC stage.
That was a messy, messy round. You don't really see, orange pushes be that effective, but when it does, it just gives you so much to work with, right? You just pierce through Oof. Oh, we're not done. Delby splashing it up on Spawn and spots out Tuka in transition. That was what? Down in like 5 seconds?
Well, as Aserai is somewhat stunned by what happened, you blink and you miss it. Basically, it has been a very, very familiar tale for Alter Ego. Once again, rotating masks, different personalities, and you could say that is the predominant one, at least when it comes to dominating RRQ. Now, with this bat in hand, Nexi looks to bonk the competition into submission, as Alter Ego, with the speedy pace that they've been exacting in the previous rounds, to have a more divide and conquer approach. Many strategies, much like this one, the open fortress. A popular Zhuge Liang strat, but Noxy will not fall for any wooden oxes being sent his way. Absolutely annihilating Kellyest. Once again, the tip of the spear broken, and Adrian King chipping it down even more so. The back line making this weapon, potentially reducing it to a stick. But a sharp piece of wood is still lethal apparently. Tuge finding a trade elsewhere on the map, giving them a little more room to wiggle, a little more room to move, as they hope to not fold in these types of situations.
Well, I hope they're gonna drive in that 6 feet Fiat. Well, been on some red wine would be nice, but Noxy shatters the glass, unfortunately. Does he want to push this? I mean, he can just wait for his teammates. Oh, there's already push for the swing. He goes in aggressive because he knew his teammate was there, but he doesn't even need it. Hits the shot with the headhunter into the headshot as well. And here's a little bit of a tidbit there, Raf. Swapping out to the headhunter rather than a secondary weapon is actually faster, and you pop your shot much faster, and you see that be well utilized by Nox.
Well, you better press F to pay respects then, if we're gonna go that direction, as one of these players have to take on the fabled mantle of Ramirez. Go do everything. Now we look at this again. That was nearly a collateral. Again, not meant to be. It doesn't really matter. Like you said, switching your sidearm is always faster than reloading. And that is so clinical in terms of that, at least. Now, Alter Ego pulling away yet again, finding a little bit of wind in their sails despite a bit of a doldrum in the form of split earlier. The economy on a breaking point for RRQ, a potential crash. And this could potentially go them into being a little more proactive this round. But Axe Lovey has a perfect read. My goodness, he sees the playbook, doesn't find Rabbit, but it doesn't matter as the shots ring true. And now RRQ, fortunes be damned. That was so unlucky, but doesn't matter for them. They look to salvage, they look to reignite the spark in this round. To get the Serpent of Icebox yet again rears its head, but Kush finds the end of it. Axlovia with a third. And now Aserai. Pandemonium could potentially ensue yet again, but no, the measured approach. Kelly, yes, he wants to operate like a SEAL Team 6, counting his steps. But look at this again. Yet another tension-building moment.
Oh no, Darren King. Oh, just barely missed the headshot. But they spotted Kelly S actually somewhere on Boiler. The spike has been dropped.
30 seconds left.
This is just horrible situation right now for Draxi as he's pushed to the 3 versus 1. The operator peak. Noxy does not miss those. Oh, how does Axe Lovia always hits these twos, man? It feels like it's a package deal. Buy one, take one, shoot one, get another one. Oh my Lord. God.
Hello, police.
It's the same thing.
I'd like to report a crime. I saw a Viper player about yay high, rocking that Vandal. Once again, they have to put a little bit of tape around that crime scene, perhaps. Something that RRQ have to investigate a little bit more. Again, the read on Alter Ego, very, very impressive. Could be a byproduct of such a multi-purpose wall, perhaps. But RRQ, like I said, man, they kind of have to take a step back here and reassess what options do they really have.
Well, readdressing those options with weaker weapons this time. Kelly still actually does have a Vandal in hand. Noxy still holding true on B long. Waiting for a little bit here, and Kelly... Oh no. They're trying to get a rile out of Alter Ego, but this team don't flinch, man. Like... RRQ is trying to attack at all cylinders right now, but this is not looking too hot. Anyways, 5 seconds before that rendezvous comes out, but dude, Noxy is just... I don't know what's in his veins right now, but it feels like it's FC. It's full confidence. Ooh, parkour. Gotta at least allow Drax to go for the trade. Those recon darts gives away at his position, but he's hitting some nasty shots right now, and somehow has turned into maybe a manageable round. As Dern King is just one tag away from being dropped. Max Lovia now right behind him, the double up. And Draxy, is he prepared for the swing? Unfortunately, no.
He understood the gravity of that situation, especially with a Singularity Sheriff. But the pull on Alter Ego's side, it's just too strong apparently. RRQ, they go against the grain. At least with maximum effort, but not with the maximum armory, the maximum capacity, so to speak. Now with this round, they have a chance to take this and steal it away from Alter Ego. But so far, Icebox has been the stuff of nightmares for them. What a beautiful pop flash on the side of Draxy. And now we have the Null Command yet again in play, but Delby, he will be silenced. But his impact will be felt for generations to come. And by that I mean some nasty, nasty shots going his way. And what can RRQ do again? Adrian King proves to be, well, yet another target for Nexi. Now Kush finally finishes off Draxy. An unofficial 3K there for Delby. Now, talking about threes, Nexi needs to make a splash. Because look at Alter Ego, man. So many weapons, so much time. He didn't even have to put it between the eyes. And it looks like it's gonna be a mercy killing by Noxy.
Switching sides.
Noxy's just something special, man. Well,
that boy is good.
Yeah. Delby even crazier too. Like, just look at that as he drops down, hits the shot, even through the snake bite, hits another shot. Oh, aye. 9-3 though, I believe.
Well, now that you mentioned that, Asarai, if any of our viewers are, oh yeah, 93 current 93. You know how superstitious people can get.
Even pro more so pro players actually.
Absolutely, man.
I gotta wear my favorite underwear here, or I'm gonna not play as good as I did before.
Now, why do we always get to this point of the cast, Asarai? What is this fixation with the undergarments? Again, good investment, absolutely fantastic. Well, I don't want to explain it to you, but it's fine.
Okay. All right. Okay. I was talking about superstition, though. You know, like throwing paprika over your shoulder.
Superstition. Yet another wonder to behold, I guess. But RRQ, they're still trying to build castle above, I suppose. It seems that they are punching up. They're punching upwards in this matchup, Asarai. They looked so impressive on Split, but it stopped there apparently.
Well, maybe they can bring it back here on Icebox, right? Because now it's RRQ going to be on the defending end. They always seem to rally back on second halves anyways, but is the gap too big?
Maybe the writings are on the wall already, but we know how stubborn people can be. Still, cannot really discount the amount of belief that everybody has for RRQ. Alter Ego, though, if they don't pay attention to that, they will drown it out and they will do the job, or at least that's what they want to do here. Default, perhaps. At least we see a default wall towards B, but the interest, maybe potentially the old razzle dazzle. They look to go and march towards A.
There's already like a two-man control on Pipes here, as next he's already looking for that peek out. Had to immediately TP as he didn't get that first headshot. Actually took some damage against Noxy right now. And Kelly S. Did he prime his dash already? No, actually he didn't. So he still does have it available for him. Oh, this is going to be very crucial. He's about to hit the swing onto Noxy right now. I think King was actually able to spot the little bit of a jiggle. They're actually very much prepared for it, and Noxy still gets away with murder! Oh no, Raph. The trade actually went into the favor of Alter Ego. And they tuck tail and run straight to the A site, where, as you can see, Delby is already very much prepared to start getting that that push in. Kush, Recon Dart in hand. That Blade spotted nothing on yellow, so this is perfect. But this is a really good setup from Tuga. This just stops him from coming right in, but... I mean, they're not gonna push that snake bite of his, right? So I have no idea why he had no eyes on yellow. It's all down right now to Nexi, but he's only good for the one shot.
The snow runs red, and the wolves, they're over the horizon. They are Alter Ego apparently as they circle RRQ. RRQ limping, looking for some sort of refuge, some sort of resting place where they can recuperate, gather their strength. We've found some signs of life, but against Alter Ego in the second half, starting it off like that, just making it that much more difficult. Alter Ego again, they look to replicate that success. They march forward. Have they forgotten anything? Are there any gaps in their flank watch? As we see a storm coming out of the garage, but Delby says, you know what? No, I'm gonna close that down on you right now. A beautiful double for him, and a signifier, or rather a signal for Alter Ego that this A site, this alpha site, is going to be open as open can be, especially with Noxy hunting down Rabbit as he tried to blend in the snow. But all he found were Spectre shots, and Delby, Kelly S was an adventure until he took Guardian shots to the ankle, apparently. Noxy with that wide swing. And Aserai, oh dear me. This is not looking too good.
Not looking too good at all. Excuse me. RQ just trying to breathe down the necks of Alter Ego, but this team, they can survive for days on whatever it is they're on. My goodness, man. This is just looking worse for where RQ might have lost steam right now. They do have themselves, I think, this last gratifying round with that gun round of theirs, but Delby, oh, he spotted Kelly S already, and he is hounding him down. Kelly, can he get out of this one? Pop shots. There it is. He spied out Nexi on the back of the site, and somehow they still find him. Actually, no, they didn't, but Noxy and Kush have already gotten so much damage in, and Kush still hits a shot onto Nexi. This is not the trade that they were looking for. A Dark King doubles up. Does Rabbit and teammate no? They do not. And it's all down to Tuge. Clutch Meister. In a 2 versus 1. It's planted on top. Oh, this is going to be horrible, horrible, horrible. No, it's a planted on default, excuse me. He tags it, but they know the snakebite's hitting there, so they don't really double check it. And Tuge gets the one up. He's gotten the ankle breaker. He's gotten the bait, but that snakebite is super annoying. Look at how much damage he's already taking. And now he's looking at Belt, not knowing that Axlovia is already right in front of him. He's just going to jump up, even if he tries to go for the full defuse. Again. Wow. He had to go for the full defuse because of the time, and Axlovia just full confidence just to peek him out. As soon as he knew he was halved, he was counting in his brain. And now we got to count real quick. It's 12. It's match point for Alter Ego.
Ouroboros, man. The serpent consumes the serpent. And Tuge would have loved to get that clutch. Could have been so good for his team. Heartbreak could potentially be the name for RRQ here, as they've gotten this far, but Alter Ego, they look to be the gatekeepers. Oh dear me, as we still move on to yet another round. Tensions rising, and RRQ potentially realizing how much they have at stake to lose, really, as the Spectres, desperation, Aserai. They have to dream, believe it, survive, and just to go back on the word desperation, it demands perfection. Still a few shots being rung through here. Rabbit looking to find some value with this Guardian, the only long-range tool that they have in the bag, and next he finds an over-eager Kush, maybe foaming at the mouth. And Rabbit, he comes alive. He becomes the Predator, and Axe Love You, the unfortunate prey. Noxy. Oh, so Moxie finds Tuge.
No.
Rabbit, his rampage could potentially be over as he jiggles, as he hits the shoulder peaks, but Delby hasn't found the right idea, and Kelly, yes, with the Spectre from downtown. They managed to stay alive, Aserai, but is it the only limit that they can break? No, apparently not. Noxy, potentially with that silver hair, could potentially go Ultra Instinct here. But Rabbit, like a lesson from Whis, even if it's a new form, you gotta learn how to control it. 12-4, RRQ, they dig deep. They muster all the strength that they can.
Well, if you can ride the wave of the Kamehameha, you can ride the wave of this possible comeback that RRQ are maybe hoping for. I don't know, ... It still is very, very far. I mean, realistically looking at this, people might think that, oh no, Casters is talking about that. But no, just that one round, right? Alter Ego, Noxy's got himself the tour de force.
Let's play.
I always fear it when Noxy has a sniper in his hands. He's always so confident and always manages to hit a shot, even at the riskiest of situations. So RRQ, as you can see, also respecting that fact, not really charging out like the previous round as they play a little bit more far back into their own side, but not giving up too much map control. Still able to maybe get a bit of information and leeway with the utilities and the agents that they have.
Tour de force, Aserai. We will see it yet again come into play. It's on Noxy's hands. You know how lethal he can be. They still, once again, they measure this out. They take baby steps. They understand that this is a game of inches, and one slight mistake could potentially lead into a butterfly effect. But what they want is actually a 4A series. A bunch of mess of numbers, but in the end, a greater picture to be painted. Now Kelly, yes, he has resigned to holding this corner. Axe Lovey has to make a guess. It is a very deep pocket. Tuge could potentially pull attention on this. But Kelly, yes, needs nothing but the faith of his teammate. And the duo of Kelly, yes, and Tuge hold it down. Now we are reduced to Noxy and Delby. The spike, they get it, and they make a mad dash. Oh, but he is not allowed to escape. They stay alive for one more round, Aserai. One more round, they take it bit by bit.
Is that really Delby? Like, his face is so near the monitor. That Regum Dart's gonna spot him out. No chance to save the Vandal. And I will say though, yeah, they're building the bricks to maybe stand toe to toe with Alter Ego here. That was a beautiful, beautiful crossfire between the two of them. Again, there was no real oomph if Noxy couldn't get any of these frags. And I actually thought that Noxy might have prepped the TP so he can pick up the operator, or not the spike, and then just rendezvous back into safety. Unfortunately, I think didn't have the time to set it up, or both of these utilities were already active elsewhere. Delby, oh my god, the Rabbit didn't even know what hit him. Probably didn't even see where his opponent was coming from, but Kelly S though, right on top, range from up above. Huge shots to connect, triple for Kelly, and Kush somehow survives. He was telepathically talking with his teammates. What's happening? But he reacts in the nick of time. Still, though, Delby has the blades. He's pretty deadly with this. And Kush with the operator. It's not only Delby or Noxy that can bring out the sniper in hand. It's also this man right here. Had to pick up the spike. One big flank from Tuge. Do they know? Are they aware? But Kush is hitting some mad shots right now. Tuge and Kush to remain. Lifeline, or life on the line. He's so low. He has so much utility. And Tuge doesn't really have to do anything other than just wait for his opponent. He didn't even see him! Tuge, no!
A tragedy! A calamity! Oh my goodness! The last breath has been drawn. An Alter Ego. They eliminate RRQ. They stand up, they pop off. They are happy with today's results. Once again, not the divine comedy that RRQ would have wanted to participate in. At least not at the end that they would want to be. Still a valiant effort, but where else can we go with this? Oh my goodness, Asarai with such an inspired effort on Split, but ultimately faltering in the other maps.
Oh man.
You hate to see it.
You hate to see it. He had everything in his pocket. 30 HP on Kush. And he actively looked for the man himself. He could have just waited for Kush to plant the spike first, so he had an idea where Kush might have lied. Oh, he had his back turned, man. That is,
man.
That is, yeah. I just feel the frustration right now there.
I was just reading all the stats there, and I have to say, and I mean this with the greatest respect, but there's still some sort of feeling of refinement that RRQ need to hit. That map pool is so incredibly shallow, but that just means that the depths of their drowning have been that much more emphasized, Asarai. Dear me.
Dear me indeed. And with that, RRQ are out of the tournament, and that will again give the qualification slots to Alter Ego. Congratulations to them, and again kudos to RRQ for a well fought out effort. Now we only have one more PH team that is fighting here. It's Team Secret, at least for the Filipino fans. We're gonna come back from a break, and when we do, it's the panel that will be talking about all of this. So guys, well, we'll be back after a short while.
Halo, nama gue Saibani Rahmat dari tim Boom Esports dari region Southeast Asia. Improve di Southeast Asia nanti. Tim yang menurut gue rival Boom Esports itu kayaknya Sersia, karena kita udah sering ketemu sekitar 4 kali. Terus Boom itu kalah 3 kali sama Sersia sendiri. Yang nggak sabar pengen gue ketemuin sih sebenarnya si Scary sih, karena dia termasuk player yang jago banget, pinter, sama gue pengen buktiin aja kalau Boom itu bisa menang di stage ini. Strategi Boom yang pasti kita bakal benerin kesalahan-kesalahan kita yang di Indonesia kemarin, fix mistake. Kita coba buat grinding lebih banyak karena kita ngerasa kita kalah AIM kemarin. Terus kita coba main gak takut lagi. Sama buat ngalahin Sersia mungkin kita bakal belajar dari kesalahan kita kemarin pas kita lawan di stage 1. Dan coba kayak nge-counter lah, jatuhnya jadi kayak ya belajar dari kesalahan dari stage kemarin. Halo buat semua sobat Boom Esports, tolong dukung Boom, sama jangan lupa nonton Boom di VCT Playoff di stage ini.
running in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking to placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind.
Alter Ego just bringing out their best self once more, especially here on this do or die match, taking home the victory for Indonesia. Valiant effort for RRQ, but alas, their APAC journey ends here. The brutality for today has begun. But once again, welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. It is Likeable, Trix, and Tash Bunny once again here on the panel. Ladies, where do we even begin? Because you know what? I'm checking out my notes over here, and Tash, let me tell you, all it says is Noxy B. Wilden.
That's the only thing you mentioned, and I don't disagree with you. In a lot of situations, Noxy, especially on the defense side, really came in clutch. He's great at anchoring the side, great at just getting those picks, and by the time his team already transitioned, or rather rotated over to the other side, he already is good for 2, good for 3, so his teammates are like, alright, thanks for doing all the work. You got this.
I mean, it's also kind of like when we watch Alter Ego playing, especially on that defender side, right? There's a lot of utility coming in, but it seems they're not afraid to take that damage. But they time it too. They don't just swing right away. They're just waiting on it, and then they peek. They get a kill, and then they hide. Even though they're low, they're like, okay, I got the man advantage. I got the advantage that my team needs. And that's the kind of aggression that I don't see as often for some teams. Like, they really want to play that retake. They want to wait it out. But Icebox is one of those maps where a man advantage is a lot of advantage for you yourself, because it removes one of the angles that the opponents are marking.
I gotta tell you, it's a little bit heartbreaking to look at the statistics over here, because RRQ had 0 objective wins. So Icebox, really brutal. It is ice cold over here. But again, it was Alter Ego with their crossfires, with the man advantage that they always forced every single round, which is what led to the victory that they had over here, and the absolute dominance and advantage that they had every single time. I mean, we talked about the utility synergy that was lacking on the side of RRQ Tricks, and I just really would have loved to see that they get more value out of the utility that they were throwing.
Yeah, the utility I felt could have been juggled better. And it just seemed that the timing of everything don't let AE get too much space. But I think Tash also has some opinions on this, no?
Yeah, so honestly, when you talk about utilities, we were just talking about that Viper wall in the beginning for AE in the first few rounds. We were just like, I thought that the wall looked a bit strange in the beginning from Axlovia, and then you mentioned that the wall was actually done either a little bit wrong on their side. I'm not too sure exactly, but we did see an adjustment there. But this is what Axlovia is so great at, and what I was questioning when it comes to RRQ. They got the space already, but it seemed like they overextended all the way to the back of site, where Axlovia did such a great job of holding. And because they lost some players over outside, they were down some man advantage when it comes to playing for those post plans. And a lot of situations as well, I feel like these overextensions, I know that they really want to secure all their angles, but it spreads them out a little bit too thin. And every time this back area here, they come and approach, Axlovia is already saying, it's fine, I'll just wait behind here, and I know you guys are gonna come to me. This aggressive sort of play is the idea that RRQ had in mind, but at the same time, I wouldn't call it an overheat, probably an over-aggression should say, was their downfall.
Yeah, the just wanting to take space is good, but you need to understand what is the important places to take and why they're important for you. So if you're trying to take all the way past screens, I'm wondering what RAQ is thinking by that. Is it because they have setups from there, or is it just that they want the advantage? Because if it's just that you want the advantage, it might not be worth possibly losing a few players there.
Well, we talked about Axlovia over here, but Del B being the series MVP over here, Tash, and I know that you have a lot to say because this guy has been absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you there, just because Del B has just been, on this map especially, I think he was made for his sort of playstyle. He's a very aggressive player, and every time you see him go on the aggressive, his teammates make him feel so comfortable that he can do these insane, really long range sort of jumps, updrafts as well as picks, and it's just been so impressive. And on top of that as well, every time he has to make an impact or make space, you really see him shining on attack, to the point that not only is he taking space, he's also chasing the other members of RRQ all the way to the backside. And this is a question for me, because I thought that if he were to go out to the backside, he might be punished for it the same way RRQ did. But the thing is, they didn't have, or they weren't ready for the crossfires like what AE had in the beginning.
Yeah. This is something that I do want to touch up on a little bit more for the teams that are going to be fighting AE in the future. Watch out for their sick crossfires, because it's always there. It's always either a buddy system or a trio system. Just expect it, that they'll always have the trade ready, or they'll always have the cross ready. Just, you gotta be ready for that. You gotta use your utility. You gotta be really wise, especially facing off a team like this that just does not allow the fights to always be like a 1v1 situation, right, Trix?
Yes, when you're looking at RIQ play, and I'm going to be a little critical here.
It's fine. Wait, okay. let me just hold on a little bit here. Trix, this is why we love you here on the panel, that you are critical, and I hope that the boys who are playing in this competition watch the panel, listen to you, and review their VODs, because that's what the panel is for us to be a little bit more critical and to just show you guys that, hey, maybe this is something that you could have done better. You know, don't be salty about it. Just hear it out and reflect, and if it doesn't apply to you, then that's fine.
So real quick for RQ, don't lose your advantage. You do well when you play a little more passively, more for the information. When you're on the eco rounds, you do fantastic. And it's because you have that communication up. You're using your utilities more. You're playing to your strengths. And when you overheat sometimes, when you overextend, it puts you on that back foot. So you want to constantly be having that advantage and think about what is the important spaces and what spaces just aren't worth the disadvantage.
This is the more of the kind of outside looking in perspective as well, because sometimes, you know, we're so immersed into the game, we're so immersed in our kind of playstyle, in our own thought bubble, that we fail to see some of the what do you call this, the more visible problems that we need to fix. And that's why I love having you girls here on the panel, because you're not afraid to speak out about it and just show the audience as well as everybody else who wants to learn that, hey, this is something that they could have done better. And the people who are watching can take notes and say, hey, that's true, that's a good point, and I can apply that to my own gameplay. That's it. Don't be apologetic over here. We got this. I don't think that there's any wrong opinion over this, because you see so many perspectives when it comes to Valorant. And I mean, you hear Raph all the time disagreeing with certain points, but then he validates it with his own perspective as well, which, it's just how it is. There's a lot of factors here on Valorant. So trust me, Trix, you don't need to apologize. We're all good over here.
It's getting heated, guys.
My apologies for taking that way too seriously. But hey, I am really excited for the next series.
Yes.
I mean, we always talk about this. We hype up Order, we hype up Boom Esports, and guess what? We're just about ready to get to see them. So with that, allow me to introduce the first team for this second series. This is a team that causes pandemonium. Their commitment to quality gameplay put them at the top of the Oceania region. But the question remains is if they have what it takes to make it on a global level. Hoping to proving their doubters wrong, here's Order. In the court. Oh, sorry, Tash. I wanted to intro a little bit.
Oh, wow.
Order in the court. Or should I say order in Valorant, Tash?
Honestly, I was going to throw something along those lines, so thank you for reading my mind. But coming back to this, Order is a team that really caught my eye the first time they started to play, especially since Conkers and Komodo was really hyping them up. They were really excited to see this team in particular to play. And once I saw them play against Team Secret, Oasis, I immediately understood. So seeing these players, they're all unique in their own ways. They're all very, I would say, very responsible with their own roles, and very aware of how to use their utilities and styles with the type of agents they play. So when it comes to teamwork as well, I think this team isn't lacking at all. When it comes to the crossfires, when it comes to moving together as a unit, they have it all down pat. It's almost very mechanical. Order is like literally a cog in a big machine of Order, and that's what really makes them tick. But coming against a team before this, which is Paper Rex, this is where I was really excited to see, because it felt like they had what it takes. But then after that, it felt like Paper Rex was just constantly putting a wrench into their plans, into how they play, and that is kind of a downside of not being as flexible with your strats, your game style, as well as your plays, because there are situations that they can go ahead forward when they're put in situations where they can't exactly play together. But in the situations that they feel like they have the advantage and they want to play together, then suddenly it's very rigid. And I really wish that it's more loose and very fluid, so they can adapt more to a lot of situations.
Well, I hope that they're able to put that flexibility to the test, especially as they face off a team that's proven before that they have what it takes to make it here in APAC. After all, being the top 4 across the region is no laughing matter. They have had a rocky start this time around this season, but that's not stopping them from getting to the top. Here's Boom Esports. You know, honestly speaking, I'm running out of ways to introduce Boom Esports. They're just so good that I feel like I've used all of the adjectives already in the dictionary just to describe this team. So Trix, why don't you go ahead and fill the blanks for us?
Boom Esports, I find to be a dynamic team. I don't think we've said that yet. You've got Berserks, you've Blaze King, Clipshooter, Frostmine, Tepital, all names that I find when I'm thinking of who I think is like the star player of Boom Esports or somebody to really look out for. I'm genuinely conflicted because I feel like each player performs so well. They're able to support each other, the way that they read the maps, the way that they read each other as well, the way that they've shown that they can adapt and adjust and constantly be changing. I feel that malleability in their plays can be their success. We have seen, however, that they have had some dicey games. They've had a few games where it seemed a little uncharacteristic of them in the way that they were playing. But I find in the current scenario of the series, we have Order, a team that seems to know what they want to do and like to do it, and then Boom, who know also what they want to do but don't mind changing.
That's an interesting perspective. So we do have a team that we feel like is a little bit too rigid, and then we have a team that offers a little bit more flexibility. So I'm interested in seeing how the rounds are gonna go, because again, when you have a team that's learning to really adapt to all of the situations that they're faced with, then you kind of see that they have the upper hand advantage here. And it also goes to show that Boom Esports has more experience, especially here on APAC, compared to Order. So I wonder if after that loss versus Paper Rex, have they gone through the VOD? I mean, of course they've gone through the VOD, but have they like really reflected, you know what, we were too rigid over here, we were too adept in our own ways, but facing Boom Esports coming up next, should we adjust more? What should we do? What should be happening? And I hope that they were able to answer those questions so that we get a really good match over here. But Tash, I'm sure that you have something to say about Boom Esports and Order, so here's your chance.
I mean, personally, I think that when it came to me actually putting in my predictions this morning, I was really questioning it because both teams are just as good as each other. Both teams are very adept in their agent capabilities and also very, very good when it came to using their playstyles and teamwork together. Now, the only difference is whether or not they can adapt to these situations on the fly, and I would give those adaptability to Boom Esports. Regardless, though, I think that them playing against Paper X was a massive learning experience. Going up against the best in APAC would give them this advantage coming into this day today, because you are able to get so much information and really look into your strats and how you play, which can be useful against Boom Esports.
Yes, it really can be. Now, we talk a lot about information over here on the show, and you know who provides those information? It's usually the initiators. And I'd like to shed some spotlight on some of the initiators from both of these teams in our head-to-head. So let's take a look at that right now. I am right. They're initiators, both of them. Right?
Yes,
Why was I not sure? Because
they're flexible roles.
Yeah, exactly. I was a little bit confused for a second. They're initiators, right? I've seen them on the initiators. Again, guys, I'm sorry. We've been on this broadcast for a very long period of time. We've seen all of these players perform and be flexible as best as they can be. But Trix, talk us down to these two guys, Blaze King and Maple.
Blaze King, we primarily see him on the Sova, while Maple we see him more on a secondary initiator role, but does play the Sova as well. So I would say Maple is maybe more flexible in terms of what Order is asking from him, and he's able to adapt and change for that. Blaze King, on the other hand, is one of those Sovas that I watch and I love to see. I feel like he gives so much space, so much information, and the ability to entry sites, which Boom relies on, because Boom Esports is one of those execution teams, while Order also executes the sites, but it's more like they're forcing the duels to the opponents. They're taking the duels to them and saying that they want to fight, while Boom, on the other hand, is hoping to constantly just get that advantage in any situation they're going in.
This is so tricky. I'm trying to think of how this is gonna go down, because you have these two incredible teams. I say that about every single team, but then again, everybody has their own strengths and weaknesses, and that's why all of these games are always so interesting, because you kind of want to see the clash of these strengths coming together. Like, how is it gonna, my strengths, how is it gonna affect the other team? Their strengths, how is it gonna affect me? It's how it really is most of the time. But the first strength that we will be seeing will reflect on the map vetoes, because you see some of these teams have the advantage on certain maps, which could possibly be banned by the other team, of course. So as we go over Order versus Boom Esports, I wonder what map is gonna be taken out first. Order has the first map veto over here, Tash, and across the board, it looks like they don't have a lot of difficulty in their maps. But again, they mostly have it in their region. So the experience here on APAC is very different.
I mean, when we look at track records for Order, it seems like they really shine on Breeze. And I think PaperX also agrees, because there we go. I think a lot of teams will agree with me, because we've seen their performance against Oasis, and not only are their anchors on that map so good, but also the way they're just very fluid and quick when it comes to not only taking space but also the rotations. Now, the next biggest map they can go for is Haven, and we can totally understand why, especially on RDW playing that really scary unshakable chamber. It's a situation that if, say, we put chamber or RDW on one side, that's already one side that we can eliminate from them being able to hit, and all we have to do is worry about the flanks or the lurks, which RDW can deal with as well.
We talked about this earlier, how both of these teams have actually lost to PaperX before, and what's interesting is that they also both lost to PaperX on Haven. So you talked about how they must have gotten some insight from that series, from that specific map, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be applying those as we go into Haven. But Split over here being the second map, and of course, as the decider, it is going to be is it Fracture? I was doing the process of elimination, a little bit lagging on my end. But hey, Trix, talk us down on what's about to go down in Fracture.
I am surprised actually that the decider map is Fracture. I really thought it was going to be Ascent.
Same.
So I'm actually not sure what to expect.
This is Boom's This is Boom's, right? Yes. I mean, the only thing I can think of is that Boom has the same mindset as those teams who really master Fracture early. Is those wildcard situations where if, say, that we really need a map we can shine in, and it's a map that not a lot of teams have actually mastered, it's gonna be Fracture. So if Boom is really that confident on that map, kind of like what I saw from Team SMG, the female team on Game Changers, this may just be the map that will swing the tides.
Let me just tell you that you're talking about the same mindset. They've also ran the same compositions over at Fracture, so that is very. Was that what you were gonna bring up also, Trix?
It was.
Isn't that such a sync over here on the panel? Well, since our insight over here, Trix, is kind of in sync, maybe our predictions will be too. So why don't you go ahead and tell me what your prediction for this series is gonna be?
I love watching both teams. This is very difficult for me because based on just analytics, you can tell that both teams have a good shot at this match, and it really depends on what they have learned up to now. So I am going to put my prediction on Boom Esports.
Oh, you see this? This is the, you know, the ET thing. We're in sync. Yeah. It's not. Ooh, guys, it's not.
We saw your eyes kind of cross when you doing that.
But yes, I'm also predicting for Boom Esports. Their development since the play-in has been phenomenal, and I mean, track record shows that they've done this before. They're the residents over here on APAC, and they absolutely want to do that all over again. And I trust these boys. Maybe it's like this motherly side to me that I always have the favor towards the play-ins guys. But I just think that Boom Esports has this. They are the ones who have more experience on the scene, and I think that experience really pays off in the long run. But Tash, you're the decider for the predictions over here. Let us know.
I want to see a Cinderella run. Give me order. Give me an order of a large Cinderella run. Bring
I thought
it
you were
all
gonna
the way to
mention
the end.
food again. I thought you were gonna mention food again.
I think Order has been phenomenal, and honestly, I was not sure what to expect, which is why I keep talking to Komodo and Konki about it. That what am I going to expect from Order? What am I going to see? And they just tell us that it's going to be good. It's a surprise, and
It's a
they're
wait and see
solid team
moment.
from OCE.
Yeah, they honestly are. And I think with the addition of RDW, because he really shone when he was on Bonkers last stage, and I think him on Order with very, very more capable teammates that he is not only able to support, but is able to support him as well, really made a lot of difference. So I'm really excited to see this match. I love a good Cinderella run, but at the same time, Boom Esports' I would say their empire, or rather their rep, can precede them. So to me, I feel like it's gonna go a 2-1.
Wait, I'm so
I
sorry. There's already chaos in my own household. My dogs are wilding right now. I think that maybe that's a sign that chaos is in order. Chaos is gonna be happening, and you know, whenever there's chaos, there's order. So I'm not changing my prediction. I'm just saying that I think the universe is giving us signs right now. I don't know. I really don't. But there you go, guys. The predictions have been locked in. We really don't know what direction this is going to be going. It's 2-for-1 across these teams for prediction. And I know that you guys watching, especially over at Twitch, you guys have your own version of the predictions. So I hope that you guys were able to lock that in, because it's just so much fun when something is kind of on the line and you watch and you're like cheering these teams a little bit more because you want your prediction to be true. It's been so much fun here on the panel. But as I say that, we're going to go head on over to Haven, girls, and we're going to be seeing what kind of composition these guys are going to be bringing onto the table. I don't think these guys have run the usual favorite of Trix, which is the Fade Sky. But as long as there is a Sky in the team, I think that Trix is happy.
Are we never going to let this go
No,
on the panel?
no.
Okay, I'm just checking. Well, you know, looking at the lineup that Order's coming up with, we see that this is a lineup that is tried and tested for them, as well as for Boom Esports. So we know that both of these teams are going in with those lineups that are comfortable, which they can play around, and which they know the limitations of themselves and their teammates.
I feel like for Ronsky, him on the Jet, especially on this map, works so well, especially as his speed comes through in terms of like getting those picks. We know that he can be really a sharpshooter, just popping heads left and right. But as for Berserks, being on the Neon, I always say that it's just great for those flanks, and a map like Haven is definitely made for these things. And I think that's where the Chamber does come into play. It does catch the Neon off guard. But at the same time, if you're able to avoid those traps, it can be huge.
In case you guys have not noticed, this is a staple for Boom Esports. The Neon Breach combo. You'll see them run it on Bind, Haven, Split, even on Fracture. It's just something that they're really comfortable with. I know you guys are probably looking at the stats and you're like, hey, that's a good point. And they sneak in Chamber there as well. So it's very interesting how they've mastered this type of composition to a science, to a point that they're able to run it across different maps. Now, I'm excited to see the stuns come in, the concuss, all of the information being denied as well. It's just so good. Oh my god, I love Haven. Even though we see it pop up almost every single series. It's just that with this being a staple map as well, you need to get a little bit more creative every single time you play it. Otherwise, the enemy is definitely gonna get a good read on you.
I mean, if we look at trends coming in from a lot of teams, not much changes have come in when it comes to agent lineups. It's usually those usual picks such as the Breach, such as the Chamber, but at the same time, it also comes down to execution. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have a similar lineup. You will be playing a very, I would say, predictable pace. Predictable-wise, I'm kind of like giving that to Order since they're kind of like mechanical. They like to play in a very orderly fashion. But if, say, Boom can like kind of cut that predictability out of the way, it's gonna force them into a more creative situation, which I'm really looking forward to seeing.
Yes. Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I need to take a deep breath. Take a deep breath with me, girls. Because this game is gonna be so intense. I can feel it in the atmosphere. My dogs can feel it too. And I'm sure that the people who are watching are starting to feel it too. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's move into map number 1 for Boom Esports versus Order.
Welcome to the APAC neighborhood. The old guards, some old neighbors on one side, the new kids on the block on the other. But the thing is, only one can move into the playoffs. And will it be Boom Esports or Order? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Final day of the group stage. We're working on a Monday and we're getting Valorant action here in APAC on that same day. Dax here with Black and Blue, and this is gonna be exciting. Boom Esports versus Order. Let's start with Order, man. Big splash into the APAC scene. The boys from OC, the boys from Down Under, looking to go up above the rest of the field. But they have been humbled by Paper Rex, who have shown that they are completely different beasts. And on the other side now, waiting them is, I'd say, a resurgent Boom Esports who has found their form specifically in this tournament.
But that could be the point of contention here, Dax, where they shouldn't be finding their form in this tournament because people were expecting them to be that #1 team. Now, it doesn't go their way, but Boom, to be fair, have been looking a lot better than the last time we saw them around during APAC, but they've always looked very impressive. It's Order I'm also impressed by because, let's face it, we were looking to see what they could bring to that LCQ, and they never got that shot. But once they came on here, especially in their opening match of the group stages versus a team like Oasis, they really proved that they're here to play and they're here to shine. They have a real good chance of making it into the playoffs, joining Paper Rex in their group. Now, speaking of Paper Rex, this is a team that both of these teams went through here in this group stage. They both played Haven, and they both shared a similar fate, 8-13 in favor of Paper Rex. So for us to start on Haven for this opening map, I think is going to be a very big momentum changer, and whoever can take it.
Yeah, it just feels like, okay, Paper Rex, that's a completely different beast, the giant of APAC right now, looking to run for the crown. But Boom and Order, they both have something to absolutely prove. And in all honesty, both Boom and Order have proven their worth thanks to that Paper Rex match. Order has shown that, okay, we can still look mortal, we can make these mistakes, but we can contest with the best of them. And that's why that Haven map against Paper Rex was so high octane. In the meantime, Boom Esports, many an adjustment, individual players stepping on up when they need to the most. And it really feels like it's more of a return to form for Boom, not as a whole just, but also individuals finding their markers and finding the shots that they need. Flip to their zone, getting the hell away. Ronski, quick entry, but Frostmine on the inside! And a smoke criminal to start things off. Berserks is there too. They get the first 2 frags from the side of Boom, and as Order tried to push towards that C side, they were pulled away by the presence of Boom.
Repelled here on the defensive side from Charlie, but it's the A site that it seems like Order want to try and aggress. Texas made his way here towards A-Link. He's been spied out though. Shot from behind by Flipjitter, a second in the round. And that's going to send Order down to a 4v2. Double the man advantage, and Boom Esports here can take this. They can get the spike planted down, but you see them want to push aggressively for more control, just to maybe get an early pickoff here. But Blaze King, he's got more than enough utility to make sure that doesn't come to pass. The Trailblazer here to lead the way, and Templeton will follow up on anything he finds. That connects. Luckily here for Order, they've got that rendezvous in RDW, but they're pushing it to the side. Perfect flashes. RD finds one, but Berserks caps off the round with a third. That's the opening pistol going in Boom's way.
Yeah, they flush out the competition. All those corners checked as much as possible. And for Boom Esports, that's the beauty of running the Sky right now rather than the Sova. They mix things up. I believe they change what Blaze King plays dependent on the opposition that they're facing. And they know how Order is going to play this. They're going to hard entry with Ronsky. They're going to see if they can make that space. And then later on, there's always a plan B, a plan C for Order if their jet entry doesn't work, and they rotated accordingly. But Boom Esports, they know how to take advantage of that fact. They will use those ways to manage those corners as much as possible in Black and Blue. They don't need the hard intel of the Sova. They just need the flash or the concuss so they can peek towards it. So confidence right now from Boom Esports. Berserks, they're halfway to the overdrive. And I think that's one point we could talk about right now. While it is a better buy here for Boom, Berserks has been a bit hit or miss, to say the least. There are games where he goes big, there are other games that he goes home, and it does feel like if he can get back to the form that we know from him, especially from previous outings, then it's gonna be even better for Boom, because that was the same case for Flipster, same case for Blaze King, Tepotol, Frostmine, and we saw it also at the tail end of that Paper Rex matchup for Berserks. So it seems like it's all about improving step by step, one by one for Boom, as Order on the flip side, planting towards B.
We see this a lot from Order, where they prefer to plant towards the A-link side of this B site and control that A-link to stop any counter pushes coming from that side of the site. Now, Berserks, this shouldn't be a big problem for Boom at all. I mean, they have a decent setup here, but with the Spectres picked up by Order, they can do some damage, especially here from Disco. He finds that one, but Texta going big to find a second. It's Flipster with a judge to shut things down. The third in the round. There's no way Texta can find any much more as the fourth goes here to Flipster. The second round secured, but made quite costly, and not a bad eco, all things considered here for the Order side.
I think it's pretty decent, actually.
Yeah.
I love that forward position that Order took towards ceiling. They had the Spectre in hand, backside also being covered. And you can never underestimate the lethality of a squad like Order. I think the biggest thing that they've proven right now as they came into the APAC scene is that they can handle really that raw aim, that raw game that we see a lot from SEA especially. I think that was the biggest concern moving forward. OCE plays with OCE. Oceania is just its own pond, and they're able to play against each other. But how will they stack up against a very chaotic SEA region wherein many rounds can actually devolve into just shooting each other and reacting as quickly as possible? And while SEA as a whole has moved away from that, has become more, I'd say, eloquent at the executions as much as possible, it still was the question coming forward. And Order, they had a resounding answer against Oasis. They also showed their moxie versus Paper Rex. So it really feels like Order is in a place where I'd say Black and Blue that they belong in. They belong in APAC. They belong to play against SEA. They can play against South Asia. And it just goes to show that it's been a long time coming for Order to be in this situation. But the one step they want to do better than their previous peers is to make it to the playoffs. Because we remember that last time an OCE team was here, Bonkers, it was an Indonesian team that prevented them from making it to the top 8.
Very true. We're potentially seeing here the OCE side kind of get like revenge for their fellow mates that did go down last time around in Bonkers, but I guess what we were expecting, right, from the rest of the scene here, like the teams like Order, was a bit more, I guess, just disarray sometimes. But then we were surprised at just how structured and how, well, for lack of a better term, orderly they came into the scene and they came into this tournament, and they really proved that there is something really special that the OCE scene has got, especially with a team like Order, to be that standout performer and just, I guess, make a good case of why they are a very real region to fear here in APAC. Indonesia, though, they've been always one of the most powerhouse regions, while there might be other sub-regions in SEA and APAC like Thailand and MYSG that have higher results. At the end of it, the consistency of the amount of high-level teams that Indonesia is putting out, like Boom, like Onyx, and all that, is just incredible. And this is going to be a case in that if we're going to see a bonus to be converted here by Boom, although a bunch of them mere pistols is all they've got. Order trying to take his garage control, but with a judge, he's going to make it much more difficult. Berserk's only good for one, but that's a big to find Bronski.
No, I'm surprised he even got that one. The fault line into play, and well played by Berserks to actually chase after the entry there. But the gun advantage is clear, and Order now looking to find their core towards C-side. Shots will connect there from Frostbite. RD Telly getting away with that one, but here comes Blaze King, and down goes the crown. Disco making the trade work. And a standard catch here by Order. This is how they want to play towards that C-side. Just move on in after the space and advance as far as possible. Nice flash now from Disco. Maple also looking to do the same thing, but flips to dirt. Headhunter in hand, ready with a tour de force. Not the round to use it, and not the round it will come out from. Texta with that final take, and at least the rifle round one out here by Order. Not a bad bonus for Boom, all things considered. And it really proves that this series is, I'd say, less of a wash, more of a matchup. And it's because of the journeys of both Boom and Order. Order getting a taste of SEA, of APAC, and Boom, from the play-ins to the group stage, have just gotten better and better. I really feel like for Boom Esports, getting that third seed was a blessing in disguise in a way, because they really needed to make sure they were back to being the Boom Esports that we knew and love in APAC. And it took them a while in the play-ins. They found that form, and it's the same case here for the group stage. Let's see if they can continue now, as Boom does have the rifles, and Order quick plant straight through the middle.
Yeah, and having that kind of warm-up time throughout the play-ins will help their case out to get their heads in the game here right now, and that's what they have to do in this retake. A quick and hasty plant towards that B site, and Boom Esports on the retake. Flipshooter could catch out Ronsky, and that he does, giving them the advantage. Now they've got the Rolling Thunder to throw out because of that pressure. In Order, they're going to try and utilize this space that they've taken, but here with the wall, the defuse trying to be stuck. They get the half at the very least, and RDW able to line up two. Blaze King and Templeton fall, but he's going to find the third on the defusing Berserks. Texta will find the last one, and so will RDW. A huge round here for Order, and RD to get this one easily. 2-2, they tie the game up.
He put that one down, and he made sure he cradled that to the absolute grave. 2-2 now, and RDW just holding as close as possible. I think it's just a little too ambitious, in all honesty, for Boom to try and make that plant go down. Berserk's getting there halfway, and that could have been the body block. Flips they're getting annoyed by the paranoia, getting scared off, but at the same time, it just was so contentious there. And perhaps Boom, they could have used that round to contest instead, knowing the fact they have the stuns, they have the flashes, and they have a lot of those utilities to work with. But a timeout is called by Order. They're realizing, okay, we're winning these rounds, but what's going on with our entry? Why is Ronsky getting caught on out? And we know how much of an incredible player Ronsky is. Seeing him with a 0-4 scoreline this early on is already worrying for Order, and it just means that Boom Esports is doing something right at the start. They're finding ways to counteract his push. They're finding ways to have the precognition of where he's coming from. And it does throw a big wrench in the plans of Order, because that first cut is so essential to make their lives even easier coming into the next few rounds.
To make these tasks a bit more doable, manageable, is going to be a big point for them. Now here on the defensive side, Boom, they're going to need that. I think Flipjitter used his tour de force in that previous round, but also bought a rifle. Now he doesn't have much to utilize. Here comes out, though. Lightning Fingers overdrive here from Berserks, but he has to be careful not to overheat in this stead, too. Both relay bolts have been thrown out, and Texa finds a free kill here on the Blaze King. Trying to push towards the sewers. No follow-up there from Flipjitter just yet. Biding his time, waiting for a better opportunity to try and maybe get a frag for himself as well. It's now Boom Esports. They push themselves forward, but what do they do with it? Oh, that Rendezvous has been hurt. He goes for the peak, but back off safely for the meantime. They're coming towards his A side with Maple. Waiting here towards B. He's going to sweeten up the pie. In Order looking to get the third round here. TP behind him. Frostmind anticipating that. And Ronsky's going to go down, but RDW, he's going to get the check here in the Flipjitter. It's a 1v3. Now Frostmind, he's got a rifle to work with. Texa's crawling up behind him, though. The fault line connects Dex, and unless we get some really crazy heroics here. Yeah, that's it. Texta. Yeah. He gets the job done, sends the message, and Order get a third.
Yeah, textbook from Texta. If it's not Ronsky or RDW on the lurk, it's Texta. And more often than not, I actually see Texta doing that lurk card as much as possible. It started with Maple, though, actually playing into the middle. And as soon as he falls, Order's just like, we love playing that lurk. We love playing the off angle. And why not? I'm gonna go back onto it, guys. Texta made that call, and Texta made it work. The rifles now this time from Boom into play. Hopefully, though, we get to see them contesting the firefights more so compared to the last time around. Guiding light to start things off. Utilities here to try and psych out the competition. Fake flash even right now being used by Maple, but a crossfire, the discipline from Berserks, as well as his counterpart, his teammate Flipster, able to just keep this B side absolutely in check. Berserk right now with Barrage getting to rush on in from Flipster. Maple now with the punish, and the Seekers now, the Cabbages looking to find someone to include into the salad. But beyond that, it's now again navigation towards the site. Here comes Sneaky Boy Texta. hoodie on hand, trying to make it through. But the problem here, Black and Blue, the spike is smack dab in the middle, and Order is gonna need another angle of attack here, an opportunity. Frostmind looking to shut it down.
They're spreading out, but I'm hoping they're not spreading themselves thin. They
nice.
take the spike with that from the shadows. Frostmind finds Disco though. 4v2 is still quite doable. Maple lurking here towards the garage to try and double dip. It's Berserks to find that kill. It's all on the Texto once more this time around. The opposing Omen. And this could be a third round here for Boom. They know he's towards B long. It is planted for Texto, but still gonna be hard to deny. Sprays through, but Frostmind really following the tracers, catching Texta, and that's a third round here for Boom. I like the wall thrown up by Berserks. A lot of times you don't see that neon wall used defensively, they use it to initiate, but in this case that was a real perfect use for that. An instant smoke that you can put up that does small damage, well, used to at least, and then it will allow at least the rest of Boom to try and win out that utility shuffle towards that B main position, and in that case, they won it. And it really made things so much more difficult for Order to merely retrieve the spike.
It's crazy to think that the Indonesian scene has really embraced the neon. And I'm gonna call out the Filipino scene, guys. That's the Filipino agent. And we don't use it as much. The Indos do it even better, and it really goes to show that they understand that they can utilize those walls very efficiently on both the attack and defending sides. Very strong on the quick retake, very effective in the right hands. A slide on in from Berserks though as he plays the aggression, but Order this time anticipating and hearing those footsteps. The high year though to get on away. Ronski though, he wants to chase after the opposition, and Berserks, they can actually again leave this site behind and go for the retake with the fast lane in hand. That's why Berserks still has it available, and it goes to show here, my friend, that maybe some people experimenting with Viper, trying to see if that toxic screen can work, didn't really need that kind of control on a map like this, but just having that extra avenue, having that thick wall that can go the distance and help you just half the site, it really can make waves. And Boom, looking to utilize that. Bronski though caught out here by Frostmind despite the fault line. Just a smidge too late. Order now coming their way. Paranoia into play, and Berserk's getting back into cover. Trying to get away. Frostmind does with a shrouded step. Berserk's still over the corner, will get the takeout. Maple now will fall. RDW toward the force. Berserk's finding one more, but it's 2v2 after everything is said and done. Retake right now for Boom, and they're one away from the Rolling Thunder if Tebotol can get that kill.
He's gonna have to find it first. Guiding light out here to try and find a way to get themselves within, but Tebotol, he's been found here. RDW, a second kill goes his way, in Order holding things down in the post plant and initiating in the mosh pit. They come out unscathed for the most part. 4-3 as it's Boom here now in much worse economic states. Frostmind, he had a great job to initiate things here and maybe buy some time, but with his paranoia missing Maple, who was already out of garage, that allowed Maple and the rest of Order to be able to seize that back site without really Boom expecting him to be as close as he was. And in that post plant, the tour de force is just so difficult to try and shut down if you're not able to use utility and flush it out.
I mean, on one side we saw fast lane value, but on the other we saw RDW. He's not the flashiest player, but I really feel like he's so reliable in a pinch. His aim is one of the truest that you can have here. It's like he has a true shot aura all the time, and it really proves here for the side of Order that when they have that backline in position towards that C site, towards any site rather, they can get the job done as soon as possible. And case in point, RDW does not miss. Headshot connects over Flipshooter, who makes that journey towards the grass and stain those blades with a crimson hue. And Ronski now in the backline too. So a bit of the backstab looking to be the possibility. Maple though finding Blaze King and opens up that A site. Boom is just trying to find anywhere to get a pick, but it's just not happening. Order is too efficient and too precise for those kind of antics. It should be now a 5-3 scoreline. Frostmind, the only one left, but hold that thoughts. At least gets one. The rest of Order now following suit. They want to avenge the fallen. They know that their teammate died to his hands. And RDW is right there to catch the final kill. Even with the spike down for more money, Order building up the back, the economy, and the momentum now to try and start running away with this game.
This is their map pick here, Order. It's a map that both teams have been proficient at, but especially Order. The one time we've seen them this entire stage, or even this entire, half a year, really falter in was against Paper Rex, so that's a bit of an outlier, but for the most part they've been very proficient at winning every time they go on the Haven, so this is a map that Order are expected to win, but I want to see it done convincingly. I'm looking here to see if Boom can answer back as well. The operator from Flipjitter could be that response that they're looking for, and let this Flipjitter know if he left clicks right now, he's probably going to find a free kill, but it doesn't come his way. The timing or the anticipation, not there. Trailblazer to find that information. It does spot him out, gonna force him back, but no, Ronski falls into it, but gets a kill on the Flipjitter. He pushes with that Trailblazer, and Flipjitter not expecting the aggression with the blades here. So Berserks, he's gonna have a big job to do, really, the B-side hold, because this is gonna be big. RDW finds that kill. They have the spike here trapped towards that bottom mid position. Got a Rolling Thunder to throw out, but Blaze King, he gets a kill on the Maple. Huge pick for them to drop that spike.
It just seems like Boom is trying to scare off the competition with the smokes as much as possible because it's the fastest most is strong. The dark cover though, Wild Go just disregarded, and Frostmine and Blaze King disregarding the rest of the opposition as much as possible. All left now to Texta, who has made his way towards the garage. The sneaky boy himself trying to find another target. Frostmine though unable to hit that first shot, and Texta will punish him accordingly. Still though, it's a hard task to spike all the way in the window. He's gonna need to get these frags as soon as possible, and Tebotol and Blaze King, perhaps a double peek waiting to happen. It's all about timing here though. 14 seconds left, making that noise and smack dab in the middle. It's Tebotol with that Monday night smackdown. 4-5 now, Boom, one away from tying things up. And when it looked to be a good start for Order, Boom finding ways again to just stop their push in its tracks.
Seems like he wanted to cut noise there, but I guess he wasn't sure where exactly the hold could have been. They maybe would have expected kind of a window hold within that window from Boom. That's why he didn't use much utility to try and, you know, TP in or clear it that way, but doesn't come for Order as they use here, Boom, that Rolling Thunder just to make sure that they can shut down that Blades from Ronski, realizing and respecting really the potency of it. But the fault line here is going to stop them in their tracks for the meantime. They can sense his heavy hold coming in, but the fault line doesn't connect on Order's side. The flash will though, and that forces Flipjitter out of this committed position. He can fall back, but the counter flash has to come here from Blaze King because they're right up their alley, very close. Ronski finds his opening kill on Tebotol, and out his sight is theirs. They've taken him down. 2 kills goes Order's way, and Boom Esports are struggling. This might be a save call. It's looking to be the case. Flipjitter has an up. He's gonna find that one, but this round is done. A 6th round here for Order.
Yeah, nice kill by Flipjitter, but in the end, that was just mass hysteria being inflicted by Order towards that A side. You saw Blaze King couldn't decide where to look. Was he still gonna hold towards long? Was he gonna hold towards short? Was he gonna peek above him after hearing that updraft? In the end, couldn't make that choice matter. Order with the overrun. And the combinations from Order just so effective at getting the side that they want. That A-long, heavy-handed approach, courtesy of Disco, the speed from Ronski. It really is just the plan of action that Order has. And I think this is the perfect time to discuss this. Order have shown that they can run this specific jet chamber composition to an absolute T. They always have a plan A. They always have a plan B to F to G, basically. They always will look for those opportunities after those first kills. And that's what makes them an effective team. Now, I think the question lies in, how does the other team handle that? And what are the ways that Boom Esports can mitigate that kind of pace-making play? We've seen it from Berserks, we've seen it from the utilities that the Sky and the Breach can have, but when Order is already in their faces, or in this case, above and behind them, Boom is just thrown for a loop and cannot handle the pressure.
What it seemed like there was Boom were a step behind, and literally, they were expecting this to be a step-by-step take where, okay, step 1, take A long, and then step 2, set to be able to take the A site from Order. But no, Order, after they took A long, they just went straight to step 2 without setting themselves, without pausing, and you saw that Boom, they were anticipating that pause, they were anticipating that set with the flash being prepared, but Tebotol gets an opening kill here, but somehow Frostmine not able to get the kill on the Maple. Down very low though, and Berserks, he's got this wall to try and keep him at bay, but they know where he is. No more relay bolts to try and keep them from pushing him, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Maple still here with low HP, gets a second kill in the round. Trailblazer try and find that it connects, but he gets found by the opposing dog. Okay, he gets bitten, and it's going to smite him. Blaze King finds a second in the round. He's got those Seekers to try and find out where exactly RDW is. The post plant here, so much more difficult now for RDW to try and win out in this clutch. Guiding Light to force him off of the angle, and Blaze King's playing protection. He's going to kill him as well, too, taking him down. And Boom Esports, a dire situation and round that somehow they turned back, and it all kicked off after Blaze King found that opening pick with a mere Trailblazer.
Maple's gonna need to go to the doctor after that one, get a shot for anti-rabies real quick. And I truly thought the spirit of the forest was with Maple, because that was an incredible Seeker's pop that caught out the lurk there into the cubby. But after Blaze King gets that kill, they were just so confident to get on site. The lack of presence there from Order after the frags, allowing them to hold towards the platform and more. And Boom Esports, I'm telling you, man, it's the utilities that can win them out in the game. But they also had a better anticipation towards C side. It does feel like their C defense is a lot more efficient compared to their A defense against the speed of Order. And case in point now, Order's already knocking on their doorstep. Morrissey coming in from the sewers. But Blaze King! That is stellar for the protection! Blaze King is not done! Regal gameplay here from the sky! And just bow down to the hand of Blaze King yet again. Flips to there though. Oh!
Did I see a shadow? He says, what was that that crossed my eyes?
It's like, wait a minute!
That was a Scooby-Doo moment right there from Texta.
Oh, but flips to there. He's not gonna miss twice. There you have it. This time, he is able to unmask the opposition. And Disco says, nope, never mind. I got a clue there. I don't want to be a Scooby snack to the opposition. RDW looking to regroup, but this is just looking very more convincing from the side of Boom Esports. If they can stop that first push, if they can stop that first contact, the double-edged sword of Order will fall on their own chest instead. And now in the garage, this will be the Burla Mound of Disco and RDW. Tebatal just brewing up a bit of tea there in the end, and we are tied up as we move to the second half.
And to slow down the pace here of Order near that end of the second half, to be able to get a few rounds in a row is really going to make things much more difficult. A blunted knife is more dangerous than a sharp one, Dax, especially against your own person. And here for Boom Esports, once they finally cemented themselves 6-6 at the end of this first half, especially that it was on the defensive side, that's a pretty good half for them to have. And Blaze King, so important to this team. I've always said that on this Boom Esports roster, he has been, in my personal opinion, ever since year one, the best player because of maybe not the quantity of what he gets, but really the quality of how much he can plug in those holes that sometimes are left open. But Order, still, good attacking round from them. I like when they're able to set the pace and really push themselves forward, and I'm looking to see that here on the defensive side as well sometimes, because throughout this entire APAC stage versus Oasis versus Paper Rex, the best rounds of Order are when they go ham and when they go aggressive and really throw off the timings of a lot of these SEA teams who, once again, expect the set before exploding on the site. But Order, sometimes once they get that control, like maybe towards A long, they just go right in, and it throws off the timing of the defenders within the site who are maybe preparing a flash or a recon or some piece of utility and don't expect them to be that up close already. So if Order can play off of that same sentiment and throw off the timings here of Boom on the defensive side this time, then they've got a real chance to take their map pick.
You know, I'm gonna be real with you real quick. Truth be told, I think for Order, that was already a relatively good first half. Because you look at Ronski's scoreline right now, he has died 12 times, he has only gotten these 3 kills. And it's not that, you know, they live and die by Ronski, right? There's a reason why that Order core is still there. There's a reason why RDW is at top. But it just proves to us right now that Order is a team that has so many backup plans. And when the Ronski assault doesn't work out for them, they're gonna have these lurks, they're gonna have these angles, they're gonna have clutch players like RDW and Maple to get the job done anyway. So it's a proof that they're a bit more well-rounded than at first glance what people may expect. But at the same time, this is already good evidence on the side of Boom of how they've been mitigating the primary playstyle of Order as much as possible. This is looking to be quite a banger of a series because, again, Boom Esports is playing to the expectations we've had for them coming in to the APAC Challengers. And Order as well Overhype? No, all the hype already. You can see how these guys can play, how these guys can contest the best and the most experienced teams this side of APAC. And you are in for a treat if you guys are tuning in right now. But Maple, what's he looking at?
He's playing anti-flash here right now.
Yeah,
in case
I
he
can
doesn't
see
get
that.
flash. But what I'm curious about is that it's Maple who's playing this close and not the Chamber, which you would kind of expect RDW to be able to play that close because he can rendezvous out if in case anything does happen. In this case, it will allow him to pop flash, but Berserks, they're going to anticipate that push. They know this play. It's been tried and tested and studied real well. And that's going to be a very telltale sign of what was happening there. So relay bolt on out to the backside. He's going to try and fall back, but even with the headhunter, can't find Berserk, who just slides into place. And the rest here of Boom Esports taking down Order within the site. Extol, final player to go down, and that's a very convincing, almost effortless round here from Boom on the pistol.
And Boom looking so lethal right now. This time we can talk about the other duelists in the field, Berserks. Him top fragging for the roster, getting back to the form that he was known from, especially on that Alter Ego roster back then. That's exactly what Boom needs against a powerhouse like Order. They need to be able to fight sword for sword, basically, and just the anticipation of Boom Esports understanding how those flash plays work in the first place, the extra space that they get courtesy of the Neon, rather than just the burst speed of the Jets. It does seem like that Boom Esports is able to set a more consistent pace, to say the least. It isn't as sudden impact compared to what Order has done, but you know that this train will not stop at this station for Boom Esports. They will go for that site. They will do it as hastily as possible and as grouped up as can be. They have the gun advantage right now. Berserk's also with the Bulldog. It's a bit of a scouting here, and perhaps we look versus this Chamber matchup right now. Flipshider versus RDW. Tries to line up the headshot, but Flipshider, a wider swing than expected. And effective enough to get that takedown. Good call here for the side of Boom to go towards that C site because it's more open now than not. Disco will fall. Dexa will die too, and Flipshider racking up these kills to try and build that tour de force. Nice backstab though from Ronsky, at least finding Blade's King. And really, him swinging yet again, but Flipshider will catch him in the act. Avenge the Fallen. Yet at least some retribution for His Majesty. And this should be Boom taking this round yet again here, Black and Blue.
Yeah, nothing Maple can really do here. Not against Frostmind, anticipating that angle and holding it off the flank. It's Boom Esports, I guess, second round here, convincing anti-eco, but can their bonus be as well? I really like that they started that round by kind of chilling down. Even with a weapons advantage, they realize that, hey, Order on these type of rounds love to push, especially towards mid here on Haven. And knowing that information, they hold off of it, anticipating maybe if these guys are going to do that, but it doesn't come. And that is their signal to be like, okay, let's try and pick and prod and see what we can find. In that case, good anti-eco, but the bonus once more has to be a very different tale. In this case, Order trying to push towards that A-long position early on, but no one's defending that B site. Little do they know, it's ripe for the taking here, Boom. And now they do. They push all the way here towards the back of CT. He's made his way towards that C site garage, and Berserk with the Bulldog, he bites ever so deadlier than his bark. They've taken the C site from the most unorthodox of positions.
Oh man, as cool as that, the man can buy this points. Weapon Berserk's ready for action, and immediately Order will have to respect that. We're just done with this round. After those two kills, nice navigation there from the side of Boom. They just implied that presence forward, and Berserk just swoops in to the surprise of Order. They didn't expect that Boom Esports would take a page out of their own playbook. But Berserk is having the game of his life right now, and what better time than to try and make it to that top 8 Order, though. It's all about some of these kills at the very least. RDW. Can he get another takedown here? Ronsky hiding in the spawn. RDW on the board. Ronsky with a second one! So do they even have that time to make it towards that C side? But seems like, though, that there will be gunned down instead. They saw a glimmer of hope, but it just got snuffed out by the other angles of Boom. And it's 9-6. Bonus has been won. They got the frags that they need, and Boom is swimming in cash-in points right now here, my friend.
They didn't realize that someone pushed up all the way towards B. Now, there was a trademark there from the B main entrance, but because of that wall placed here by the Neon, by Berserks coming from Boom Esports, that was able to just block the vision off of that trademark and completely bypassing it without realizing here, Order, that they've been hacked and they've been sieged already. From that back flank, Berserk's made full utilization of what he's got. It's anger all around. And Texta, he's gonna be in a tough spot. Maple falls down the first one. Texta is able to fall back for the meantime, but also goes down in the end. This is 2v3 settles here. In order, struggling. Disco gets that kill. Ronsky can actually find one with the blades if he gets the proper timing here on the Flip Jadder, but he's given himself away, and now Flip Jadder knows where to pincer. But still, Ronsky, he can do no wrong. He lands a shot, and Disco, if he can find the kill, that would be huge, but he's crawled his way up, and Ronsky going big! He finds a third in the round! Frostmine finds Disco, 1v1! He's positioned himself here towards the garage, but with the blades, they don't connect within the air! Frostmine, he's got a TP to try and reposition himself. Half defuse, already stuck. He's calling his bluff, but he's gonna get the round. The defuse right in his face. Ronsky makes it happen. 9-7 somehow stolen away from Boom.
Oh man, he hit that double down and got that 21, man. Blade Storm out and about, and it's just jackpot time from Ronsky. You said it yourself, he can do no wrong. He had the right call again and again and again. From the blades to the defuse, this was just the Ronsky experience. And this was crazy. Berserks was backing away into cover, and he still hits the head with the right blade. And not only that, he scared off Frostmine enough with his presence, with his imposition, and Order again getting back into the thick of things with a star of the show absolutely shining as brilliant as possible. But here we go again, Ronsky now, he's feeling it. He wants to contest, wants for conflict. Perhaps contact here towards Blaze King and Berserks. Up top the boxes though, does Boom anticipate this in the first place? The problem right now is since they don't have that Sova. Oh, the drop down from Ronsky. He made that noise. Boom. Actually just gonna go for the hold instead. But what a round from Ronsky. He has been the OCE MVP for so long already. A highlight reel in the making, basically. And RDW, not one to be overshadowed. You have to remember his name and his aim. Berserks goes down. Boom Esports already backing on away, and this is just fear itself here, my friend. Boom Esports having to tuck their tails and go towards that C site now.
Might have to tuck their tails, but they're not really too fearful of this situation. They know they've got some rounds to give, but they want to take even more. Flipshooter, a great catch here on the rotation from RDW, not expecting that, but Blaze King and Templeton, everything here being destroyed on that Charlie site as Boom have overrun them, overwhelmed them with the pressure. In Order, they're in a tough spot. 2v4. Ronsky and Disco have to try and bring the lights their way, and they're getting it off once again. This duo, the last time around, was able to make that last touch happen with a defuse. Can they do it once more? Disco with the flash out. He does get the kill as well. 2v2 here on the logs as Ronsky brings it down to a 1v1. Templeton versus Ronsky this time. He's got a flashpoint to throw out, but he wins the fight anyways as Templeton sips everything that he needs, and Ronsky goes down. The 10th round here finally secured by Boom.
I mean, Templeton is a bottle of tea, but beyond that, I don't think we need to see that there in the end. Celebration for Templeton, though. Just such a great crosshair angle, rather. And he was just prepared for Ronsky to come his way. A bit of a free fire, honestly. He was looking towards that shot, towards the corner, and Disco came in big from the CT angle, but it's just not enough. The first two shots went through the radii. Templeton a little bit more jutting out in the open so he doesn't get hit by those wall bangs in the first place, and well played there by Boom. You said it yourself, okay, apparently it's not fear, it's just the reassessment, and they knew to hit that C side where they have found more success. Templeton though getting away with that one, hiding into the cover and protected by the rest of the team. And here we go again. Boom is realizing that this A hold is looking quite perilous with the Jet and the Breach together. They go for C. This time Texta and Maple are gonna get tested yet again.
Oh, pop flash on out here. Expecting this, but Flip Jadder and Berserk, they've shut them down on this hold up close and personal. Nothing really that Order could have done with the mere weapons that they had. Tour de force here out for RDW, but he's out of position and out of time. He gets a kill on Templeton, but Templeton's done the job. He takes down Disco, and that takes away a lot of the initiating power Order could have had for this retake. Ronsky looks the wrong way, and Flipjadder is going to punish him, but not before he finds one still in the round. RDW alive, but not for long. He's trapped here. He does have the tour de force to utilize, and in that peak, he can find Blaze King, but he's able to back off safely now and maybe live to fight another day. Save the rifle that he's got for the next upcoming round. You can see, though, Flipjadder, he's anticipating this, waiting for the peak, waiting for the cross coming from RDW. They've actually crossed themselves, not even realizing that, but Great round here for Boom against the force buy from Order. This map is starting to go south.
I think it was just more of a hero rifle actually, but beyond that,
they had
just
2 rifles, right?
They had like a shorty. They had some weaker weapons along the way.
Yeah.
So, in the end, not the best state for Order.
Yeah.
That's for sure. And I think right now they can go for some of the buys for some of them. The other is going to be a little wonky. Vronsky, though, will of course have the blades in hand. But this is where it started. Berserk's being that immediate distraction, and Flipster just following up basically. The Neon can get into places and into spaces that can get away from those effective ranges. And it's just so difficult to really track it down as much as possible. Boom, and I'd say the rest of Indonesia has really embraced the Neon pick as much as possible. They have shown some expertise in APAC, but the expert of the blades, Vronsky yet again, the silent killer, able to assassinate 2, and they're just humming in his tune, even going for a 3rd, and this is just a Vronsky round waiting to happen. 11-8 now, flawlessly done by Order to get back into it.
Explosive performance in the round for Vronsky, and that's what we want to see more from him. We know that Order have a first decree to call out here, and that's this map number 1. And they're going to have to utilize the incredible powers that Vronsky has got to be able to take this map, and those type of rounds are going to get them going. Vronsky, the knife master here, making the blades work. Let's see if he can turn this really difficult scenario into one they can convert. Order have a few rounds to take in, be able to tie things up, but that flop is a good start. Vronsky good for 2, and he has come alive. They're living this world merely here, and Texta finds a double in the round as well as Vronsky. Impeccable round, a flawless one goes their way with nigh mere coincidence. Boom, 11-9. Call the cops because a theft has been seen.
No, dude, call a timeout. Boom, please stop this madness already. You are walking into the Order treadmill, and once you get on, there is just no getting out of this speed. Look at Vronsky go again and again. We would go for the replay again because it's just all that happens. He dashes in, he kills Boom, and he calls it a day. Vronsky has come alive this second half. This defense looking as stellar as can be to the brilliance, well, OCE's finest. Monster. He is just a machine, and his name is Vronsky here so far. And this is now looking perilous for Boom Esports. They're getting conflict and contact as much as possible, and that's exactly what Order wants. Duel to the death. And it's Order who comes out ahead, Blazing only with a classic hand, able to pick up that spike from the shadows now to get the scouting on. And Botol and Flipster there, their ill intentions have been spotted by Order. It has been so heavy-handed though from Order. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Vronsky just decides to peek this towards the default or even down here below. But the Rolling Thunder is the call. Keep it safe. Blaze getting flunked from afar, and Flipster with a takedown. It's really just a hold here for Flipster, but he's doing the job that needs to be done. 3 already for Flipster, changing the fate here for Boom! And Boom Esports, they win it out anyway! Flipster, what kind of monster are you? 12-9 now, map point for Boom Esports!
They meet him glassy-eyed, blind and divine, but he still sees every proper path to be able to get that round and match point with Disco. And Flipster here finding the opening picks for either side. It's Flipster who secures a round in that postman, holding in from hell, and he's a demon that has awoken here right now. Flipster, huge play and huge flicks that he finds to be able to secure that point. Now, Order. A round that should have been there is taken away. Let's see how they answer back here. Blaze King almost giving himself up to RDW, but that doesn't come. BME slowing things down, not wanting to get too overeager here right now. Not letting the momentum of the moment get in their sights.
Well, we're getting in the moment, man. The tempo has just been turned up to 11. And the action has become as intense as possible. Order does not disappoint. Boom does not disappoint. And we are in truly for a series to remember. But can Order claw their way back towards the Boom scoreline? Frostmine, though, already anticipating what may come here. Onto the double doors. And here we go again. Berserk's leading the charge as per the standard. They do have a full set of utilities for him, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that fast lane be essential yet again to make the side things work. But it's all about the high ground hold by Mitch. Rolling Thunder to start things off. Nice spam there from Order, but Boom is still able to clear it anyway. And as it stands from the shadows now to make it towards the end of the site. They're not planting though as of yet. They're trying to find a good angle. And Maple, does he get the right read? No, it's not gonna happen. Flipper though, reading RTW like the book. Frostbite now getting on the board, and Boom has brought in the Dynamite, has brought in the Impact, and are looking to bring this map home with a commanding side take. 13-9, it's Boom Esports first on the board.
Exceptional close out here from Boom Esports. And the Wolves, they howl throughout the night. And simply enough, Order cannot deal with the way that Boom have been setting the pace here. And really, I think more importantly, from Boom, not really setting the pace, but more stopping the pace that Order are trying to impose almost every round. They're so good at being that barrier. Oh my goodness, what are you throwing up? No, I thought he was going to tear it for a moment there. Okay,
oh, no.
He keeps it. He realizes this is map 1, but I want to see that paper come out on map number 2 or 3 if they're able to secure this series.
Oh man, Scrimbucks apparently do have warts into a series, and as it stands, it's Boom Esports who proves to be superior there. There were moments for Order where they finally were awake to some incredible lurks there also on the offensive side, but the biggest plan of Order shut down time and time again there by Boom Esports, and they had their ace in the hole awakened here. Berserks having a game to remember. The add and flips to the hardened efforts of everyone else on that Boom roster, and it does seem like they are back to try and prove that they can be the kings of Indonesia, of APAC, and more. We'll see though if Order can get back into this series as we go for a break. Action intense panel need to break it down. Daxter Black and Blue signing out for now. We'll see you guys in a bit for more of VCT APAC.
Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheers before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to who you ashore, the celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner, the starts at the core, inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth, the verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Boom! Esports. What a way to start this series. And I just gotta say that I love the spirit of competition that's really popping off in this series. But again, we are back over here at the panel. It's the likable Cash Bunny and Trix for VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Cash!
Yes.
Cash! Didn't you see that game? Wow!
I am in awe actually at the performance coming in from Boom Esports, mostly because even though I did cast my support for Order, the underdog, for the Cinderella story, but we already knew what we can expect from Boom Esports. In general, each player are not only very, very able to hold their own, but in a lot of situations, they're very confident and also are very trustful of their teammates. In a lot of situations, we saw that Order, they did come up on top, but every time they managed to figure out around, we see this sort of reflex coming in from Boom, just adjusting and not allowing them to continue the same thing that they're doing. And I'm really liking this flexibility coming from Boom Esports, because not only did it allow them to catch them off guard, but at the same time, it separated Order from being able to play with their teammates, thus not allowing them to carry out the execution that they had in mind.
I definitely saw at that start, right, with Boom on the defender side and Order on the attacker side. I was calling my predictions on my own about what I thought the scoreline was going to be, and true enough, it was 6-6. I feel that Order was able to punish some of the aggression that Boom does on their defender, so it showed that they were understanding the way teams in APAC are playing, or like the way teams that have previously been here are playing, with that aggressive peaks with a closer angle sometimes. But it also did feel that sometimes in Order's attack or on their offense, it just felt some of the players were a little split up from their refrag a bit too far, and Boom was also punishing that. That's why we had such a close scoreline in the beginning. It seemed like everyone was kind of still coming online and figuring out the spacing.
I feel like for Boom Esports in general, you see them really thrive when it came to the attack side eventually.
Yes.
But honestly, it's only because it suits them playing on the attack. It suits their aggressive play style. And in a lot of situations, you always see like maybe Texta that he wants to go for the lurks, but before he could even sync that usual lurk timing, his teammates have already been taken out one by one. In a lot of situations as well, Order I felt was being picked off, and the reflex were just not able to happen, because when you look at the other side of Boom Esports, because they already have a buddy system in play, it's a little hard for them to really kind of like follow up that. And even that Flipster was just crazy. Like he got 4 kills with the judge even. And in a lot of situations, I saw Frostmine's teleport aggressive plays have been phenomenal, that I felt my jaw just hitting the ground.
This is actually something that I want to point out, is that there's a certain level of unpredictability when it came to Boom. We did touch upon this before the game started, how we know Order to be a little bit more rigid, and on the other side, Boom Esports to be a little more flexible. And I think Boom knew that coming into this game, because they really played off it, and they really made sure that every time they pulled off a round, it wasn't the same exact approach. They wanted to catch Order off guard every single time.
I feel they definitely did, just with the angles, also the discipline Boom was showing. You could see they weren't overextending. They were very aware of the angles that were coming in on the defender side whenever they tried to push aside. You could see that one time when they got flanked, next time they're marking that flank. They're learning on the fly on how Order is responding to these plays and how they can improve on their takes, on their retakes, on their post plans, everything.
Yeah, and moving on to the second half of the series, at first I did see a bit of a struggle for both of the teams, a bit of tug of war, if you will. But I saw Order starting to find their footing. I mean, you see the utility synergy come into place. You see Disco putting out that fault line with Ronsky unapologetically just dashing through the site and getting 2 people right off the bat.
It personally feels like while Ronsky is great at getting those picks and making space like I've highlighted in the pregame, it just comes to a situation after a while it felt like he was a little bit at a disconnect with the rest of his teammates. It's not because his teammates aren't able to sync with him, but rather the utilities coming in are not allowing him to reconnect or replay with his teammates, and that caused the divide that I was already kind of predicting in the beginning, where they kind of need to figure out how exactly to play around the utilities as well as the aggression coming in from Boom Esports, because they're so great at separating their ranks and their strats. Also, I am in awe at how much Boom Esports is able to trust their teammates. Like that moment where Blaze King saved his teammate, I was like, why don't I have teammates like that?
Oh, that was such a close call over there. And I have to agree, it's just different the way Boom Esports play. They really trust each other. They're always there. They're always connected to one another. And they just know how to hold down sides with a buddy system. And on the other hand, when they were doing the attack, it was just phenomenal, because I felt like at certain times, Order should have played for retake, or maybe it's just the way Boom Esports play, because you see them pulling off these 4-man executions. They're all gonna rush site instantly. You have all of the utility coming up, especially the concusses. So what are you left to do? If you're in site, it's a little bit risky to just stay there and watch yourself get taken out by 4 people rushing you. And on top of that, there's always one person possibly lurking over at Garage. So you also better watch your back. So maybe it's just the way, how should I say this? Boom Esports was able to turn the conditions of the round to favor them. Like you said earlier, I feel like at certain times they were kind of in control, that they were able to push these players, their enemies, into a position where they have the control. That, like, we know where you are, we want you to stay there, and we're gonna get you.
Definitely. I also feel, you know, watching the way Order was playing, they were thriving when they used their ultimate abilities a little more aggressively rather than reactively. Because we could see, right, at one of the rounds, they went to tap the spike, the Breach used the ultimate, the Jet, you know, dropped down from heaven. And that was something, when I was looking at the positioning, everyone, it felt like it was something that is expected, because you know that the Breach has ultimate. Nobody is on the site. There's only one way they're going to react to it. It's for the retake, right?
Yeah.
So I felt like Boom also positioning themselves straight onto Hell to make sure that they can't get picked off also assisted in that. So if they use it a little more actively, the way they did with that Sky ultimate on Sewers, where Ronsky just got that awesome 4K, that's kind of what I wanted to see more of.
I think as well, like, I really want to highlight RDW. Again, I know I always highlight him, but in these situations, it's just crazy thinking about how RDW, when he is put in a position where he can get that angle or length from the other players, he never misses a shot. But I guess that's the downside of being on a chamber. You're not really gonna thrive when it comes to clearing out angles as well as playing in short range.
You really won't. I'm looking at this now. We're gonna be headed over to Split. We've had a taste of Split before in the previous series, and I'm excited to see how these guys are gonna play their own version of Split. So we've got some concusses once again. Like I told you guys, they always like running this composition with the Neon and the Breach, but this time we've got Blaze King on the KO trick.
I'm starting to realize that both teams really like their flash agents. They've run it on both maps so far. We have Boom Esports going on with that lineup we've seen before with the Breach, the KO, and the Neon. And on the side of Order, we have the Sky and the Breach and the Raze. So I feel like both teams are going for that aggressive play, clearing out your corners. There's harder information in terms of what Maple is playing on that Sky. They're able to use a Trailblazer, but on the other hand, you have that KO Suppress, which can help them on dealing with RDW as well as Texta.
This is a tough one, but I always love seeing the Astra, especially on Split. It's just the mind games. I always talk about the mind games, and it's just something that gets me every time. That the placement of the star just has so much effect on your mental. Like, it pushes you, it forces you sort of in a certain situation to kind of fall back a little bit, or just to be a little bit more cautious instead of your usual confidence push, because you don't know whether it's gonna be the smoke, whether it's gonna be the concuss, or whether you're just gonna be pulled in. So a lot of mental warfare about to go down in this game. But Cash, we enjoyed the Cypher setups earlier. You think we'll be enjoying it again here?
I'm thinking that I can tell that, I don't know why, let's call it intuition. Like, I feel like RDW has a setup in mind that could really hold an area, and I don't doubt it at all. But the idea is that looking at what Boom has to offer is a little bit more aggressive. And if you see these sort of aggressive plays on split, I think when you think aggressive on split or attack on split, you think about Paper Rex. And I wouldn't be surprised if they are the one to bring the fight to them. As it is, they're very Boom Esports signature play, wanting to play aggressive. I mean, looking at their lineup as well, they can get a lot of value playing this way. I mean, you can have 4 people perhaps on one side and just live flips on the other just to anchor, and it can give them so much value.
It really can. And I'm wondering if he's gonna be pulling out the judge plays once again, but that is a question that we'll have to answer as we proceed to game number 2 over here on Split. Here they are once again, Order versus Boom Esports.
High octane action in your hands. What amazing first map we got, and now we move into Split next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Elimination time. One of these teams will go home, the other will move to the playoffs, and it's Boom Esports with a 1 map advantage. Dax here with Black and Blue, and we just saw Boom Esports take that Haven map. And as we move into Split, in all honesty, I think this is going to be quite a perilous state for Order. Order has not played Split officially in this stage as of yet. I believe they have 1 default win from the OCE Tour. And we're going to be seeing the Ronski raise for the 2nd time in quite a while in back-to-back series, basically. But on the other hand, if you guys aren't too well-versed in the SEA history, way back when, in 2021, Boom Esports were considered the kings of Split, right? Black and Blue, they were just one of the most potent teams on that map. Picking Split against them or letting it through the draft was a death sentence, and Order, they're gonna have to stave off that execution because they're gonna need to win on Boom Esports' technical home turf as we get into the 2nd map. But this is looking exciting because I see some classic picks right now here for Order, my friend. RDW on that Cypher, pretty much back to where he used to belong. And let's get back into this one. Order starting things off on the defense.
Map number 2, really the storyline coming into this is, do Indonesia get every single team of theirs into the playoffs with Alter Ego and Onyx already in and Boom looking to follow suit? Or does Order, the only representative from OCE, finally get themselves into a playoff slot? Let's see here right now how this story will really end. The opening control here being fought over is towards mid. It is in Boom's hands, no real contest coming from the Order side as they went for the stack towards the B site, but if Boom Esports feel the lightness of the hold on this A site, then they can definitely secure maybe a plant here towards that alpha section, but it doesn't come. Slowing things down still, but the time is ticking against their favor. The longer this draws out, especially if they walk themselves into the B site, it's going to be a problem, but Flip Jader already in heaven. I don't think there is any real idea from RDW how far he already is, and Flip Jader gets his opening pick. He can get them into that A site quite firmly, and that he does. Picks up the frenzy, and now they have a clear path to make it here on A and get that plant down.
Yeah, nice surprise there and nice timing. As soon as Dripwire breaks, that's when we saw Flip Jader strike against RDW. Nice also making him ill-prepared for the firefight, but now 1-4-1 trade as the Nebula is in the way. There we have the Boom bot though getting that intel. Ronski creeping closer to that site. Thing is, tower is still taken here by Order. Berserk's trying to go for the contest, but the ramps has been pitched, and Ronski with a great angle there to get that takedown. 1 HP, and the dream is dead here for Disco. 2 for 2. Right now, 2 versus 2 rather. Excellent creeping on forward, but Frostmind waiting. Ronski yet again just sticking to the defuse halfway actually. Flips it though, will die to his hand! Nice control of the frenzy. Can he do it yet again? Yes, he does! How many times does Ronski get the job done? Apparently, it's the first one in the first round with a clutch here on the defense.
Ronski, everything right going for him here. Just completely impeccable performances we've been seeing from this man, but we normally know him for that very explosive jet that he has, but you want to talk about just complete explosiveness, and Raze, it might be the right tool for this job. Now, Boom Esports, unlike Haven, don't really have anything to go by. There aren't many past VODs, if at all, here officially for Order for them to really scout out, so it's going to be much more difficult going into this matchup blind as compared as to it was on Haven. So Boom Esports, let's see how they adjust on the fly, because for the meantime, it's been Order who has been setting the pace here, at least in that opening round. With a comeback, the pincers have been great to shut down the opening initial picks from Boom Esports, and now the anti-ego of theirs could be quite successful, but look at this pressure being shown, and Berserk, he slides into a kill.
That was slide from the Subs. Disco will punish him. And I like the point that you're making as Order is now trying to clean up house as much as possible. There isn't really any
enemy remaining.
VODs to look at in a tournament setting for Order. And it's the wild card. It's up to Order to perform and make sure that the split map pick is still actually viable. They let it through the map draft anyway. They let Boom take it, knowing the fact that they haven't gotten that experience in the tournament scene. But one thing they will always have is the lethality of these individuals. In case in point, another relatively clean round there from Order. I still can't get over that Ronski beats both of those players despite the rage disparity, despite the stun. That frenzy control was absolutely huge. And I think now he's really woken on up after the rounds there in the second half of Haven. He's ready to go, ready for action. And a bit of a technical pause right now just before the buy round. So things are looking very intriguing here. Let's go back to what you were saying a while ago. If Boom wins this, it's 3 for 3 for Indonesia. That's crazy, right? That you have all your reps in the top 8, proving yet again that I'd say perhaps Indonesia is considered like the gatekeeper region. You have to beat Indonesia first before you can make it past the APAC scene. And for Order, that's a very, very hefty test for them, but one they're looking to pass in the first place. We saw how close it was between Persija and Bonkers last time. Order, a powerhouse in the making, looking to prove again that they can make it beyond what any OCE team has done so far. So some great implications in all honesty, and it really goes to show that the field has always just gotten tighter and tighter every single time we do this little song and dance here, my friend.
And that was a point that we were kind of making during map number 1, right? When you look at the scene of Indonesia, you compare it to the other scenes here now, Indonesia maybe hasn't had a team that has gone to a LAN, right? Not like MYSG with Paper Rex, or Thailand with Full Sense and Xerxia, or the Philippines with Team Secret, but the sheer amount of top 8 quality APAC teams that they really dish out is just immeasurable compared to almost any other scene here. The consistent quality that they have within those top 8 teams are also something that is undeniable. Now we have Alter Ego and Anakin. It's Boom looking to try and secure that final slot in the top 8, where it's very doable for them, especially taking that map number 1. They picked Order away from them, but still, as we said, Order, they have an edge in this one, wherein there's no real information on what they've got to bring to the table. For Boom Esports, it's going to be them going in blind and drive, and we know that even in those situations, they have the foresight to try and adapt on the fly, and I'm expecting here Boom to potentially take this round, but with the guns still abound here for Order, a bunch of Spectres, but most importantly, rifles and that Judge, might be a bit easier said than done for Boom.
Yeah, Boom has to prove it. It's a bit difficult now to clear some of these angles if Order is holding close, and this might actually work out in favor of Order after everything is said and done. The aggression though from Ronski to start things off. Turks though, right inside the fence, and Order, realizing that situation could have been pinch. They get away in time to retreat towards the tower. Maple though, prepared with the Judge, wants to go for the close hold. But he doesn't actually play into the mailbox investment. Instead, it's still be Heaven, the angle of attack. There we have the suppress. Berserk's now sliding on away, but Maple still able to track him down. Not too bad from Qeon movement, but even better here from Order so far. 2 for 2 trade though, after everything is said and done. This will be... Oh, Texas! Surprising plays King! Before the pop flash even happens, his head is popped instead. Perfect way to go for the hold here for Order. They get that spike down, and Boom Esports are gonna have to try and get back up. even retrieve the objective. But the Aftershock to flush them out.
10
Text
seconds
even
left.
with the gravity well. There is just no time. The stall is pitch perfect here from Order. And they will even win out on the bonus. This defense looking absolutely ironclad. It's a trial by fire, my friend. It will be a test here in the battleground. And Order so far passing with flying colors.
Well, the order here, the rights being said, could be the last one for Boom in this. Moving forward, if they're able to secure this map, map 3 could go either way. But for Order, you're looking really good here on the defensive side of Split. It's a map that they assuredly have to take. Potential series point, well, really tournament life here is what they're fighting for. And for Order, that's not the final decree they want to go out with.
You want to play?
Start off with 3 opening rounds very strongly and convincingly, but let's see how they take a 4th. Here, exploding onto this A site. Maple's got 2 free kills fed to him. A 3rd spraying through that smoke. He's got Trailblazer as well, and RDW there to keep him safe. RDW, that player has been just a very important piece of this puzzle that we see him back on the Cypher, where you've known that he's made one of his biggest marks with.
Yeah, just the history of RDW. But where did the Berserkers come from? He saw his teammate was dying and he said, I want a piece of that action too. I want to die to the hand of Maple. He goes after Blaziken and suddenly, oh, Berserkers is there. Okay, might as well get a 3rd. Maple getting a buy one, take 2 kind of combo deal there for free. And this is looking absolutely overwhelming from Order. They just have no fear whatsoever. A great reset after some of the mishaps there on Haven. And the fact of the matter is, despite the utility-based composition that Boom has, having that Breach, having that Astra, having that Neon, even the suppression from Blaze King, they don't really care about it too much per se. They are willing to go for the whole close angles. They know what they can get away with and what they can shoot out of. And we're seeing it here that Order is just being in effective range as much as possible. I herald back to that tower take by Boom. It starts with Berserk sliding to the left-right just to clear that distance away from Maple, but he didn't care. He was still able to shoot him down, able to go for the hold with the rest of Order following suit. And just, that's really the biggest testament of success Order can have right now on the split defense. If they're willing to still contest that contact, get in the faces of Boom as much as possible, they might actually find the members of Boom busy with the setup, busy with the pull-out of the utilities, and catch them off guard to get these takedowns. So split seconds decisions here on Split, instrumental for the success of Order here.
Well, let's see if Order can continue this pace that they're setting and the lead that they've built upon. Trying to plant themselves like a tree, but it's Boom Esports who are looking to sway them in the wind here on the attacking side. But the breeze that they're going to bring has to be a storm. Knife on out, 0 point, doesn't connect on much. No information is information in and of itself here from BME. And Berserk, he's looking to try and dip here into the vents, but it's Disco waiting for a breath. He jumps down, finds one, but only that one. Good trade out here from Berserks, but good damage done as well from Disco. Then find here from Texta is huge. That shuts down a lot of the initiating power of Boom, and Maple going good for 2 with the Seekers. He finds what he's looking for. That he seeks. Seek he shall. And Maple backing up the rest of his team. Frostbind trapped between the rock and the hard place and can't find himself out of this difficult situation. In Order, they stay true to their name, and the final decree here, their deific reign, seeming to be continued.
Did anyone lose a breach here in Split? Because there's one loss right there, smack dab in the middle, and Order's the one who just collects it. Look at them bait out the competition as much as possible. Be willing to show a little bit of their bodies, a little bit of a sleight of hand even, and just contest as much as possible. This is where Order's reign can reign supreme, basically. This has been Order's playground, and Boom is just walking into it right now, unable to take the advantage. And we've seen how sharp Order is, especially on the aim duels. They have been one of the most potent rosters this side of APAC, and now we continue on with the Rolling Thunder play. There's confirmation on the Berserks eventually by Disco. He gets 2 even after the setup for himself. Flashpoint now, as the rest of Boom are just trying to scramble towards the B side. And looks like they're a good idea to try and play the Raptors if ever. Frostmind though, missing the shots yet again, finally hitting it over to Disco. But Disco did get 3. Ronsky blowing up Frostmind there in the end. All up the flips to there right now, but Ronsky looks down on this man. You brought out the paper a while ago, I bring out the Phantom. 6-0, Order, making sure it's going to be quite a wash so far in the first half.
The walls here of Order still safe from the wild weather that Boom are trying to impose, and still cannot overwhelm and overstorm the site in that round, even with the overdrive. But they did have a bunch of SMGs and some sheriffs to work with. Now another gun round here coming out from the Boom side, and this is the 6th round already. They've secured the equalized half at the very least, and so Boom, it's up to them to finally get around here. But 0 Point connects. Maple is gonna get found, but already knew that. Stack up here towards that garage position, and they can park themselves here for the meantime, but can't get too comfortable and staying with that break on.
Boom Esports, they're basically thrown for a loop right now. They thought they would have a bit of time to set things up, and we mentioned a little bit of this back in Even. Now it's just coming into complete fruition here over on the split. For Cirx though, able to navigate through the gravity well, but it still will slow down. Boom Esports slightly. Crossmind though, blowing up Ronski actually. Fast lane towards the connector at the very least, blockading that vision from the alleyway. And Boom Esports this time, a heavy investment just to get the plan so far. It's 5v3 though. It will be the heaven hold here for the side of Order. Texas though suppressed and spotted. Intel already to give Boom a semblance of that initial positioning. Maple checking down in hell, but Tebothol waiting for someone to drop if ever. And the guy who dies now is the call. Tebothol now with the contact, finds even the second one. Texas the only one left, but Order is known. Order is found, and Boom will finally be able to stain their record. A flawless way to get the win, but as I said here, Black and Blue, big investment by Boom on the ultimates just to get the job done.
Yeah, lots for them that they had to invest in that round, as you said, just to be able to secure it. And with that okay, it gives them that one round and they can continue that, but if it really takes all those ults just to be able to secure a round, this might not still bode well for Boom Esports. I'm expecting a comeback here from Order, really a retaliation from that round, but we saw a bunch of fake flashes thrown out, but the threat was very real. Operator out here for RDW. We've seen him do this in the past with Cypher as well. But see how it continues out. Aftershock thrown here to keep him at bay. Boom crawling towards his A site. Flipshooter can go straight into it and give up that main position, but able to dodge it for the meantime here on that showstopper. RD, the rest here of Boom, they're falling down. Berserk gets one, but only that one. As the dust settles, it's a 3v4 in Order's favor.
I like that play, honestly, from Order, because that neural theft would give them the ping despite the smoke there. It was just a good catch by Boom to find Ronski along the way, but the advantage is taken here by Order so far. And look at the aggression from Order. No more Rolling Thunder, no more Null Command, no problem. We can play the pinch, we can play the lurk, and we can push. No defensive team on Split has ever seen. But Maple, he's the one who has to hold down the site from the garage angle. It's all about circumnavigation here for Order. Boom. Will they walk into this one? That's the question. But here comes Texta, and he's looking to frighten the opposition yet again. Boogeyman, thy name is Texta. Tebothol able to face his fears, but now he's the only one left. 1v3 scenario. Maple with the jump peaks, getting that intel. And the rest of Order now looking to just follow suit. A murder of crows looking to feast. Tebothol, his tea leaves have spilled on over. And by this time, there is no time for Boom to make it towards the site. Order will take the round yet again, and just the ambition turning into the executions, really suiting Order and their playstyle and lethality right now here.
Really quite impressive in how they're holding on to this defense. Ironclad in will and in force. Boom Esports can't find the key really to unlock here the chamber that is being figuratively held by Order. Texta, RDW, shutting down any ambitiousness that might try to be attempted from Boom Esports on those lurks. They could have worked out, but it doesn't in the end. That's the end all be all. Flipshooter now with an operator out here on the attacking side to maybe try and give him a different look. He could potentially get a kill here on RDW. They're going to try and counter-snipe each other, but oh no, BME, they don't expect this. And RDW gets a free kill merely on Flipshooter. Huge investment to give up.
Big kill to start things off, and here we go again. RDW finding the angle, finding the frag, and Boom Esports, they're looking absolutely elsewhere in a city they used to call home. Ronski though already putting his mark. Eviction notice towards Blaze King. For Cirx at least able to pay his dues for this month, for this round now. He will continue on, but that's a little too late. Texta's already there knocking on his doorstep. 2 for the Astra. Tebatol, the only one left. And yet again, Order securing effectively around unless Tebatol can come in big here. But the spike out of reach, and it's Order right now, making sure that Boom will be grasping at straws here. 8-1, commanding defense. And the fact of the matter is, Boom has to walk into the sightlines of Order, and Order is just happy to be there to wait and be there to go as well.
Just flaying Boom Esports in every attempt that they have. Really just securing themselves and just hanging them on a hook here, Boom Esports, and they can't seem to unchain themselves here. They're keeping them really sunken in this half. 8-1. Impressive performance from Order. Let's see how they continue this. They, already have a very advantageous half, but to get even more would be great. Split is a map that can be quite defender-sided at times. It's looking to be the case here for Order in their favor. This Texta is holding on to that Kevin. You have Disco holding on the otherwise. Ronsky on the flank. Came and wrapped around through. Flipped it a free kill, but gives himself away as well. 2v4 rifle retrieved here from Tebatol. But this is going to be enough for them to use in this round. To be able to clutch it out. I know it's a very difficult task. Trailblazer is going to find him out. That confirms their suspicions. And that's a very big missed opportunity here that Order have shut down.
It's crazy to think though, Order, they haven't played this map in a tournament circuit for pretty much more than half a year basically, but they have made their legacy known from before, and despite the newer roster, it's still as potent as ever. RDW though, his gun has just been singing the tunes and the songs of Order for quite a while, and another symphony in success here for Order yet again. Boom just cannot catch a break whatsoever, because any single time they look to set up a play, Order's already there, waiting, anticipating, or many a case, honestly, advancing towards the opposition. They have no fear whatsoever. That word is not in their dictionary, apparently. And Boom Esports, they're the ones shuddering at the thought of having to deal with Order time and time again. This is why we say it's the best of 3, guys. There's still more to come. We can't call the action after first map. And Order right now looking as imposing as possible yet again. Flipster though looking to lead the charge. Perhaps just some standard comp tap can help out Boom in the pinch, but no, it doesn't happen there for Flipster. Berserk now making the trade work. And when they come towards the A side, Texta though waiting, watching, and ready yet again. Textbook from Texta to get to RDW with his signature fake. And it's all left to Tebatol now. But really, these dominoes keep falling in favor of Order here, my friend. All the elements, all the things they need to do is just falling into play. And just business has been made. And it's 10-1 now for Order.
10-1. A dominating scoreline on a map that we have rarely, if ever, even seen from Order here. And Boom Esports, they go to this one blind, and that's what they are, really. Not able to see enough of what is happening in the situation. And every sense of theirs is just deception, deceiving them. Texta, he goes big so many times over with these holds on the site, or in any which angle he chooses to address. And Order looking on pace here to secure an 11th round even in this half. This is incredible coming from Order and Boom Esports. Seemingly the wind has been taken out of their sails after the incredible performance we saw on map number 1. A very stark contrast here now on map number 2. And this operator that we saw from RDW early on was a big problem, but he switches back now to the Phantom, using this one way to be an even bigger problem here for Boom. And Blaze King still somehow finds a kill in Tebatol as well on towards that B side. Let's take a look at the action here, because the Cosmic Divide has been placed and Bronski's got a big job to do. He peeks and still somehow gets a double kill. How does he get away with that? Boom Esports, where's the punishment? Bronski going in big. He finds a third in the round. The Altered Beast has come alive. Half made of man, half made of bear. He's come from underneath, and Boom Esports have no answer for the divine intervention that is Bronski.
Well, they just have to bear with it, basically. Ronsky looking into the garage and just slaying anyone that stands his way. Flips it there, trying to get the angle. Disco with the help, but it's still Ronsky who gets the frag. By this point, give him the ace. Why don't you? Frostmind running away towards that A site, but a commanding half for Order, to put things lightly, to say the least. And I think it just goes back to the fact that Order, in a way, they
30
don't need
seconds
to
left.
lurk as deep in a map like this. Instead, they understand what parts of the map they can control, and you can see the players who can really be amplified by that. Back to Texta, case in point, now dueling against Frostmind. Low ground though, very dangerous for Frostmind in this scenario, and they're waiting for Ronsky to come. Rolling Thunder is avoided. Ronsky is coming, Texta though will take the kill anyway at the very end. But back to my point, as Order will get an 11-1.5. An 11-1.5 here, black and blue. Texta is the biggest example of how Order is succeeding here. On that split defense, he's able to basically free fire angles in things like ramps, things like
Switching
any
sides.
corners that he might want to take, because Order just is able to understand where Boom is positioned by the willingness to advance in the first place. And even if there's an open angle for Boom to go through, someone from Order will be waiting as much as possible. It can be Tex, as we mentioned, can be RDW, can even be Ronsky running on around, or anyone else on the roster. But right now we're seeing just the amount of confidence Order has as a roster, and it's bearing fruits in so many ways here on Split, because they just have not let go of that gas pedal. They keep going for the contests, they keep going for the frags, and right now, they're just in such a great position to end Split as soon as possible.
This Split map from Boom Esports has been a generally reliable map for them that we have seen. I mean, throughout this entire year, they've yet to lose a single map on Split throughout, what, the past 6 months. That is against some top-level competition as well, but this time around, at least in the official side, it's Boom Esports who are looking to face their first real loss, and the same story was kind of true for Order as well, who never really faltered on Haven until a while ago, and until they went up against Paper Rex as well. So a lot of statistics here being thrown out the window and really being circumvented in what the expectations are.
Well, I was just saying, Order has such a rich history. There was a time for like 2 months, man. 5 rounds was all a team could get, and well, by this point, Boom Esports, they might have to see that throne very soon and give it to Order, unless they can make the comeback of the century happen, basically. It's a long uphill climb, to put things lightly, for Boom. And Order, they're the ones who are ready to hit that green light. They play the waiting game to start things off, see if Boom wants to be a bit ambitious at the starts, but they're getting ready for that mid-take to start things off here, Nico.
This is a tall leap, Dax, for them to try and come back to. Not even a climb, but just so difficult and treacherous this terrain is, especially with Texta opening things up here in the Tabatal. Order, they find the opening pick, they've taken the Bravo site, and the spike can go down as Boom. No real contest here towards that site. They're gonna have to play retake right now, not in the positions to deny this from happening in the first place. And Disco waiting here in mid with RDW is going to be big. There's no real way now that Blazeking can go and help on the fight without getting drained. And Blazeking, he finds 2, but only that 2. As simply creating dust out of the stones that were placed here from Boom. Order, they're trembling the ground beneath Boom's feet with each mighty stomp. And Boom Esports can't really get themselves back in any game of control. Ronsky swings by, and through the drive-through, he sends this in the match point already here at round 14.
You talking about food there? Because Order is just making Boom be a snack for them at this rate. An overwhelming scoreline, to say the least. The presence of Ronsky being a beacon of hope, the symbol of victory here for Order, and this frenzy from the start of the game to while trying to end things has just been as consistent as possible. A forced buy situation for Boom. They need to try something at the very least before this all ends. There is still some hope if they can hit those frags, if they can shut down Ronsky, who's trying to charge on in. And at the same time, some decent holds here from Boom so far. They set up the Astra setup there towards the tower. They do pop it already after the presence implied by Order. Beyond that, Pain Shells now will be lobbed. Here we go with Mr. Boom bots and Berserks getting ready to contest Hebotolto. Bit of the distance. Catching out Policy to start things off, but Texta yet again! Lining up, skewered yet again! Put this meat on the Barbie because this is perfectly cooked by Texta yet again! 3 kills already! Make that a 4th! And how many times does he need the rights? This storyline here. Order. This is their chapter. This is their map. And Flipster, the only one left. Texta looking to drop on down. Flipster will not be boiled by the opposition. But it's 2v1. And it's all up to Flipster now to try and make the retake work. But we have seen the jury. We have seen perhaps the verdict of the scoreline. All about navigation right now. But Flipster, he is caught by the fault line. He is caught by the swing. And he is rendered guilty by the court of order. 13-1. That is just an absolute annihilation of the opposition. We are tied 1-1 and Order still in the series.
A picture of perfection there. Theophany coming in from Order, and they're looking quite deadly. Simply pure omniscience, whatever the way you want to say it. They're just completely undeniably so indestructible in this situation, Dax, that their defense was nigh impeccable. Their attacking side impenetrable on either way. It doesn't matter if they're on the attack or the defense, because there's no way that Boom could seem to find really strategy to tear them apart. And for them to have really the final decree here, that order that they've set in this map, that's a big point for them to be able to bring this into map number 3 and possibly secure the only team here representing OCE to make it into that top 8, to make it to those knockouts and those playoff spots. And for Boom Esports, well, fortunately for them, sometimes those one-sided losses are a bit easier to shrug off than a long-winded loss that went into overtime. So hopefully for the Boom Esports side, they can reset themselves and get their heads going for map number 3. But this momentum, the inertia here, built up by the Order squad, that's something you're going to want to continue moving into Fracture. We're going to decide the final slot here, really, one of the final slots rather, for this group stage, and who will make it to those playoffs.
Yeah, sometimes the best card we played is the one that hasn't been seen as of yet. In Order, show their hand and show their stuff on that second map. We'll be going to break. The panel will be breaking down what just happened there on Split. That's their with Black and Blue. We'll see you guys for more of VCT APAC very, very soon.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the melon, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but at gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
Order in the court, or should I say order in split. This team just put Boom Esports in an absolute state of chaos. Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. It's the likable Tash Bunny and Trix here on the panel. Now Tash, Order getting this map 13 to what is absolutely unbelievable. It's been crazy, and Ronsky was just leading the way with his satchels.
Yeah, just now Qi was saying in the group chat that it's over, Ronsky is awake now, and I have to say that I don't disagree with him, because once he got that momentum going, he was just riding off of that heat, and he really brought that heat to the table in terms of not only playing on defense, he is a very aggressive defender, and at the same time, the mid control was phenomenal coming in from Order. Now, I really want to say Panic at the Disco, because Disco was just a person that just not only was he very aggressive with the breach, but also enabled his team to play as aggressive as they want. On top of that, Texta. How?
Oh, so good. Texta's gameplay. Oh my god. The way that he's reading them, the way that he positions himself in order to get those frags, and he's always good for at least 2.
Yeah.
And it just seemed, you know, like you could see on the map where Order was pinging sometimes, and you could tell that they had plays going on. They wanted to take that mid control, but they didn't want to push too far.
Yeah.
And I feel like that was the adjustment that they needed from Haven, because you could tell that sometimes they pushed a little too far, pushed a little too soon, and this time Order just giving it up, playing for the crossfires, anchoring the sites, and honestly shutting Boom down so quickly, because we know that Boom is a good team that works in the executes, and we know that that's how they thrive, and Order just did not give them the space to do that.
One thing that we have to consider here, though, Tash, is the amount of information that Boom has, Order has access to, rather, because they've seen Boom Esports play on Split before. There are VODs out there that they can just rewatch and study, but on the side of Order, what a total mystery, and it is such a sight to behold that they brought this out right here, right now. This is like a debut of their 2022 Split action.
I think that when you are playing on a map that you choose and you're very popular for, this is where you have to consider that people would have studied you. And on top of that, if you choose the map for, especially for Split, this is why I am not really a big fan of, say that my team chooses Split, you know that the other team is gonna go on defense first, and especially if you're a team that rides off that heat like Order. Just now we even saw them thrive even on attack side, and the way they played attack was also very creative, I have to say, to the point that it was so unpredictable where exactly you are gonna be expecting Order to be coming in, and it really splits Boom thins out Boom in general, but at the same time, because of how they play, they still had the idea of execution going on. That's what makes Order really thrive on this map. And I have to say, it's more of a punishment per se when you play in this kind of situation against Order, where it's like, well, you pick your map, we are going to be punishing you for that because we're going to choose defense and we're going to show you how well we can do the execution of our strats for this particular map.
And I know that you girls make fun of me, but I think that Maple actually got the value on that Sky, and I love to see it. And I told you that when we were starting in, right? We have that hard information, that intel that the Sky can give us. There are a lot of, flashes that they can turn the corners, because there are a lot of tight corners on Split. And I feel like pairing that with the Breach, with the raised nades, it was just perfect in terms of positioning, whether it's pushing the opponents back or pushing your teammates forward.
I have to say another thing as well in terms of how they play in general. It's a it's a nice balance of aggression as well as making sure that they can still execute, because we didn't really see that happen onto Haven. It felt like they were a little bit scattered and they weren't able to get the executes. But I think that's the beauty of picking Split, because when you're on defense on Split, it's a little bit more solid, and on top of that, you don't have to really worry about moving too much. So that means that in terms of executing your how you want to play, it's pretty much there and done. It's up to the attackers to get a little bit creative on how to get around that, and I felt like Boom Esports wasn't really being that fluid sort of team that I mentioned in the pregame just now, because it felt like they really wanted to force mid so much that they got picked off. By the time they decided, okay, maybe we should find another way, they're whittled down to maybe 1 or 2 players, or even sometimes in a lot of situations, maybe Ronsky would have come from the back, already picked them off 1 by 1.
That's true. As we were saying right before this, I felt like Boom definitely needed to start getting that A main control and B main control, kind of force the opponents to shift, because you know that initially when they took that mid control, Order took mid control, they rotated, they gave it to Boom Esports, and then they pushed B main. And if only Boom Esports would also do something similar, understanding the kind of push and pull that teams have in a map like Split, I felt like it could have gone better than it did.
Okay, I'm sighing with a sign of relief because I absolutely adored how Order played Split.
Yeah.
It was all so calculated. You really know that they did their research, and every single round was just so accounted for. They were very careful, but at the same time, they showed this certain level of aggression that we always like to see. And I mean, you guys already hyped up Texta, but I didn't get the chance to do so. Guys, it's my turn. It's my turn. I just want to mention that Texta. What are you on? Please give me that food. Whatever you're eating right now, share it with the world. I'll check your Twitter if I have to. I need to find out what you've been doing, man.
Yeah, I want to be like Testa. When I grow up, I want to be a Texta main. A Texta main, yeah? Not an Asian.
Tash, let's be honest.
It's very good.
Let's be honest, Tash. We're not gonna grow up anymore. This is as tall as we can go. Let's give up on that dream. But hey, we're moving on to Fracture. I'm seeing, is this a mirror matchup? Are my eyes deceiving me?
It is.
They're not deceiving you.
Interesting.
I'm surprised that we're not seeing a Viper on this map, actually. I really think that Viper really thrives on this, but I guess that these two teams have a different opinion to me about how they want to be playing this. But at the same time, when you see Brimstone, I think Brimstone is also really good because his orbital strike takes up so much space as well, and his smokes are pretty huge. So at the same time, I don't really see anything wrong with not having a Viper, but I guess I'm still in, I just can't move on from that amazing anchor coming in from the side of Mind Freak from PaperX. So that's probably it, honestly, for me.
I feel like these guys are just messing with my mind as well. Maybe it's the Frost mind, because I just remember that this is the map that Trix and I were talking about, wherein they have the same mentality but also the same lineup. So I don't know why I was caught by surprise when in the end we actually mentioned about this earlier. It's the Frost mind effect, really. A little bit of mind freezing over
Sounds
there.
like hive mind. I'm scared.
Oh. My goodness. Trix, moving on to Fracture. What are your thoughts? What's gonna go down with this mirror composition?
My thoughts, honestly, I love watching both of these teams playing. I don't want to see either of them go. I think that they've improved so much. They're proving why they deserve their spot.
And mean,
winning condition is really just whoever reads whoever better.
I mean, yeah, but I have to remember that this map is lurk heavy. The team that is very good at executing their lurks, timing their lurks properly, will come up on top. And so far, in terms of lurks, I think the team that has really been very good with the lurking timing has been Order so far. So I don't exactly know what to expect from Boom when it comes to this map as well, because I haven't really seen much. But as we saw how Boom plays, they like those explosive and just aggressive full team pushes, but they need to adapt and change it up if they want to really thrive on this map.
All I'm gonna say is this is game number 3 of this series, and I am so happy that it's gonna be brought to Fracture, because we haven't been seeing enough of this match, especially on the eliminations games where everybody's been trying to be careful. So to have Fracture as the decider, juicy stuff that we got here. But hey, with the commencement of the Neos being in place, I just want to tell the casters, you know what? Take all that you want from me, even our audience. So with that, guys, we're off to the casting desk.
You thought it was over, but that last map was all Order. Now we go to the decider, and this is it, guys. Map number 3, Fracture, the place to be. Dax here with Black and Blue, and well, I have been very intrigued about that Fracture pick for both sides so far. On one hand, Boom Esports, they got absolutely close to Paper Rex in their matchup, almost made that victory happen, but were unable to finish the job off and just fell short. In the meantime, though, for the side of Order, this is a map pick where there's one stark difference. Ronski's the one who does play the chamber. It's RDW on the duelist who plays that Neon. And this has been a relatively successful map pick for Order for quite a while. In both of their grand finals versus Bonkers and Bobo, they were able to get those wins, and it has been a bit of a recipe of success for them moving forward here into APAC.
Yeah, that win that they had versus Bonkers and Bobo, basically the same exact team, right, with a different name. They look really convincing in that, and I think that's a good point here that is going to be working out in the end for Order. They have a real chance of making this happen. Compositions on the table. Ronski this time back on that chamber. RDW with a Neon, which is an agent that we have seen him perform okay in. Not the best, and not at least compared to Berserks, but then again, Berserks has been struggling all tournament long, aside from this one series, right? The Berserks, oh my goodness, very hot entry, hot LZ, they made themselves in, and Disco, he's about to get knifed, but Blazy's gonna get found. 3v3 exploding onto this A site. No real time wasted as Tebutal gets a kill on a Disco. Swinging wide, Maple's gonna try and get one. That he does. Can find another, but Tebutal's gonna get his aim. 2-1 already here, and we're what? 20 seconds into round 1?
Yes, sir. Well, 1v1. There you have it. Now the duel gonna happen. But did you see the start of that round? A game of the floor is lava between RDW and Berserks. A knife being brought out and an absolute scramble here for the decider that we have all been anticipating. It was a one-sided fair on split. It was an amazing effort from Boom on Haven. But here we go. Hard reset, hard compositions, and hard action coming your way. Ronski though versus Flipstrider. Who will get the shot on who first and foremost? Flipstrider is the one who's able to be the chosen one. Avoids the bullets. Gets that round win. And it's Boom Esports, not out, there you go, but takes the first round.
Very... That round was a round of all times, you know what I'm saying? One of the... that was something.
that was a round.
That was a round that we just saw. No real apt description of that. Maybe a bit of chaos in there, but controlled in the end here by Boom. As he said it, floor is lava here, or floor is almost nearly death for Berserks, dashing on in, dashing through the grass, and the one horse open.
Yes, yes, nice Carol right there. But here we go. Someone's already looking to go for the cheers and cheers, and it's Flipstrider. Tempotol getting on the board. Boom Esports with the gun advantage. And what was a scrappy start to the game now should be looking to, at the very least, go back and try to understand what's going to be going on with Boom Esports. They have shown how proven they can be with these site takes. They can be extremely effective, especially, again, Neon for Berserks. Those fast lanes going to be instrumental. But what I'm looking for here from Boom is, in all honesty, consistency. That has been their biggest problem for the past few weeks, including the Indonesian run. They've had ever, basically. But I think it reared its ugly head the most this stage. That's why they're only the 3rd seed of Indonesia. That's why there are some performances like we saw in that last map that happens. And for Boom, if they want to prove that they belong into the playoffs, they need to show that they can beat Order in quite a, I'd say, relatively convincing fashion just to stabilize on that point. But Order, of course, hot hands looking to go for the shots. RDW unable to beat Filter there, and Maple the only one left. Boom. A very imposing side take. They're even leaving Maple to his own devices. Go die to the spike. We're not gonna bother. It's Boom now, being a 2-round lead. And my question for Order this time is, how are they gonna adjust accordingly with RDW the one on the duel list and Ronski on the chamber instead?
Those adjustments are going to be crucial, absolutely, to the finest hour here for the side of Order. As Boom, they're relatively comfortable with what they've got, but it's Order who really are jumping around in who plays what a few moments. Although these are generally agents that they have experience in, and this is a comp that we generally expect from Order, right? No real difference, but there's a lot more to be said, at least, and to be seen from Boom in the past. And Boom, they're a team that now, at least with the gun round, can really secure a first round that they want to, especially on this bonus. See how this bonus is converted. Pushing the canteen position, trying to look for a snack, but overeating a meal could be deadly. Flipjitter on good for 1 with Maple, the rest of them falling down 2-2 on either side. Now a 3v3 situation. Fragment out to try and stop that further push on Jenny. And the spike, it can be planted, but it's still in the tower. Going to be difficult to cross without much smokes or concealment to utilize. They're going back to the arcade, but no games are going to be played here from Order. As Flipjitter, he finds a right stick to shove here up Maple. Does get them a kill.
That's okay. Okay. I'm gonna stop you there real quick. Bit of a cheat code there suddenly brought out by Flipster there, but that was huge of a pick to allow perhaps a relocation towards that A site. And while there were no smokes to get in the way, it's all about the lurk right now from the side of Boom. And Disco seeing Tempo Tall finding and flicking towards the target. Make that a second as we are just able to turn this into quite an adverse for him. But Flipster will challenge, will get the takedown, looking for a quad, and there you go, feed him more. 3-0, a bonus one by Boom in the clutch. And well, this is just quite the rampage Boom has had so far.
And a rampage, that is what Boom showed earlier in the year, right? On the community side, even before Stage 1. And it's one of the reasons why me and a few other people thought that this would be one of those teams to beat. They could be that number 1 or 2 in APAC, but weren't able to secure that in Stage 1, faltering near the end of things. And this is their final opportunity, the final chance for them to do it here within this year. Otherwise, barring LCQ, things are going to be even much more difficult. So now, push here, Berserk's not able to find a kill as he's shut down by the firing squad that was ready here from Maple, even though they were stunned into just Maple good for a second, and Temple Tall and Blaze King will finally shut them down, but not without them finding 2 picks first.
Wait, that's chaos in the dish. Someone's satellite reception has to be absolutely fuzzy after that one. I'm just loving how Order is willing to contest as close as possible, but that surprise was only good for the victim that is Berserks. The rest of the police force able to catch the criminals in the act, and Disco now the only one left. He was able to get some nutty shots a while ago. Can he do so yet again? Dorito exposing his position, flips it there. Wisely backing on away, respecting yet again the caliber of aim Order has individually. But there you have it. A Guardian enabled, an Angel rather, enabled by Flips the Dirt's Headbutt from above will get the takedown. And Boom Esports right now absolutely commanding in their presence. It just seems like we haven't gotten to completely see the Order defense as of yet. These rounds have been absolute scrambles. The bonus round was just so well played and well positioned by Boom. And I'm looking to see now what Order's gonna do. They should have the rifles in hand. Do we get Ronski pushing towards this A side, getting a pick and rendezvousing out? How will they go for the retake? I think those questions need to be answered and fast, because yet again, just having that role swap between your 2 most dynamic players, it does change up the pace of the game. But the pace has just been set by Berserks and Co. Already, the barrage coming on in from the Neon. Boom, yet again, just a path of destruction towards the site. And it's Order right now, left to pick up the pieces yet again. Might have to go for the save even.
Berserk, such a potent Neon here on the entry.
In Order, yeah, as you called it, a save is called. And, you know, for Order decks, the last time we saw them around versus Bobo, they had this exact same comp, yes, but a lot of the same symptoms were showed here that we're seeing here right now, where RDW, he would struggle to get himself going on a Neon when he is very potent on many other agents. Yes, Simon Vronsky being on that chamber, one might argue, yes, he can still go aggressive with it, but not the same way a Neon might be. And they rely on a lot of his entries on those other maps, like with him being on a Jet or a Raze, to make things work out. So, I mean, RDW without, you know, him just popping off, it's going to be difficult for Order to win. Tepatol finds a kill. Shut down.
Excuse you, but I do want to continue on to your point, because that's one of the series I watched intently before Order came into APAC. And what I saw there in the end versus Bobo, basically, in the last half where Order got so many of those rounds strung along, it just became the chaotic action that we have seen in some of these other wonky rounds. But when Boom is in control, they're just so efficient at getting these site takes. And you mentioned it, RDW, we know he's incredible on the chamber. We know he's so much more potent when he's rooted. But as of right now, he's not making the impact that we'd expect from him. And it just might be the lack of, I'd say, experience on that mobility on the tournament stage. They've most likely have scrimmed this, right? This is a composition that they have been tested for in terms of practice. But at the same time, Boom is just running circles in the most literal sense of fashion here right now versus the opposition. And Berserk, he's ready in spawn, shutting down the non-command RDW. Let's get one! Berserk, no! Please stop shooting Disco there. Runsky will have your number. And then we have the reset in hand. Maple though flying Templeton, Frostbite with the trade. 2v2 scenario after everything is said and done from the spawn now. Order trying to come on in as a duo. The fragment also to stall the tower contest if ever. Molly in the way. It's really just a burning field here right now for Boom to take control off. Here comes Vronsky, and down Frostbite goes to Shadder with a turn on the round, and flips Shadder yet again, setting the table right for the side of Boom. It's 6-0, and perhaps a return to sender. That's what Boom is looking for right now.
Here on Fracture, the earthly shell of Order seemingly cracked upon and blown wide open by Boom Esports, and it's a point we're going to have to harken back time and time again, Dax, because you can see just quite a big dismay, really, on the intentions that Order are trying to do for RDW. He's a great player, right? And he's a player that really brings a lot to the table in terms of intuition and game sense. And the thing is, when you're in the Neon, you're typically that first player to go down, and they rely on him a lot in the scramble to be alive in the end when he's typically on a chamber, or maybe really any other Sentinel, to keep them still in the game, to be able to get the clutch win or just do big things from the backline. But pushing him up here does give them a bit of almost like an altered ego, really, an altered disposition what to do. But Hexta crawling in, he finds the third, the gun in his court. In Order, they've got something to say about this. He retrieves that rifle, finds the fourth here in the Templeton, and he knows where Flipster is, but Flipster is going big as well. Completely a beast. 3 kills already in the round, on pace for the ace. 2 players are on either side. Will Flip Jitter or will Texa get it? If he finds RDW, let's give him a fourth! Both of these last 2 players looking on par for the ace clutch.
Only one can get it, so only one can be the victor. And Texa, he decided to just become the captain of this almost submerged ship and keep it steering right in a direction that Order can survive in. But Flipster, where did that come from? Flipster is just popping off out of his mind right now. And this is exactly what we expect from him moving forward. Big reason why he's part of this Boom roster, but Texa getting ready with his own play. There we have the contact, and it's Texa again. As textbook as can be. An ace clutch in the end for Order. That's how it took to get a first round. And it's been absolutely bloody right now for Order so far. That got so close. I think the biggest point of contention here was just how Texa was able to play the default, basically. That judge past the fast lane, absolutely huge. But Order is effectively concentrating a lot of their forces towards one angle, and they do have to be careful of this backstab potential if they don't have someone like Vronsky stationed to anticipate it. Timeout now called. Texa saving the roster basically from just being put in a pittance of a scoreline basically. But it's still not done. Order still has a lot more work to do, and I feel like for Order right now, the biggest problem is we just can't get Wronski nor RDW enabled whatsoever compared to all the other maps that Order plays in.
Yeah. It doesn't help either, Dax, that they're on the defensive side here, and this map can be quite difficult sometimes to hold on to and anchor things down on the defense. You really, I think, out of all the maps that you have here in Valorant, it's one of the most active defending maps where you really have to poke and prod and take early control of a lane or of a position, because otherwise you're going to be dry out for space. There's a lot of times very little real anchor positions within the site itself here in Fracture, so you have to take something else, like on B, maybe Arcade, on A, those vets really, and as well as the radar dish, which can be a big point of contention, but it's A site cluttered and really filtered out with a bunch of these ordered players who are waiting for defenders to hold on to this. Let's see how the defense holds up.
Command now the call, and here comes Boomy for first attack anyway. Frostmind though, finding a second. Disco! Shut down, hitting that blue screen of that Frostmind with the answers though! It's gonna be again a 2 versus 2 scenario. Why does it always have to be this close with the rounds? Frostmind closer and closer. A slide from RDW, a shot from Wronski, and the dynamic duo is back on the board. 2-6. Order, a bit of the recovery. And those are the rounds where Order actually thrives in here in Fracture. Just to build on the point you were making a while ago, all the characteristics you said about Fracture, shouldn't that suit the Order playstyle? And these closer contacts, these closer contests that they can just navigate and move around the map with, that's when their true strength lies. It was an incredible movement from RDW to buy space and time for Wronski there in the first place. But Boom Esports, it's all up to them to control the action. They cannot let themselves fall in that chaos if they want to win these rounds, because Order, instead, you're gonna be able to just play the wraparound as much as possible. Boom, though, still in a commanding presence. They are playing back even right now just to be safe. And Flip Shooter sees the head of the chamber, that long barrel exposing his position. And the op is down here.
Now, more active presence trying to be showed by Order, but shut down here as the Lurk of Wronski. Maybe not the most suitable weapon for a Lurk, but yeah, Texta. Sorry, wrong C.
wrong team.
Texta. Going big here with that hold towards that Sands position. Throwing things back to the days of Earth, Wind, and Fire, but all the elements here could still work out for Boom. They've got this orbital strike, though, to force him back. No stun, no relay bolt will connect. That could have been a free kill, but it doesn't happen. 0 point out. It does pop. Suppressing for the meantime Texta. They're going towards his B site, and Flip Jitter has already made his way into the tower, which is really clear for him to take. Berserks, the rest of Boom have to try and fend them off here. And with that Rolling Thunder, that'll give them the space that they needed to get the plant off in Order in a 4v5 retake.
Oh, a nice fight here from Texta. Here we have a classic lurk yet again from the Brimstone. Disco able to go for the hold a while ago. Will he find the same kind of impact this time? And it's all about that tower take for Boom right now. It's getting perilous, but keep an eye on the Blaze King. Might get the backstab onto one, and case in point, Texta goes down. Flips it there, tries to flick it over. Doesn't get the shot this time. RDW, the distraction, has to turn on around. And Flipsitter will go down. Search Frostbite with the trades. Maple on the board. And Order is struggling to get close to the site whatsoever. This tower is held together by two, and the crossfire is there to end the life of Maple. He turns into a tree, but Order cannot get that 3-round scoreline. It's Boom now, a handful away in this instance.
It's Order swaying in the wind here as Boom, the sudden gust that they're suddenly able to bring out, has been just unstoppable really here, and Order can't find a way to plant themselves down and secure these defensive sided rounds. To get 7 is already pretty okay here, but to get an 8th, then that's going to be much more swell for the Boom Esports side. Eco. Now, for Order, they don't have much to work with. Tour de Force isn't online just yet. Headhunter, he gets damage on the Flip Jitter, but not much else.
Yeah, it's some nice map control from Order, to be honest. They had an angle from Arcade and also towards main, but the backstab there from Blaze King breaking one part of it, the hold from Berserks, and just effectively the crossfire being made by Boom towards the site. It just allowed them to hold that tower down as much as possible, and You can see it here now, that when Boom Esports is able to establish that foothold towards the site, it's such a difficult straight here for Order to get back into the position. Have it now. RDW, his overdrive, apparently losing its spark, but Tex is the one who gets to. Disco's there yet again, and the core of Order keeping them alive so far in this fight. But Blaze King, he is just royalty. And he crowns Ronsky apparently with a headshot of his own. 2 versus 2 now towards the side. Maple though with the tabs, but he just lacks the firepower. That could have been the kill if it was just another gun. But Blaze King is there to still be able to keep the coronation going. Spikes down, 2v1. All up to Disco. We've seen him do wonders before. Can he burn down the opposition this time yet again?
Unfortunately for Maple, all he can really do is pepper Blaze King down, but that gets him low. It makes things much more doable for Disco. Information given out because of that flash. He now expects presence within that site himself. But on the swing, Flip Shooter goes down, not able to connect the shot. They're both low right now. KO v KO, but this overdrive is going to work out in his favor. And as you like to say, the blue screen of death shutting down here, Disco, as the tactical crouch imposed upon here from Boom.
Wait a minute. The tactical crouch isn't bound as Alt F4. 1 second. Oops. I don't want to turn off our production right now. But beyond that though, Order, you can see that there are some players getting the job done in terms of the kills, but the position and really the anticipation of Boom has just been so much more effective, and all of the antics that Order wants to do across the map, they're still getting sussed out by the competition. They have been read here by Boom, because I think one of the problems of Fracture is even though there's a lot of space to rotate, it's relatively predictable. Do you get me? It kind of reminds me of a circle circuit, like oval racing, that you can go for the wraparound, but the other guy will know that you will be coming from that angle, and basically that angle alone if it's not being checked by anyone else. So Boom is able to play bodyguard from start to finish, and especially for the post plant. And speaking of the plant, they're trying to get it, but Maple firmly rooted here toward the side. Already 1, making 2, getting 3, even 4! It's just such a sweet victory for Maple as Order is able to hold down that A side. A shutdown of epic proportions, and Order gets back on the board.
Some sugar, some spice, and everything nice going in the way of Order there. Maple making sure these pancakes are going to be souffled in the blood that is the BME push. Berserk's going down just started the inevitable here, as he was undeniably such a great anchor to keep this ship above the sea level. Order finding a small sliver of hope to continue on here in map number 3.
He has just become Ambrosia, the nectar of the gods. Has a godly hold there to hold down that A site and take the round for Order. This one talking about some big time players making those big time plays, but suddenly the speed of Boom yet again not skipping a beat nor a gear whatsoever. Hit the nitro because Berserk is coming. Here we have a fast lane, though caught out by Maple in that instance. That coverage doesn't help the Qeon whatsoever. And Order now trying to get a little cheeky into the corner itself. Oh! Frostmine! What a read! What that? He finds the breach anyway after the communication. And there you just are able to circumnavigate yet again. The defense, man. You believe that the world is flat, and you are wrong, because Fracture is proving it to you right now. Round and around we go towards that these sites. And Order is left scratching their heads. Where are the opposition? Tempotol right there. Yet again, power position into the corner. Who checks it? That's the question. Texta does. Blaze King though, ready for the crossfire, and boom! They just made a kill box on the spawn that will be theirs. 9-3, Boom Esports, an absolutely exhilarating half from them.
The great switch there coming from Boom that they flipped on. 9-3, barring any superstitions or curses, Voodoo's be gone. This is a map that Boom Esports are looking to win. Maple did his best to try and shut him down, but Frostmine just had a better read. Simly just having, what, X-ray vision to see where exactly he was, sniffing him out and ending things. And this half has been quite advantageous for the Boom Esports' side. Flip Jitter going big, but the real backline here has been helping them out in Frostmine and Tempotol. Players that don't get as much of the limelight as maybe the rest of them might. Blaze King, Flip Jitter, and Berserk's mentioned, but Frostmine and Tempotol, who have been getting them so much value here in these rounds, in those scrambles, to be able to follow up really on the space created by a player like Berserk's. Now, you see both Neons at the bottom of the scoreboard, but the real value has been in that space creating, at least for Berserk's. We need to see that come here from RDW. It's not the first time they've struggled. He's struggled here on Neon and Fracture as well. And this cannot be a repeat instance of what happened versus Bobo, even if they won that series.
I mean, it's happening in a way where we see more value from Berserks because he dies a martyr for the site. And usually RDW is that first victim. There have been moments, don't get me wrong. I still remember that doorway slide, which was pretty snazzy.
That was picturesque.
Alongside Ronsky. That was picturesque. I was like, that's what you want to do with this kind of composition. But then again, it's just like an example compared to more of the standard that Boom Esports has been playing. And speaking of standards, I'm glad you mentioned Frostmine and Tebotol because in the struggles of Flips, Berserks, and Blaze all throughout their local stage, and some here in APAC, I think Frostmine and especially Tebotol have been the rocks really that Boom can rely on. This Wolfpack ready to hunt down these remaining rounds in order. At least their offensive might give them that glimmer of hope. They're such a strong team on the contact. Can they get the overwhelm towards the site though, or will Boom be able to anchor down the storm that is brewing? This is it though. 3 for 3 for Indonesia. Or for OCE for Australia, the moment of glory to make it to the playoffs. I've had such a great time with you here, my friend, and I'm glad this series has been an absolutely exhilarating one. But let's get back into the action, and RTW sprinting immediately, just suppress, stopping him in his tracks.
Well, let's not get over it sentimental just yet, Dax, because the incremental increase in the velocity of Boom Esports here has been undeniable. They made their way onto this A side, but with the shorty, he finds a kill, bringing things up close. But Frostmine as well follows up. Maple trying to do the same, but Blaze King and the shorty's here, making the Kings work out. Boom Esports, you're looking to take this pistol round. And 4 kills with a shorty, complete utter investment, decimating Order.
Hello? Shorty surprise? Part 2? Electric Boogaloo? What was that? How did that work? For Boom Esports, or they're just walking on into die, and well, that's a shorty. This was just so effective from Berserks. He gets 2, I believe, for 1 clip, and Blaze King also running in with a shorty of his own. This is just such a cheeky thing you can do in the tower, and it's heartbreak for Order because they run into it. That's peak efficiency right now for Boom Esports. You can see the investment. Spectres and the Judge all ready to go at it yet again, and Order gonna try small investment here. They're actually gonna go for the Force Fire rather here, Black and Blue. Full armor, now the play. They just want to go full auto and full ham. And RDW trying to play the counter here. Disco with the kick out but Berserk's over to the corner. Maple on the board, but Blaze King Frostmine already the roll call here. And it's just deja vu. I have been in this round before. We have seen it just a while ago. And Boom Esports will repeat that history. 11-3. Order, unfortunately, falling apart at the seams.
The tower defense here of Boom just so heavy.
Wait, that's the wrong genre. We're playing FPS. This isn't Balloons TD.
I was gonna
say,
say,
what is going on?
It was too heavy for them to attach to balloons and fly away with here to maybe take this B site, but yeah, they kind of had to force by that one. You can see them try and force Stingers because of the huge round disparity. Order don't have rounds to give, but they give up another, and that is just going to force their economy into being in a much more difficult situation. Now they've got Sheriffs Abound, or Force by didn't work. The Gambit they had to run doesn't work as the house says no. And Boom Esports, a huge cushion for them to sit on for the meantime, and flip to their free kill here in the Ronsky. Everything going wrong right now for Order as their pass has been denied.
The glory and the run looking to slowly but surely end here unless Order's able to make these big plays work yet again. We've seen it from the likes of Texta and Disco, especially here on this map. We've seen how overwhelming they were on that split map. Now the hopes of OCE looking a little bit more worse for wear, unless they can get these big frags so far. Boom's defense though has just been absolutely ironclad, and at the same time they're just willing to basically play a post plant if ever. Look at them giving up that A site, just hunting down whoever's lurking here as much as possible, and they want that numbers disparity to be in their favor. That will be the case. And oh, that's heartbreak for Texta. He could have gotten the backstab, and Flipster was watching him like a hawk, just trying to see if there was gonna be a twitch from that trigger finger. 5v3 though, and this is Boom now on the retake.
The Wolfpack, they've been howling here, and they can tell that it's coming deep in the night. Seemingly, the moon is helping them out as Berserks. He shreds them down, tears them apart. Tebotol will follow up here, and the damage done. And match point, tournament point here, and life secured against Order as Boom Esports get that 12. Erupting here onto the site, and seemingly no real way Order have been able to try and disparage all of that.
This is for the playoffs, man. This is for playing into next week. And Boom Esports, they're salivating at the thought here. They've just come up big when they need to the most. Flips to the form we have been looking for all throughout. It has been in spurts, in shades, really, all throughout this APAC run. But this is the moment he needed to turn it up to 11, and he has just been absolutely instrumental here for Boom Esports. Boom has had these consistency issues all throughout the run so far, but they're finding their form now. They've been using each of these weeks for experience in order. Will their experience be cut short here? RTW though, holding it by himself. And this man on the island, getting one at the very least. Overdrive though, as Boom Esports will secure the complete northern quadrant. All they have to do now is set their eyes southward here.
Flipjitter making lots of noise on this push. Could get caught out by Disco, who finds him dancing but making the wrong steps. Punishing him for that a bit of ambitiousness. The plant will go down here towards the A site. The wall of smoke's place and the fall line properly connects, but Frostmine still finds a kill within the site. Ronsky and Maple shutting them down. His Deefy is trying to be stuck. Flashpoint out, but he's gonna be trapped between a rock and a hard place, completely blind, without much to see. Seek eyes be seen for the 12 Order. Hold on to dear life.
In Order, they are hungry for this map win. It's a long road ahead of them, but they have been waiting for this moment for more than, I'd say, half a year, basically. The members here shut down from that chances from NALCQ. RDW, the only one who got a taste of SEA last time, a taste of the whole APAC with that Valkyr's roster. But it's been a long time coming for the superstars of Australia, and they don't want that run, that's edge to dull as of yet. It was a great hold for RDW. We're seeing a bit more of those cheeky lurk plays from the side of Order. And despite being on the Neon, he was just happy to play it out there on the northern side and catch the punch as much as possible. Flipjitter though versus Maple can be a big pick in favor of Boom if they can get that takedown. Spike though left behind, but Order's actually just looking for picks as much as possible. And it's Boom Esports. They have to be very careful right now, but Berserks! Huge moment for him to start things off strong, but it's a quick trade. Now, Ronsky! Oh, heartbreaking the numbers! Tapathol smashes the bottle on his head, and the frenzy's there for the takedown.
He gets an ultimate up online as well as he takes the orb, retrieves the rifle. This is looking dire right now for Order, decimated on their own attacking round. Maple finds a kill on the Templeton, that's huge. Now the Rolling Thunder can't go into play in this round specifically, and RDW is gonna really haul and get his way all the way towards that A site. But the spike, it's crawling, it's passing here. The huge crevasse. Frostmind on the push here from Arcade. Play no games as Disco is going to get shut down. Blaziken gets found though here by RDW, trying to go back and support his own teammate. But the time is ticking. The sands of time are hollowing, and now they expect this to come towards that B site. You can see Frostmind waiting in here, Dax.
Frostmind, he is ready. Mind again looking to go over Mata. Rolling Thunder though gonna be the play, and RDW leading the charge. Time though ticking, and Frostmind still prepared into the corner. Looks for the shot. RDW goes down, and it's all left now to Maple, but he will just shrivel up in the corner. And Boom Esports, they sick the hunting back, and they will make it perfect for Indonesia as all the representatives move to the playoffs. 30-4, commanding presence of Fracture. The boys from OCE, it was great to have them, but they are sent home, and look at that. Paper has been ripped, and well, Boom, they threw down the gauntlets, and they come out ahead in the end.
Boom Esports perfecting the run here from Indonesian teams. 3-3. Mere folklore the werewolves might be, but lycanthropy is as true as a legend might suggest, as Boom Esports once again find their way into the top 8, never faltering, and this time they get the job done once more. Unfortunately for OCE, that's their only sole representative here taken now out of this tournament contention. We still saw great things coming in from Order. Once when we were kind of wondering what can this super team from OCE bring, they showed us exactly what, and they had such incredible performances in their opening matchups. Unfortunately, cannot get the job done here today. They go down, but with their heads held up high.
And just amazing to see them on this world stage. But unfortunately for the OCE region, history repeats itself, and Indonesia able to beat out Australia there yet again, just like stage number 1. Order though this is a squad to keep an eye out in the future. This is a squad that is looking to represent what OC will all be all about when it does turn the field back into the SEA region for our top 8 so far. We still have one more match to go, guys, but the panel will be breaking down the action that just occurred. What a series and what a run it has been. And big shout outs, of course, to the OC community who have made their voices be heard. Of course, our fellow casters here right now with the OC region. So I really expect to see more from them moving forward. But boom, well-deserved victory, well-deserved form, and it will be going on break. That's your Black and Blue signing out for now. We'll see you guys for more of VCT APAC.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they stunt. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they stunt. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
Chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Phan Huy, in-game là Kawa. Hiện tại mình đang là huấn luyện viên của team Fancy United Esports Valorant.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Ace đến từ team Fancy United Esports.
Mục tiêu và kỳ vọng của team mình trong vòng giải APAC sắp tới đó là team mình sẽ cố đạt được top 2 để giành vé đi dự giải Master. Các team đối thủ mà team mình có thể đối đầu trong giải APAC sắp tới thì đối thủ mà team mình lo ngại nhất chính là team PPGL đến từ Singapore. Trong thời gian vừa qua thì team mình đã tập luyện scrim với rất nhiều team trong khu vực APAC và cũng có từng scrim qua với team PPGL. Để vượt qua được đối thủ đấy thì team mình đã và đang xây dựng một chiến thuật để có thể nào mà khóa chặt và khắc chế cái việc mà hai đi lead của team PPGL đó là Forsaken và Zing có thể bay bổng nhất. Đấy là chiến thuật sắp tới để mình có thể cố gắng chống lại team PPGL. Thay mặt các thành viên team Fancy United thì mình xin gửi lời cảm ơn chân thành và sâu sắc với những người hâm mộ team Fancy và mình mong các bạn tiếp tục theo dõi và ủng hộ team mình trong các trận đấu của giải đấu vòng APAC sắp tới. Team mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để mang lại những cái niềm vui và bất ngờ lớn hơn cho các bạn.
Hi, this is Dubstep from Team Secret representing the Philippines. My expectations towards the APAC VCT is we want to take this thing and we want to win the whole thing because this is our one and only chance in qualifying for the VCT champions this year. I guess our rival competition would be Paper Rex and Sersha because they are also the top APAC teams from the last tournament so far. I think the player to look out for is Forsaken from Team Paper Rex. He is one of the explosive players in the APAC region, and I believe he's one of the people I enjoy playing against with, and I hope I can play him like in the playoffs, maybe in the finals or in the semifinals. He's one of the few players that makes me enjoy competing in this region. To overcome all the challenges, we will do our best and we will keep the pace and do what we excel the most. We train hard, we train harder. Even if we win, we train even harder. So we won't be backing down on any of these challenges on the upcoming APAC stage. A quick shout outs to all of the fans, the supporters that have been supporting us since day one, and I hope you guys can support us also on the upcoming VCT APAC playoffs stage 2, and see you guys there. Again, this is Dubsep from Team Secret representing the Philippines. Watch us on VCT APAC Challengers Playoff Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys there.
Oh my lord, Boom Esports is nasty, and I'm not sure if I mean that in the right sense, because I don't know what else to say about those guys. Pulling out the shotguns right now, that's something else. By the way, you guys are still tuned in to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, and it's the likable Tash Bunny and Trix over here on the panel. Now, oh my god, I'm still trying to understand how this series went. A lot of shock happening on my end over here, Trix, so why don't you take over?
Honestly, shocking for me as well. I expected Boom's attacker side to go well. I didn't expect it to go as well as it did. I feel like both teams were trying to go on that aggressive, trying to go on that, but we could see the reaction. I remember there was one round for both teams where Order like pushed, and then Boom just zip lines all the way to the other side and takes the side they pushed from. And all I could think was, how did you make that decision so quickly? I feel like other teams might take those duels because they're like, oh my, they're coming at us kind of thing. But no, and Order did the same thing to them. So I feel like both teams are so good. I'm so sad that we had to say goodbye to one of them.
Personally, I think that's the reason why Boom Esports chose this map. They are very, very proficient. As I mentioned before, sometimes there are certain teams that just get really good at a map really fast, and this was their trump card to come up on top. But I have to say, their aggression kind of felt like a momentum, kind of like steamrolling is number one. In the beginning, it felt like Order had the right idea to come in with the lurks. But the thing is, Boom adjusted very fast. Whenever they tried to take a site, they were already having one person at the back of site, trying to, at the back of their, their party going inside, just to make sure that no one is flanking from the back. And at the same time, because of how aggressive they are, and in terms of how they are very familiar with all the angles and corners, they're able to clear it fast, take a control of so much space, to the point that they can just like come into site, switch around, take control of the enemy spawn, and that was just all over for them.
I think it was also entertaining at one point. The defender from Order was lurking and then got a pick. And then somebody from Boom Esports also rotated to take that lurker out as well.
Yeah.
So it just felt like everyone kept going in circles, and I understand what Dak was talking about, kind of like it's like a track almost that it can keep going, people can keep going around it. It had that feeling, right?
I mean, I think that's like one of the allures of Fracture. It's a round and round and round track. Kind of felt like a Mario Kart map if you want to think about it, given of how fast each the rounds can go, especially on the speed. But I have to say, because of how aggressive it seems to be Boom Esports can be, that's why they got so much value from the shorty, from the judge, because they like playing in these very, very aggressive corners here and very, very tight areas where you see that Order really wanted to contest this space, but because of this very close angles CQC, it gave them so much value. And I have to say that Boom Esports really knew how to play these kind of like tight angles, and this is especially perfect for this particular map.
That is true. Those tight angles. We also saw this one round where Boom Esports seemed to also be pushing the site, and you could see that before we'd see that the fast lane would come up from the neon, and then she would swing left, and then she'd go into the towers. But then I noticed that round they actually went right instead, and they just decided to give up towers completely. And I think it's also because that's one of the things they were expecting.
It really catches people off guard though when you play that way, because you kind of condition them to think that, oh, he plays this way, you do it like maybe 4 or 5 rounds and he doesn't change. Then suddenly one round you do it different and it catches you off guard. However, though, we still did see Texta shine because of just one mistake, not checking corners. But after that, we saw that rectification coming in from the side of Boom. Speaking of that, Flips, what do you think of him?
Wait, why are you laughing? This guy was incredible.
He's a very expressive player. He's a very expressive player.
He's pretty colorful though. We saw things go down in that game. I have to admit it was colorful. But again, this is just the spirit of competition talking over here. I mean, the stats on the board, just amazing on the side of Flip Shooter. He had a lot of clutch situations over there.
Yes.
It was just something else, Trix. And I know that you always love talking about Flip Shooter as well as Blaze King, Trix. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to let it all out before we head on over and see these guys off to the playoffs.
It's just the way that Flip Shooter plays in terms of getting that information, getting that early advantage, and being able to reposition in a way that his teammates can always support him. I find that to be fantastic. And I hope that, more players look at that and realize that it's not just about going off on your own. It's also about going for the information for your team. And it doesn't mean having to get a pick necessarily.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Now, with Trix finally releasing all of the notes that she had, especially with Flip Shooter, it's time for us to move on to the next series. And this is it, guys. This is the last series of the group stage. So I need you guys to really keep your eyes peeled for this one, because this is it. This is going to be the one that's completing the puzzle that we like to call the playoffs over here on APAC. So the first team that will be coming into this final series is Vietnam's Last Hope. And they've fought long and proud to make it here. But above anything, they're trying to show their identity, a marker of who this team really is. Will they be able to stand out from the rest? Only they have the answers. So let's find out from Fancy United Esports.
Okay, this is Fancy United, a team that I would say, while their name says fancy, I would say they're more... Okay, they're still fancy. But anyways, coming back to what I was gonna say about fancy in general, I mean, I remembered, I think one of the reasons why I hold this team so close to my heart was because on my debut on the APAC stage, they were the first team that I casted with Azurite. But in terms of how they play, there's everything fancy to say about them. Or if you watch Spy X Family, the word is elegant. And I don't blame anyone thinking otherwise about it, because they play very aggressive. They are one of those teams that love the aggressive pushes. Regardless attack or defense, every round is attack for them. And in a lot of situations, this can really catch a lot of teams off guard. I think the kryptonite for Team Fancy is just knowing how to expect or welcome this attacking or aggressive play with open arms and countering it. And I think a lot of teams have managed to do that in the past. So for Team Secret, my question for them is that, are you ready for the aggressive Fancy United?
Well then, maybe this is the team that's gonna be welcoming them with open arms rather. We're about to find out. But on the other side of Vietnam's Last Hope, excuse me, is PH's last hope. It's no secret who this team is. Their Champions 2021 run was something SEA had their eyes on. They had their downfall in the past, not being able to qualify for APAC 1, but this time they want to prove a statement true that they are back. So the question here is it true? Are they really back? And will they make it back to the global stage? Let's find out together with Team Secret.
And here we finally have Team Secret going up against Fancy United. It's Borkum, Dispenser, Dubstep, Jesse Vash, and Wits. Players that a lot of us have kept our eyes on for a while. But, you know, seeming that in their series up to this point, it felt like they were a little inconsistent or a little lost in terms of what they wanted to do. But I find that the amount of space that these players can make and the amount of times that they're able to punish their opponents for that over-aggression that we speak of, or the over-commitment to the angles, and the way that they don't really shut down the lurking that comes out from Team Secret is the advantage that they have. I hope to see that the support coming in from Team Secret is a little more coordinated, because we did find that in terms of what Tash was talking about, like the kryptonite of Team Secret would be that kind of team play, that kind of synergy that they have with the agents. It's not just about the synergy they have with each other, it's with the agents that they're using in order to utilize and take and get value off of their agent selection.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at it from an outside perspective, at the end of the day, players are what? Puppet masters to these agents, and they gotta be skilled. That's what it is, right? You know, you see a puppet master, they're really skilled at controlling the puppets, and that's how it is. They have to be in sync with the role that they're put in, and of course with the rest of the team. But that is just it with Team Secret. I'm excited to see who we're going to be featuring over at our head-to-head, because again, this is the final series of the day and the final piece of the puzzle that we like to call the playoffs. So let's find out who are the featured players for this specific series. Well then, I think that the Puppet Master is the perfect term, because they're the guys who have the control, and these guys are our controllers, Tash.
I'm really excited just to see this particular head-to-head, just because the battle of the controllers is something that I'm very interested to see. After all, how they anchor aside and hold the post plant is one of the big factors that can really make or break around. Now, talking about that, I think Heizi takes it a little bit to the next level. I think I talk about him a lot, especially when I'm on a panel talking about Fancy United. His Omen plays, or rather his controller plays, are a little bit more aggressive, and I'm really liking how he utilizes these utilities, not just for his team but also for himself. It really puts him in a situation where he can really help out with those picks, especially if, say, his Julius were to go down.
Orcum, on the other hand, also a fantastic controller. I think we see him more often on the Astra than we do on something like Omen or Viper, depending on the map picks, of course. But I find that global presence in which Team Secret is always looking for, in terms to push their opponents back, in terms of to get that early information, to get that retake potential as well, is very reliant on Borkum as well as other support agents coming in to be able to pinch the attackers when they're on the side for that retake.
And speaking of the global level, let's actually head on over to our map vetoes to find out which part of the globe we are going to be in. Is it safe for me to assume that the Valorant universe is existing on a globe? Because I'm not really sure.
I mean, technically, if you look at certain maps, they did say San Francisco or Tokyo, so it's possibly somewhere on Earth.
Well, it's probably not in the North Pole though, because we are not going to be seeing Icebox over here. I'm not actually surprised. Team Secret has had their fair share of struggle over on Icebox, but Fancy United, banning Fracture out here, I think that a little bit of research was put into place because, as far as I know, both of them have like a 50-50 chance of taking home Fracture. But the first map selection over here, Trix, is gonna be Haven.
Haven seeming to be one of the favorite maps that a lot of teams are picking.
It's the OG.
I know that it is an OG, but I find, Ascent is really the OG.
Oh yeah, I have to agree with
but, but Haven
mine.
being that map that's large and just able to take those duels, and I find that Fancy United, I believe, is the team that actually plays it as if it's 2 sites rather than 3.
Yeah.
And just opt to play that 3rd site for the retake. And I actually loved seeing that. So I'm excited and hopeful that they're going to pull that off again. And speaking of OGs, Fancy United selecting Ascent.
I mean, if you look at a lot of the Fancy United plays, I think one of their favorite maps has always been Ascent, and they really execute it well. The aggression really helps them take control of mid, giving them so much control of not only A side but also B. And if Team Secret is not able to hold that area, it can mean big trouble.
Ooh, well, we're looking at Ascent over here, and as much as I think that Fancy United has a really good win percentage here, Team Secret statistic kind of proves a little bit more. Wait, so we're going to all of the classic maps over here except for Split. Interesting. I like seeing the bind. Maybe we'll see some Yoru picks over here. I love the selection. It feels like a throwback is what it is.
Like
it
in the
really
beginning
does.
years of Valorant, right?
Valorant.
I mean,
Feels so
Valorant
classic.
just turned 2. It's always good to look back into all of it. But personally, Bind, I think like for Bind Fancy United, I would say they might have an edge just because of how their aggressive plays are also supplemented by great ability usage as well as how they move in the site. But I'm not too sure what exactly I can expect from Team Secret. What do you think, Trix?
I'm also concerned about the map picks. I feel like just because recently it seems that Team Secret is trying out their newer lineups, trying out something a little more innovative. I find that there are situations, especially on default maps, where they seem to be predictable, or the opponent capitalizes on the fact that they're trying something different, and the opponents also are realizing the blind spots that Team Secret has proven to have.
Yeah, so I want to point this out. Like, you pointed about the composition being a little bit creative. I want you guys to remember that Fancy United is the team that loves pulling out the double controller. And yeah, that just does a lot. And I think that it's able to sway the competition onto one side, and it's also able to sway us into our map prediction. Oh, not map, but like predictions in general. So as I say this, girls, I want to know what your predictions are based off of the map selection that we have over here. Who do you guys think is going to be the victor for this final series? You go first, Tash.
Personally, I am really gonna give it to Fancy United. As I said before, they are a team close to my heart, and I also really like the way they play aggressive. This no fear, high risk, high reward sort of playstyle is something that I feel really works out in their favor. Just because like, even though they're going into so many rounds, maybe not really working out with that particular playstyle, they can always fall back into a more defensive style just because of the double controller sort of meta they have. But at the same time, they also have other lineups as well, which just shows that flexibility is there for the team.
And Trix?
After seeing the map, I'm a little torn because I feel like Team Secret can do really well on these maps, and they have shown that they can do really well on the maps. But I also feel that Fancy United has come in here so strong, and they've proven that they can understand their opponents, they can change their playstyle. They're extremely versatile players in terms of whether it's the repertoire in strategy or if it's their agent selections. So I think Fancy United could take this.
Okay, then I guess I'm on my own when I say that I am predicting that Team Secret is gonna win this. I mean, I know, I always tend to go for the Filipino teams, the homegrown teams, but track records don't lie. These guys made it to champions, and I believe that it's true. They're back. They're gonna do it again. So I'm excited to see what's gonna go down, what the journey is gonna be for the both of these teams. Who is gonna be going home tonight sobbing, and who is gonna be going home with a big smile on their faces. And as I say this, I think we're just about ready to see the agent selection. So double controllers on the line over here for the side of Fancy United. I hope they don't let me down because their track record, it's always there. It's always there, you know.
I think they're fighting for the Astra.
Which one of us gets to play
It felt like
today?
solo queue for a little bit. How there's always either someone insta-locking the jet, insta-locking chamber, or insta-locking stage. There's no in between. But it looks like Heizi will be playing the Omen, and I did say earlier that I really enjoy him on the Omen. So I'm really looking forward to this, given from track records. And it's kind of like, it reminds me of Arton from Damien Gladiators per se, where you look at Arton, you think of Omen, and the same goes to me from Heizi. But coming back to Team Secret, I would say that just seeing Dispenser on the KJ is making me smile. Just because I've seen his track record on there, and also because when you see a good KJ really able to just hold or anchor a site very well without needing his teammates' help too much, it gives so much breathing space for them to just take rotations or even kind of split up into different areas to come into a site.
I do wonder, however, how Team Secret is going to take this lineup in terms of the attacker side, how they're going to be able to take those sites, because we see Fancy United and it looks like an aggressive lineup. They clearly have enough controllers, they have enough space that they can take, they have the chamber that can easily get out of sticky situations, and a lot of flash potential for both attack and defense. So I'm hoping that Team Secret is going to play that information game, but not get baited out by false information that Fancy United might try to give them.
I have a question actually. So for now, we are seeing, personally for me, the Sova, I really like seeing the Sova on Team Secret just because of how big the map is and how much information they can get compared to a Sky. I'm not saying the Sky is not good, but I'm just saying a Sky with the Sova would probably be better just because of the size of the map. But how exactly is another way that Fancy United can kind of maneuver through the map without those long range recons?
It would have to be kind of one of those hard duels. You want to get people out of those corners, use that utility to try and flush them out. You've got Breach utility, you've got Astra utility as well, and a lot of it is probably like trading. You need to trade on Fancy United because you don't have that hard intel, as I like to put, that you get from a Sova or you get from a KO. A lot of it has to do with the information that you have. How are you and your teammates going to take that site, and how are you going to trade each other?
I'm looking at this and I'm just wondering how much information can Team Secret really pull off? Again, you guys already mentioned this, but there's so much information to be denied, especially with the lineup like Fancy United has. But the questions to all our answers can only be given by these two teams. And with that, folks, all I'm saying is that we are headed over to Haven. So fasten your seatbelts, guys, because the game is about to start.
Last hope for the nations, last series of the group stage, but only one of these teams can bring their flag to the playoffs. And will it be Team Secret or Fancy United Esports? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Final series of the group stage, as I said. Final time we're going to be here for the week, working on a Monday. Very intriguing, but double duty here for Dax and Black and Blue. I have to say though, man, PH versus Vietnam. Unfortunately, one of these two regions will be going home after this one. The playoffs have just basically been filled up by all the other rosters that have qualified so far. So I kind of have to ask you this right now. What do you think about this matchup? Because Team Secrets, yeah, I'm gonna say it outright as Filipino caster, they kind of screwed the pooch in especially that series against Bleed, but they have been finding their form a bit more in the lower bracket. In the meantime, Fancy United, relatively the biggest surprise of the group, their aggression, their intriguing compositions, the things that they were able to build on from the previous incarnation of APAC, they have put on forward and have shown improvements in this stage, in this group stage itself.
Definitely so, and we recognize, just Team Secret compared to the performances that we saw from them during Champions. It was a far cry, especially during Stage 1 where they couldn't even make it into APAC. Now they finally do, but it's really their last chance to make it into that top 8. And as you said, the slots have been filled up. Other countries, other regions here have been able to make it. We have, Indonesia getting 3 for 3, Thailand getting the reps in, MYSG getting 2 of the reps in, as well as Hong Kong, Taiwan. But the Philippines and Vietnam, that has eluded them here so far. And this is the final placement match, really, for either side. Now, for Fancy, you said they're a surprise, but one that has been in the making for quite a while. We saw this Fancy United squad last time around when they were playing, during the Challengers for SCA last year, and they always were a team that had some, I guess, exponential improvement throughout the times that we have seen them, and had a lot of expectations for them to be representing a region like Vietnam, which is one of the latter additions to this entire VCT circuit, especially last year. But for them to get this far in deep is already a big point for them, but we have yet to really see a Vietnamese team in general just be super dominant. There are times in the past where, a team like Cerberus would do that, but now the mantle is on Fancy, the last hope of Vietnam, and so is Secret for the last hope of the Philippines.
Yeah, and Fancy United, they made those waves last time around with the stage, with the innovation and the aggression, but we always looked at it and be like, what is else there to offer, right? How will they sharpen and hone their compositions? And that's what they did coming into stage number 2. They are the first seed, basically, of Vietnam, a Cinderella story that absolutely happened in their local qualifiers. And Fancy United has won the hearts of not just the Vietnamese region, but also fans who are enjoying the variants that they're able to bring to the table. Case in point right now, we're moving into Haven, and while Team Secret has this tried and tested KO composition with dubstep at it, Wits actually be the one on the jet roll instead. I'm always intrigued with how Fancy United plays these maps, and double controller between the Astra and the Omen, and remembering how they played last time around in stage number 1, it can be a very, very aggressive Omen, to say the least, that can get in your face suddenly or get into the off angle that will surprise you from the smokes and the teleportation.
Well, I want to talk about the map vetoes here, Dax, and I want to pick your brain on what you think about this, because in my personal opinion, I think that this map veto does generally favor out the side of Team Secret. We're starting things on Haven, which has been a pretty okay map for them, especially here coming into stage 2, where we saw them beat teams the likes of FW Esports, Oasis Gaming, and a lot of the other teams in their local qualifiers. But then we look over to the flip side here, we look at Fancy, and their Haven matchups have been okay. Once again, they went up against Bleed, and they also won against FW Esports, but they do struggle on it a bit more often here lately on forward, and Bind has been a map that I don't think has been super convincing for me, in my opinion, when it comes to that Fancy Esports side.
I think the fun thing about this for Fancy United's favor is, while the stats don't really agree with the assessment that this can be their map pool, right? It's just a matter of comfort that they're able to play on. I look at the stage stats right now from their local scene, from the region, and they really don't bother playing those duelist-based compositions. They love to play controllers, they love to play utility in many a map, and Haven Ascent, you're gonna get that double controller. If you make it the bind, then it becomes even more intriguing because we get that triple control. So stats-wise, I have to agree with you that Team Secret should be the one having advantage. Ascent has become one of their best maps in the PH pool from their recent run, but don't count out Fancy United as of yet, because if their style of play is able to psych out Team Secret, is able to make it difficult for them to maneuver, then perhaps that can be the ace in the hole that Fancy United Esports needs to win out with the series. But before we get on start, guys, we'll be taking a little bit of a break, and when we return, it will be that map number 1. That's the Black and Blue. We'll see you guys in a bit for more VCT APAC.
To the beat, the chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard. Top in the one in the charts. I've already won. Babe, but didn't he start?
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 at every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all
of truth, just realize. Two groups faking the real guys. And both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land.
Look, come on, guys. No APAC is complete without tech pause, but we're gonna be getting into it already. Dax here with Black and Blue. We are back to kick things off with Team Secret versus Fancy United Esports. Very excited now for this matchup to begin, and as per usual, we're just waiting on for everything to be set and ready. But before the break, I know we were talking about a little bit of the style, really, of Fancy United. Very utility-based compositions, but at the same time, hard aggression that can kind of mirror some duelist plays here and there. And the point I was making before we went on that break there, Black and Blue, was basically if Team Secret get thrown for a loop, get kinda in their own heads with how Fancy United are playing, then that's gonna be a big detriment to them. But statistically and from what we've seen so far, Team Secret should be having a bit of that edge in terms of lethality once we move on forward. We'll see if this conundrum that FCY is trying to inflict on Team Secrets, will it be unfolding in their favor, or can Team Secret get out of this multiverse of madness? Time for us to get into the game, though, and something I kind of want to talk about before we get started. Wits on that jet. What do you think about that there, Black and Blue?
They've been running this configuration, Dax, for a while now, right? Ever since stage 1. I
was there.
Yeah, oh, well, duh. But I do think it's the right way for them to go, because Wits, he's very potent, as we've seen on him, to be that main rifler role, like what we saw on Champs when he'd be on a rain or something. But to have him be that entry and be potent as well on the operator is a big thing for them. It allows Dubstep to stay alive further in the round. Wits is the one to make contact, but speaking of contact, that's made here towards a garage position. Dispenser being the first one to try and get the fight going. As a help here trying to come in, but no one really finding much damage going either way. Dispenser fending them off for the meantime. That turret being good, and Dubstep spamming through, finds a head on a Fisio.
A great start here for Team Secret. A stellar bounce with the fragment to go for the stall. Add in a bit of that star from Regum, and that's a recipe of great success here for Team Secret so far. They come out ahead with one head. And Fisio goes down. Now the rest of SCY looking to follow suit as they move towards that A site instead. Heisey though keeping an eye out on the corners. With spotted but not taking on down. Jesse Bash with crossfire. Team Secret getting the frags that they need. Trailblazer with a chomp on the Jesse Bash. Acerola on the site already. But Jesse Bash has his number. Has the survival in his hands. And yes, I can. Well, that mindset will not happen in this round. Team Secret with the pistol win to the shock of the Philippine audience.
Well, Team Secret, it's not something they're typically known for, but I do have some worries here for the Vietnamese side in Fancy, where they don't have, obviously, a duelist, which means, more importantly, they don't have gap closing tools. Like, yes, there's a Shadow Step here coming in from the Omen, but that's really all they've got, and they have a lot of this initiating power, right? They've got that Sky and Breach, but who follows up on that exactly? Who will run into the site to be able to take that space and confirm a kill off of it? There isn't really anybody to do that, so that's one of the things that Team Secret are known for crumbling in against, when there's a lot of pressure being placed that way, a lot of gap closing tools that they get surprised on how up close the opposition is. Fancy simply don't have that option.
No, I agree, because that was an issue versus Bleed Esports. They had a great first half against Bleed, coming into the second on their offensive. Bleed just pretty much shut down their assaults and only gave them one round. Couldn't even make the spike plant. You said it yourself. Dispenser with a takeout. Dispenser with a 3. Dubstep is right there. The D&D connection yet again. Looking to go for the targets. And it's just Acerola who cannot be the ace in the hole here. He's dug up by Wits. Found out outside the double doors. And it's double the points now for Team Secret as they are up 2-0. Just to wrap up your point, I think that was really the biggest issue of Team Secret moving forward on Haven, both on the local scene and into APAC. When it's sudden damage, it's a sudden burst that will surprise you, then it becomes problematic for the Team Secret defense. But if they can control the pace like this, where we're just chugging along by the rhythm of Team Secret, then this defense can look absolutely ironclad if things continue. FCY, they need to make a game changer happen basically, and it's not happening right now since Witch shuts down. Yes, I can. Rifle round here for FCY, already tagged up by the operator. Team Secrets, again, in control.
And as I was saying a while ago, to have Dubstep on that main rifle role, and that's evident by the fact that he buys a rifle on round 2, is a really important factor that they can utilize. Wits, he's a very competent, not even competent, an incredible opper, really. Like, even before Valorant, there was 3 of the top oppers in the Philippine scene, and 2 of them are here on this Team Secret squad in Wits and Dubstep. But Fisio finds an opening pick on a dispenser, which takes down a lot of their stopping power and holding power within the site. Borkum, he can find a killer, especially in the low Fisio, and that he does. Can he find another though? He does good damage towards Acerola, but he still gets away with it. Wits, Jesse, Vash, and Dubstep, the last remaining players here in the retake, but they've got rifles to work with. And Dubstep, he's playing the beat to his own tune. Acerola goes down, Jesse, Vash on the flank. It doesn't seem like Fancy are none the wiser in his position.
Yeah, they found a frag towards the garage, but beyond that, they're still getting pinched here by Team Secret, and the setup, well, non-existent even. Team Secret just knocking them down like dominoes kicked over, and this will be a bonus 1 here by TS so far. I think this can be perhaps the kryptonite of FCY moving forward, unless they can make those major adjustments, because Team Secret, when they can hunker down, then that can be the rhythm that they play in. And despite that stellar kill towards Dispenser, it was already Fancy United's hands forced to move towards Garage because of the presence of Wits. Overall, past 3 rounds so far have been heavily manipulated by Team Secret, to say the least, and it will take a heroic effort from one of the members here of Fancy United to get the frags that they need. Honestly, the players I'm looking forward to perhaps are Yes I Can and Fisio to get that job done. They have been potent so far in their APAC run. They can get those kills for the squad. And of course, FCY, rich history in the Vietnamese scene. A few roster changes here and there before getting in this stage. But Dispenser already catching out Fisio, and he's hungry for a few more kills outside the double doors. Triple stack here for the side of FCY. Acerola trying to contest. Here comes Yes I Can and crew. But Wits on the flip side, dealing with Heisey even. It's all about the duels. Heisey, stellar shot! Beautifully done by the Omen. Beyond that though, Jesse Vash getting ready with a trade. There we have the dark cover. Aldrone will get the tag. And here comes Jesse Vash. He sees him cornered, gets that takedown. And Team Secret with the man advantage make that 2 even as Dubstep finds the one in the middle. Jesse Vash not done. Still gets away with the kill there, Black and Blue. And Yes I Can, the only one left now.
That was a wild shot. Bit of luck, but more importantly, skill as well. You saw him trying to make sure that, okay, they got pistols. If I dodge and weave, then I'm going to have myself a small chance to make this out alive. And he doesn't, but carries 2 down with him. That's more than enough. Dubstep here with the final kill, and the information he's gathered early on helped them.
Oh no! That is
out of bounds, out of reach, too short to make it.
Oh, couldn't reach it. That's a little insulting. I don't know if FCY did that on purpose to throw it in the sights of Team Secret, but that has to hurt in a way. Oh man, it's right on top of that wheelbarrow. It's such a long gun and you still can't reach it. Man, baby hands basically the Valorant agents have, but Team Secrets, their cradle has not been rocked whatsoever. Stellar defense so far. Fancy United, a few good ideas here and there, but they haven't really manifested much into reality besides some big shots from someone like Heisey.
Scout destroyed.
Shot rings out.
Here.
Big pick it could have been if Wits found it, but it doesn't come just yet. Oh, the flash. It gets popped within this one-way smoke that Borkum plays. This actually helps him out in the end. Jesse Vash waiting in the wings here. You have to be careful about this push. They're freaking out, and Jesse Vash, he finds a double. So incredible that this man is so potent, really, in those type of situational holds, and when he's committed to it, he certainly doesn't back out. Wits on the flank here, and this round is once again looking done for Fancy. His attacking side of there is simply struggling. Borkum's been tagged up. He's anticipating the swing from the flank of Wits, but Wits, he finds a shot in the end, almost taken down, but he gets the job done. 5-0 is Team Secret. There's no surprises about what they're doing here, but it's Fancy with this composition in hand. It seems like they're looking to solve a problem that isn't even on the table.
Yeah, Acerola, phantom issues there in the end, couldn't get the secured kills. You mentioned it. It's just for Fancy United, their pace is effectively red. You can see that they're just coming in as a unit as much as possible, but it's pretty streamlined. It's pretty wave focused, and someone like Jesse Vash can get away with a hard aggress angle like that because there's no one dashing past you, there's no one really throwing nades at you, no really cheeky TPs, or just a monster in the waiting to happen with a Reyna perhaps. And it's become problematic for Fancy, just that entry point to begin with. This is a composition that really suits the defensive role for Fancy United so far. And I do believe that it's quite a contrast from something that we can potentially see from their local results. They were able to get some good results locally on the attacking side, but against here the region, someone like Team Secret, someone like Bleed last time, if I remember correctly, they're just able to anticipate all the angles that FCY are coming from, and they're not afraid to use whatever smokes Hyze and Acerola set up against them as much as possible. So TS reading the opposition like a well-placed book as of the moment. Seems like the library of FCY wide open right now. But Fancy United, it's still in them. They made it this far for good reason. They're the first seed of Vietnam for a reason, man. But the problem is their intentions exposed, and the scan catches out many a member of FCY.
Yeah, but their plays and their plans don't seem to be as fruitful here in the APAC scene as it was in their local side of things. Composition they're bringing really proposing their own problems, and here on the peak, Jesse Vash, no fear at all, walks through his teammate's own nano swarm to get himself going. Minute moments paying real big dividends in the end. That Aldrone will confirm there still is presence there towards the short position. Comes as well. 0 point, and this is so difficult for Fancy. They get scanned early on in the round by that recon from Jesse Vash, and they still continue towards A. When Team Secret, they've got them trapped here right now. Unless they can really disarm the trap that Borkum has got, then this is a round that should go in Team Secret's way, but never mind. Fancy. Yeah, it's a great pick for Fisio here. Then.
Great open up by Fisio, and it allows them to rotate if ever towards the side they want. Team Secret, they do have to be careful from over-rotating towards C site, and a great read here by FCY so far. Acerola has been meditating for this position, and now he puts down the stars to go towards A itself. From the shadows for reinforcements, Hyze already on site. Team Secret trying to contest. Spencer, though, might be the bane of their existence, but he doesn't overheat and overextend. They rely on the Hunter's Fury to get the damage done. Jesse Bash with the takedown, almost getting the kill onto the Spencer too with 4 HP. Bladestorm is out. There we have the Cosmic Divide, but in this set of ultimates, the big one is the lockdown, and the bigger one is Witch dashing on in to get that takedown. All the space created here for Team Secret, all the time in the world. And Fisio, all he can do now is just retreat if ever. A big investment for FCY, and a great lurk play by Acerola to allow them to rotate accordingly. But at the same time, Team Secret, they're just able to handle it yet again with nary a whimper, just sudden burst from the tower, extra artillery, and really a recipe of success again for TS.
Great timing found there by Jesse Vash, but it's the Spencer who did a really good job. And Wits, he's lucky that Acerola was ADS on that Bulldog of his, not expecting to dash through all his bullets, because if that was full auto, he might have just dashed into his own demise. But here comes the tour de force out now for Fancy United. Gonna find maybe a big boomstick to get them out of this hasty situation, as 6-0 secured by Team Secret is not a good place to be in if you're a Fancy fan.
A bit heartbreaking for Fancy United so far, but we're not done as of yet. Hero Rifle here for Acerola. Fisio though, oh, that could have been some great timing if he just waited just a little bit more for that smoke to dissipate. But the Spencer, all he needs is a pixel, but that peak isn't effective to get that kill. Nano Swarm though for the stall, and FCY yet again barred from entry. It's like those kind of games where you need those key cards, right? You have to run around, fetch quests, just to get access to the objective itself. And in this game, it's Team Secret who's coming out ahead again and again. Flash though from Dubstep, we've seen this before from the Mad Lad. Can he get the pops this time? Already getting many of them, but that's way too many to haggle Mr. Dubstep. Jesse Bash with a trade, but Fishu from the far, the tour de force making the impact. This is the perfect time for FCY to punish. Over ambition here from Team Secret, over eagerness to get these rounds done. Can be their folly. And FCY forcing the post plant with the man advantage.
Well, folly adieu perhaps, because this sickness has been spread throughout them now. Finally, working wonders. Dispenser trying to spam through, but nothing connects on that God spot. The Seeker is going to force him back, and Heisey has a great position here for the paranoia play. That is going to come out in just about a second, but Borkum able to make it past that. Physio though, Nasarola making sure that it doesn't matter as the lines are held strongly. And Truso enough, Wits going to have to save this up. Maybe get a pick off, but that's all he can really hope for. This is a difficult position for him to be in. Still peeking for it. That drops the up, and yes, I can. Yes, he does. 6-1 as Fancy finally gets something going.
Yeah, it's a big round for Fancy. It's a thrifty state. They take the guns away from Team Secret. And not only that, they do show that for Team Secret, the biggest win condition here for Fancy United is getting that post plant. You can never forget about the lethality of these guys. They have some pretty nutty aim, to say the least, in the Vietnamese region. And they're trying to complement that with these interesting utility-based compositions, no duelists even. So if they're that close to Team Secret, then you know that FCY can get that victory. So this game, it's not gonna be over anytime soon. Team Secret, they need to respect their opponent as much as possible, because if they overheat, if they overcommit, then that will be their demise. Wits though, understanding the memo, got the message from a while ago and sends it back to Heisey instead. Off though, in the hands of Fisio. Borkum right behind us. What a shot, Fisio! How did you even find that one? Fancy that, fancy you. As they move now towards the A side, perhaps.
Well, he blinks twice and he lands the tune he's looking for. Wits almost giving up Borkum there because of the shot that he rang out. You saw Physio thought, oh, maybe I can shoot right here and maybe get Wits. No, he finds something even better. Borkum did that. And to drop the controller, that makes things a lot more difficult here for the retake potential of Secret. But, oh no, this is the problem. Dubstep, he doesn't even realize how close they are. Does let the flash through, but it still connects here. BMV holding that flash in hand, and Physio getting the trade on Dispenser. 3v2. Jesse Vash trying to dip in here with the Odin. He gets one. He's not good for another though. 1v2 this time around. Wits, can he clutch this? He's been quite a consistent clutcher for the Team Secret side, but with an operator, it's going to be much more difficult. Has to really pick and choose his timings right and doesn't find the angles. Yes, I can. The timing works out in his favor. 6-2 as Fancy. They've strung 2 rounds in a row without Team Secret saving the op.
Mate, they basically told off Team Secret the same way twice. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson? And Team Secret, they tried to make the ambitious play. It can work out for them, but this allows FCY a chance, really. Past the flashes, past the contact, just in an aim duel there at the very end. In that closer angle, FCY is able to funnel themselves in towards the site. And now a timeout gonna be called. This should be Team Secrets, to say the least, because they're basically throwing away their defensive fortifications for some highlights here and there that aren't really too necessary so far in the game plan. We've seen how effective Team Secret's hold has been on those angles coming into the sites. Jesse Vash, clear examples with a dozen kills already. But FCY, they're a squad that can punish that over-eagerness and over-aggression. We've seen this problem happen from Team Secret before, right in this group against Bleed Esports. I remember that one round in Icebox where they had that lead and it just crumbled on away after the over-eagerness. So this should be a reset for Team Secret. FCY getting to the promised land in their win conditions. They're not disappointing when given that chance. TS, they need to make this fight unfair, Black and Blue, basically. They need to prevent those occurrences from happening.
But with all the utility that they have, the fact that Team Secret have a KO in here, that's a great equalizer that can really shut down a lot of the utility-based play that Fancy have. That's what they bring to the table. Wits, it's a shot ring loose. Doesn't make sure if he's crossed or not. Placed here to Fancy. As great trailblazers to be found in 2 opening picks here. Goes Fancy's way. This is the A side right for the taking. Dubstep, the only one within really the circumference of it to try and fend back, but no, they give it up. Retake has to come in here. Borkum on the flank. We haven't seen him activated yet so far, and he hasn't been having the best tournament in general. So let's see if here in the dire moments, if he can make this one happen. But it's Fancy who look to have already secured this round number 3.
Yeah, that was absolutely well earned by Fancy United. They outplay basically both the long and short angles. You talked about the utilities that were coming from Fancy United's way, and Team Secrets could not handle that whatsoever. Yes, I can. Trailblazer leading that charge towards a short angle. From that point on, overrunning both Wits and Jesse Vash, stopping really the Team Secret train at the halfway marker. What else can Team Secret do by this point? Fancy United has built that confidence. They're finding ways to get that contact. And in all honesty, they're doing such a good job here now for Fancy United to creep in closer to the defensive positions of Team Secret. And that's what the double controller is all about. Some extra smokes to work with, some extra ways to deny intel if ever. And Fancy United, man, still in this fight.
Man. Fancy. Humbling here the defensive side of Team Secret, although 6 rounds, not bad already for Team Secret, but it's the momentum that's more important. If they give up this lead and just have things equalized at the end of the half, then that could bode well for Fancy. Although this attacking side of theirs is one that they want to convert as a map like Haven does typically favor that initiating side. Fancy though, who without that duelist composition that might turn things around. Flash is out here, another one coming out by Dubstep, but they're in a difficult spot. He's walking through the one-way and very ill-advised, I think, over Callus there. Wets, he's able to find one, backs off safely for the meantime, but oh no, he's not. He's still waiting here, wants to get even more, and that puts him in a precarious spot. What is happening here? Just over-ambitious, but Jesse Vash, okay, with the shock dart, he gets 2. 1 versus 2 right now. Borkum brings it down to the 1v1. It's controller versus controller here right now, Dex, trying to handle the situation. Borkum on the swing, but no, he bides the time. He hears the ping, and he's going to go for the kill, and that he does connect. Finally, Team Secret get the round.
That got way too close for comfort for Team Secret, and a great push towards A side for Fancy United yet again. Spencer and Dubstep caught with their pants down basically. Sure, tried to go through that one way, but look at this from Fancy United, covering far from afar. Jesse Vash, a nice shock dart to try and equalize, and took Borkum crawling onto the sites to basically get the off angle versus High Z. But the biggest problem right now for Team Secret is they're effectively squandering what could have been a better half for themselves. This was the biggest issue of FCY on that even map last time. That lack of duelists means that lack of entry. What will happen once FCY is on the defense? Should be better success in their favor and a chance to get back into this game. So far though, FCY making the best out of this situation as Team Secret now looking to push Borkum all the way across for the lurk. Hunt this really don't call from Jesse Vash. He's been fragging out immensely this stage. He has really stepped up his game even more so. But this time, his contingency plan does not lead to that guaranteed kill. Slower play here from FCY. Trying to find at least an angle to assault from. Yet again, Borkum lying in wait. Would have been perfect timing there for High Z. But Borkum putting the hood back down and getting that first takedown. Acerola now the trade. C-Long wide open here for the side of Fancy United. And they can actually go for the C-take itself. Dubstep now forced to wait after shot in the way. Past the logs right now, playing the waiting game inside the smoke even. And Dubstep, can he be the one with subterfuge here? A sneaky boy on that KO. BMB looking on the rampage. Just Bash and Dubstep already accelerating from the back of sight. Just a small point of contention for Team Secret. And they were able to work from that angle. 8-3 now. TS getting back on the thick of things.
They didn't really even blind much, if anything, during that retake there on Dubstep pop flash, but still, the tidal wave that was a Team Secret retake coming from that defender side spawn just way too big, and High Z not able to see that Borkum was waiting in the wings for that opportunity. It's really the most potent parts of Borkum's gameplay is to be able to lurk like that and place himself in a position that no man would dare. Team Secret, they go there. 8 rounds now secured, and the 4th here for Fancy could be theirs, but the final round of this half, that would mean big things, especially as Physio shuts down the operator of Wits early, and that gives him an even better position to try and at least cut into this lead.
Yeah, one of the newer guns here for the side of Fancy United making his mark. The Trailblazer searching for an opportunity. Seeker's also thrown on out here by Yes I Can. And now they can follow those cabbages forward towards the site itself. The Spencer though waiting close. Dubstep with the cover of the fragment and the flashes. And Jesse Vash also with the lightning strikes there with the shock darts. So really, it's just a cool itinerary here for Team Secret for the stall, and there you go. Now they collect on those two. Fisher with the tour de force, getting a takedown, chase it back for the rifle, pushing through the tour de force slow, doesn't care about it, and BMV also opening it up on the other angle. Jesse Fash now goes down after the kill onto BMV. It's a 2v1 situation. Heisey, he does have only half HP left. The spike is planted. We've seen Borkum clutch it out before towards this A side. Can he do it yet again? Tick-tock on the clock. Borkum looking on around. The double stack though down in hell. And Borkum using this dissipate for cover to try and push just a little bit more. Dark cover now in the way. A game of smokes, and it's all about the vision here. Concealment yet again. Borkum trying to sneak on forward. That's two! He overruns them! And it's Borkum time, baby! At the end of the half, Team Secret can rely on this guy to get the job done. And it's 9-3. At the end, thanks to Borkum.
Oh my god! Borkum time, baby! What a masterful position he played that with. And Fancy, completely torn asunder, ripped apart, rip and tear wide open. Man, that was a precarious position, but for them to link up like that, and the fact that one of their players was already low here, Heisey, he just had the bare position to make this happen. Pops the first star with that dissipate to try and check and clear that graffiti. Sees it's wide well and clear. Look at that smirk from Borkum at the end. He knows what he just did, and he did them dirty.
Criminal from Borkum whatsoever. Man, he just ran and gunned the heck out of those two.
It was the right thing to do.
It was the right thing to do. He was on the Spectre. He got that close. He used those smokes as precociously as possible, and what happens? Borkum happens. Halftime at the end, 9-3 scoreline, and what looked to be, honestly, an overwhelming start there for Team Secret. Fancy United finding ways to punish Team Secret and give them a few rounds buffer coming into the half. This could have been a lot worse for FCY, all things considered, after seeing, again, the list that Team Secret throws at them from all the agents they have so far. They can just stall without that duelist entry. Jesse Fash, the biggest one who took advantage of that fact. 17 takedowns there. But beyond that, now FCY can prove what this double controller setup is all about. They can have so many ways to stall the push of Team Secret, to manipulate the sights and the sight lines in their favor. It's really up to Team Secret to deal with the labyrinth Fancy United are willing to make.
That's a good point here, Dax. This composition that Fancy bring in does, I think, bode well better for the defensive side, although that will still be difficult on a map here like Haven. What they do have going for them with this comp is global influence. The Breach, the Astra, the Chamber, and the Omen can have impact on sites that they aren't even playing on, and that will allow them to have really multiple ways to back up any site anchor that might be trapped within a site. And so an Omen can always, throw a Paranoia or smoke out on the complete opposite side of the map. Same with BMV with that fault line on his Breach, and especially the Astra, and as well as the Chamber, where he can leave a trademark one way and go to the completely other side of the site or the map and still have it active, as opposed to maybe a Killjoy might. So really, global influence is big. Jesse Vasho does great damage towards Physio.
Some ugly scaring him off there, and Fisio, he's quite low, but Acerola is the one who draws first blood at the start of the second half. Fancy United, some extra bit of aggression towards the lobby, and this is interesting. They do cede control towards C site to Team Secret. They didn't want to lose Fisio because he had that low HP, and instead now they're looking to play the flank here, Black and Blue. The garage might be the perilous point here. The Spencer, he needs to clean up fast if he wants to hold that window position. But Fisio, mark made onto Jesse Bash. PMV flick to the left. Frenzy therein had to get that takedown to Spencer. And then you even see that one coming his way. And Heisey now surprising Borkum even. Well played here by Fancy United. Now they put Dubstep, smack that in the middle. It's time to collect, but Dubstep will get one. Make that a second. Can he be the Terminator here for Team Secret? Apparently not. This connection is gone. Fancy United win at the pistol, and we're saying it here. The defense will bode better for the Vietnamese squadron.
Definitely so, but I do think that Team Secret, they were forced to try and push forward because of the fact that they didn't have the man advantage. It was 4v5, so they're looking for that pick, but it doesn't come their way. As Physio, even though he's literally a single click away from death, still gets that kill, and the follow-up from BMV was super important in that situation. Still though, they win it with 3 men still standing, but I don't think it was as convincing as the final kind of man count would suggest, because
even though they got that opening pick, yes, and one could argue that that's the reason why Team Secret had to push up into CT in the first place. If the gunfight just simply went well there for Jesse Bash, which most likely would have in a 1v1 like that with him low, then it could have been a very different story. But it turns out for Fancy in the end, and this is a point of contention that they can utilize to try and storm a way into a comeback. Heisey though, finding two to sink that garage down, and any potential of it being taken by Secret, taken away. Jesse Bash on the flank. Fighting his time. One, he gets that one, not able to find the seconds. Dubsteps.
Yeah, that was a nice try there from Jesse Bash from front to back. It was a great call to go after the link position first because he knew Dubstep was coming the way of Seaside anyway. And now it's Dubstep all alone in the 1v3 slate. He did some damage with the class Tagalog of Fancy United. The aggression with utility as apparent as ever. Visio just taking pot shots at the tin can there. That is the KO. And Fancy United again will take the round. Not too shabby for Team Secret in terms of their eco state basically, but beyond that, Fancy United proving that they belong in this matchup. Their shots have rang true, and besides that, the fact that they're able to get these advantageous positions before the duel even happens has been the biggest strength Fancy United has had here on this defense.
It could be because of that composition that they bring. Double controller, double initiator, and for them to have that chamber does give them a lot more, I guess, pick and prod ability as compared to almost any other Sentinel agent might be. But this bonus, if they convert this stacks, then this is going to be a real game on our hands, and Fancy have a good chance of coming back here once again. They take this bonus. Paranoia out, but Heisey's completely blind as a bat. Finds his way into a precarious position, but able to back out of it somehow safely. As Team Secret, they want none of this beef towards mid.
No. Well, seems like though, Team Secret and their attack being grilled here by Fancy United. They have to play it slow here actually. They do have a chance to burst onto the site with wits. But still, careful action, absolutely a necessity. Since Fancy United, they have this pseudo roaming force, if you notice black and blue. Three of them stacked out towards A site. They have the Trailblazer to get the scout on. And they can actually rotate towards B if ever. But Heisey, first and foremost, the one looking for that contact and that information. Holding on by ceiling, he will get the angle onto Wits if ever he crawls to the right-hand side. But Wits still holding his ground. Finally, there's the conflict. And it's Heisey who comes out ahead. A stellar shot from the Omen. Yet again, Fancy United proving how precise they can be. No commando the answer. This can throw a big wrench in the plans of Fancy United. And Spencer, does he expect them up close to personal? No, he doesn't. Yes, I can. With the takedown, Borkham though opening it up alongside Dubstep from A long. And it's 3v3 now. Dubstep though not done. Suppressing and oppressing. Bringing damage here for the side of Team Secret. And oh my Dubby, you're doing it yet again. Borkham though, A long is his baby. And he is able to make, yes, I can cry to mommy there at the end. Team Secret now recovered well at the latter part of that round and make it 10-5.
Team Secret, great round for them to take, but this lead being built upon, still, it's not out of the question for Fancy to come back into. They've got the gun round to play, maybe get one before the end of the day, but operator here from Visio has to come in big. We saw him quite potent on that on the attacking side. Can you replicate that success here now in the defense? Looking to try and aggress here towards that Sewer's position. A quick peek and the fault line to get them in place, but no picks found. Visio, he gives away his intention now in Team Secret. They back out of it. Now trying to aggress here towards mid. There is a trademark to keep him at bay. That slowing field connects. But Wits, he's found his way here towards A-Link. Luckily for him, as the Paranoia finds him, he isn't going to be peeked by anybody waiting in that spawn. Makes his way onto Heaven, and they have a potential for an A-Pincer here.
Yeah, and well, Team Secret. Can that flank work out in the first place? Fancy United has been cheeky with the angles up close. But beyond that, Dubstep, really such an important cog in this machine. And yes, I can! Why out in the open there, my friend? Bork will have your number. Dubstep on the board yet again. Drop down from Wits. Almost gets the kill onto Heisey. But the HP left. Heisey has been stellar, but Borkham even better. Jesse Fash is there. Team Secret picking apart the opposition one by one. They just have so much control right now here, black and blue. And Fancy United cannot basically break the sights here of Team Secret, then TS is the one who can take command of the map.
Gap closing tools here. Mobility. That's what Team Secret have in spades over Fancy. Merely solely because of the Jet, really. He's the only one with that ability, but still, you see how important that is. To be able to close that gap when they see an opening, like, okay, there's a lot of pressure here forward towards A site, which means that if I go towards A link, there's probably going to be no one there, and that they were right in, as BMV was waiting towards the ceiling position of things. And normally a breach might be there, but because it was supported as well by the rest of Team Secret, it made it so much more possible and viable, and that kind of play wouldn't be possible, if at all, from a team like Fancy because of the composition they bring to the table. So a lot of times that agent select, the cards that you choose to have on hand and the deck that you pick up, it can be the early reasons why a fight goes your way or why it doesn't.
Yeah, that's why archetypes matter in CCG. Sometimes there's that whole triangle. If you guys know about it, mid-range to control to engines or whatever kind of card game you play. And it's no different really in Valorant. The draft absolutely matters, and it's quite a stylistic choice, to say the least, for Fancy United. It's the way that they have won. It's the way that they have played ever since they made that splash in APAC last time around. But at the same time, teams like Team Secret, if they can figure out this puzzle, then this Rubik's Cube looking to be basically solved by Team Secret right now. And it's just up to them to show their work and show their time to the rest of the class. Yes, I can, though. A class of his own with his sheriff, but Jesse Vash gets the 2 anyway. Make that a third? Oh, it's actually Borkum right there beside him. And Team Secret now clear path towards that A side. They're also watching the flank if ever for Dispenser. Dubstep, just keep an eye out on the short angle. Some good respect from Team Secret, to say the least. They know Fancy United is potent in close quarters. So they're playing the hold. They have a lot of time to work with for now.
Well, 2v4 with Acerola retrieving a rifle. See what he can do with it. Oh, it connects within the range of it, just barely. That's information now taken here by Team Secret. Acerola, no way he expects Borkum to be here, right? Even if he tries, Crossfire is ready to punish him, and that it does. 1v4, things are done. Fancy. They give up match point here right now. No real way for them to come back into this, at least in this round. So everything banking from them playing perfectly from match point here forward in this map number 1. Heisey, a mere sheriff in his hands. He's quite potent with this, and they expect him to get the kill, and that he does. Jesse Vash going down. Another one could be found here. TP's into his own smoke, but on the wide swing. Great shot here from Heisey. Heroics being shown. A quick draw in his hands, but Dubstep won't let that get too out of hand as they finally secure match point here with a very dominating lead in their favor. Team Secret, 12-5.
Yeah, Heisey has been quite a high point here for Fancy United. Fisio also low-key able to get the top frag honor so far. But beyond that, Team Secret just having that extra bit of space to work with. And that's just the best example in that A-long contest. Doesn't matter that Fancy United got that first kill. Jesse Fash from the lobby, stealing the sightlines anyway. And if they can force that contact as soon as possible, rather than allow Fancy United to play the setup that they want, then cannot really play the game plan that they have been working on for quite a while already. Team Secrets, map point now to try and take their domain in the APAC stage yet again. Big commanding lead, all the rifles in the world. And they also have some ultimates to work with here so far. But keep an eye out on Dispenser. Might be able to open things up alongside Wits towards the C site. Team Secret already angled here, and it's the 2 controllers trying to play it out versus the oncoming assault.
Where action has to be taken here. Acerola able to dodge it for the meantime, but he's giving his position up on the swing. Wits finds that with the pressure being applied by the Hunter Spear, but Heisey's able to fend him off for the meantime. Holding onto the site, he's anchoring things down, keeping the ship afloat. He finds another one. Borkum quick on the tree, but Yes I Can do that exact job as well. 2v3 here right now on the peak. Dispenser doesn't win out that fight as Yes I Can, making sure they don't go down just yet in map number 1. Jesse Vash, it's all up to him, but cannot as he's set down into ashes. Fancy hold on for another round.
Yeah, Fancy United, they set up that crossfire to start things off. A bit of the cascade and some extra bit of stall to add it up. But really, again, duels going in favor of Fancy United. Some stellar shots here. And it was quite a dangerous trade for Wits, to say the least. He went on forward, but being blockaded by Acerola like that allows the rest of Fancy United to come back towards the backside. And Heisey, Yes I Can, able to pick up the pieces from there, basically. Giving a round now to Fancy United. A chance still to go for the fight, but this is absolutely ambitious, man, from Fancy United. They went through the middle, They are scared off by the Aldron, but Acerola? Why? Okay, sure. Try to go for the fight, but Dispenser's right there having your number. What's also on the board, and it can't just be a direct approach here for Team Secret. 3 versus 2 after everything is said and done. No command now to play here from the side of Dubstep, and they're hauling their butts towards that C side to try and station it up yet again. Borkum though, all about concealment. Nebula in the way of full smoke now. Officio cannot get through here. The null command, such a bother. Should give, yes I can, a semblance of where Dubstep is stationed though. But this is such a good post plant already for Team Secret.
An ultimatum proposed here. Cosmic Divide to try and cut up the noise as Borkum is a very good position here to catch off Officio, pushing him from the defender's sided spawn, but things are so difficult right now for Fancy. This could be where they go down. The flank on Yes I Can has to connect, but it doesn't. It's Wit who makes that connection possible and true. Officio in a 1v2, but cannot get the job done as Dubstep quick on to trade. Team Secret storm away with map number 1 in perfection.
And no secret that Team Secret has had Haven as their domain, and they continue on their rule here with quite a commanding victory against Fancy United. They solved the puzzle early on, and they were able to bear, well, witness to their own kind of success and greatness. A bit of a drink there for Borkum. His time was needed for a few of these rounds. And well, Fancy United, they put up a decent fight in the firefights, but it's the same problem that reared its head against Bleed Esports. How to play the entry without that duelist, and especially against the oppressive utilities from the side of Team Secret? The answer? There's no answer. Just punish them if they overextend.
You can see they're locked in and focused even after that one. No smiles to be seen. Not even frowns. They're just simply locked in and really taking that this matchup is a serious point of position that they have to win. It's all or nothing here for Team Secret and for Fancy, for either region, Philippines and Vietnam, duking it out for the final slot of this group stages into the playoffs to make it to the knockouts. The final hopes here for really either team to make it into Masters. And so for Team Secret, they've done a really good job of securing map number 1, the map that we thought they would secure, but Ascent could be a very different tale, as a bit more maybe kind of unorthodox things could come out from Fancy, as we've seen from the general Vietnamese scene in the past. But Ascent, I'm curious to see what they bring out once more. They're a team that doesn't like to bring out those duelists unless it's split, where they bring out 2 of them. But on Ascent, it could be more of the same tale of the tape here. For the meantime, though, we're going to go into a quick break. I'm Black and Blue, and with me is Dax. We'll see you guys after this. The VCT will be back in the air.
A lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time, put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine.
Team Secret with that Vita Coco buff. I think I need me one of those. What a clutch master that we've got over here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Once again, here on the panel, it is Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix. Now, it seems like Team Secret really woke up on the right side of the bed today. Fancy United isn't quite in a pickle as they take one step closer on being eliminated. For their sake, I hope that the next map shows a little bit more mercy on their end. Anyway, Tash, where do we even begin? Because I gotta say that every member of Team Secret seems to be online right now.
It really shows that there was a lot of improvement coming in from Team Secret. When you see it in terms of that, they really did their homework coming into this match. And I have to say that they were actually they had the right idea in how to stop this advancement, this aggression coming in from Fancy United. And the way they played it was just like by kind of like stopping those advancements with great utility usage, right time pushes, as well as picks as well.
I mentioned earlier before the match started with the agent selection, we were talking about the agents, how they can work. And we were comparing and not having that Sova, right, on Fancy United's side compared to Team Secret. And I mentioned there that one of the win conditions for Fancy United is actually to kind of double up on those duels. They have to always be playing for those trades. They have to be very decisive. They have to decide, okay, we're going to take this area. This is how we're going to control it. And then this is where we're going to go into. And I feel that that's essentially where Fancy United was falling a bit short. I can see that there were a lot of duels that were on their own, isolated. Team Secret was able to isolate some of those angles as well. And I had just hoped that Fancy United would have definitely kind of stepped that up and really just played for those refrags.
In terms of that as well, I just really want to say that in terms of how they took side, how they wanted to kind of find that wriggle room, we didn't see too much of an adjustment from them when it came to their team. It felt like they kept on trying to force their entry onto A despite the fact that they were losing it. We did see a kind of change going into Garage, but by the time that happened, we saw Dispenser had already moved his setup from B into Garage, which was honestly so creepy because at the same time I was just saying how I preferred to be there. But anyways, coming back to what I was saying, that setup in B not only slowed down the team, it was a lot of chip damage as well by the time they got onto site. And this very aggressive pushes from TS by the time that happened really gave them a lot of value. And even Borkum, those clutches were insane.
It definitely was, and right on our screens right now we can see how Jesse Vash did not even flinch as the flash was coming in, and you see him here getting that headshot too at the very end. What a phenomenal player that we got over here. But I do want to point out that there were instances wherein there was a glimmer of hope on the side of Fancy United, especially when they were trying again and again to like push A. But as we just saw from that clutch situation from Borkum, is that I have questions when it comes to the crossfire setup that they got here.
Yes.
I would have loved to see, you know, like the more crossfire setup wherein they're kind of across each other, not necessarily holding down the same spot. That way they cover more angles, that way they cover each other's backs basically. So I really felt that part lacking, and at certain times it did feel like they were forcing these 1v1 situations, which could be totally fine, especially if they're trying to isolate Team Secret. But there were multiple instances that it was just not working out, so I don't understand, Trix, why they were forcing it to happen.
You know, sometimes when you hit a wall, what you feel is that you just have to create space, wherever it is. And you're thinking, if you could just get that timing, if you could just get that pick. So some players are sent to do that. They're sent, you know, we do need to make a play happen. And I think this is where Fancy United were a little lost. There is a way for them to make plays happen with the lineup that they have. But it's also a matter of getting certain information ahead of time and being able to work with each other in terms of holding other angles and creating pressure on other sides of the map. So they could have split it up, but at least in a trio and a pair.
Yeah, I was going to take that point actually, but you hit it right on the nail on the head. What I wanted to say, what to add on to that as well, is that we didn't really see that happening whenever they played default. It felt like it was more of like a pick situation rather than an info gathering situation, in my opinion. It was also because of Team Secret being very proactive as well. We saw the Odin pick in a lot of situations. They were spraying really early, and by the time we wanted to see Fancy United kind of change up where they want to go, they were already very, very low. And on top of that, they kind of took a little bit too much time when it came to gathering the information on default as well. So by the time they want to move on to a site, the Team Secret had already gotten enough information, like, okay, I think it's most likely they're going to be hitting here. So by the time they hit site, Team Secret was pretty much all ready to go on the defense. And in a lot of situations as well, I mean, Borkum was just insane when it came to those bandage situations, where this is where the question mark comes in. Like, those situations... those situations... I was just shocked because when you see where Fancy United was holding site, was playing together, they were kind of bunched up. And I was questioning, you had already smoked out Borkum. Why are you guys both underneath heaven when someone can take long, someone can take near, maybe sewers, and you can have a crossfire going from multiple angles where they can't just spray transfer at you. Meanwhile, Borkum was walking through smoke and just running and gunning and getting a double kill out of that. That was just wow.
I definitely agree. That was actually one of the things I wanted to bring up earlier too, as you and Laika have pointed out. When we talk about crossfires, right, doubling up isn't always the ideal situation in terms of if they're going for that retake. You do need to be in different angles and be in angles at which you're assisting each other. We can see teams like Alter Ego that do it. It quite literally, if you put up the tracers on where they're aiming, is a cross. It's actually that X, which is why we call it a crossfire.
Yeah.
So that's what you want to be setting up for, not just doubling up against, holding hands with your teammate. I understand that we want to feel safe, but sometimes it's really not the best idea.
I wish I could hold hands with you girls.
I'll hold your hand,
on the
Laika.
other side. I'll hold your hand.
Wait.
Cash.
Oh, it's this way. Here you go.
We tried. I wonder why Trix never holds hands with us.
She's too busy trying to figure out how to make us better players.
Oh, that's true. That is true. That is perfectly valid. And she's taught us so much over here on the panel. We're so lucky. But I feel like it's always a facepalm moment whenever we do these things to her. So I'm sorry, Trix. But I'm not.
Sorry, not sorry. But you know what? Sorry, not sorry. Going to map 2. So let's talk a little bit about that. What's the next map?
It's Ascent. It's actually Ascent. I'm trying my best to hold in my joke because our director is gonna get mad at me. Anyway, we're gonna be going to Ascent. So what do you think, Trix? Trix, is the adjustment that Fancy United needs to do as we move on to a map that is a map filled with fundamentals?
Yeah. I think it also depends on the lineup they're going for. If they're going for that KO breach that they have gone for before, I feel like there is potential there. But from memory, I found that they didn't, they had a lot of information agents on the initiators, but there was never any control. There was nobody kind of pushed forward. And from last we watched them on the Ascent map, I was hoping to see that Chamber play more aggressive angles to get that information early on. Team Secret on the defender side doesn't tend to give a lot of information, and if they're peeking, it's usually because they're quite confident they know that they're going to get the pick. They can easily reposition. And I find if Fancy United want to take that map, they need to take more concrete information for one another and be more decisive in terms of the refrag. So space it out, and you can pressure multiple points on the map. It doesn't have to be on one side all the time.
Yeah, so coming to add on to that, Fancy United, how they usually play on Ascent coming on from stage 1 all the way till now is that mid control. That mid control, either they'll take market on the way to B, or they'll take backside onto ramps onto A, or either they'll take catwalk to tree or A. So that's usually the areas they go to, and those are the kind of areas they like to play in, just because they're really good at those at playing those really close angles and taking those jewels, especially on top top cat all the way till mid area. So in a lot of these situations, I feel like teams who meet up with Fancy are not really used to the aggression coming in from them, especially when they take fights onto mid. But seeing how Team Secret earlier was able to stop this aggression through really good utility usage, if they continue that trend, I feel like it'll be no problem at all for Team Secret to stop this very aggressive sort of pushes coming in from from Fancy United. But at the same time, they need to make sure that they don't overuse that utility, which I feel like maybe perhaps Fancy United can do, is to bait up as much utility as possible, allowing them safe passage onto the site.
I mean, on the other hand, I know that Team Secret has had a lot of experience here on Ascent, but we have to remember that Fancy United, again, is a team that loves to pull that double controller setup. And it's basically how they run things. They love pulling out that neon, they love pulling out that breach, a lot of concussions, which is probably why it's so effective for them to take on these corners, to take on the aggressive push because of their compositions all the time. But my question to you, Trix, is how do you think Team Secret is gonna fare with a double controller setup, especially on a map like Ascent?
It would depend on what lineup Team Secret is going for. We've seen them pull a couple of different things. We've seen them also try that Fade Yoru combination. We have yet to see its fruition in terms of innovation. I do find that it's innovative. I mean, also think that there is some polishing that needs to be done.
Yeah.
It comes down to, as what I said before, when we see the Fade and Yoru, it's a very, very conditional situation that you need to create with those agents. And unless you have plan A all the way to plan Z to make sure that that condition can be met, I would say put that aside for maybe a rank match or something. Don't bring that into tournament.
Wait a second.
I think, you know, with the Yoru, what I would like to see is something similar to, I want to say Griffin Esports is the one that brought this out in this area.
I was actually gonna ask if you guys saw a team in particular that was able to pull this off.
Their Yoru play was impressive. I think the way I think me and Trix talked about it, about how Yoru is an agent that has to be enabled. And I think in that situation with how they use their Yoru, with so much noise, so much chaos going through, that you can't really pinpoint where the teleport is gonna be, that can work. But if it's a situation where you cannot sync up the noise coming in from Nightfall or even the Prowler, it's a little bit hard to get that timing right on the teleport.
Yes, as I was also mentioning with that Yoru,
Sorry,
what I'm hoping
Trix.
to see from, no, it's okay. What I'm hoping to see from Team Secret is, if you want to use it, I think it's viable. But you don't have to be pairing it with a Fade. You can put like the teleporter down and then put pressure somewhere else. But already we're seeing that Team Secret is picking up that Jet, which I like to see because it's a more comfortable pick for them.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of space that they can create. Yes, and on the opponent side, on Fancy United, we've got that double initiator going, double controller. Nothing unexpected from them, so I'm hoping that they just change the way that they played last time.
Honestly,
wait, I just gotta say, we have been arguing over the Yoru pick, and
they didn't even take the Yoru.
I am glad.
I'm so happy for that too. I mean, we were just talking about Yoru picks, and we had a very mixed feelings about him. So I'm kind of glad seeing them come back to basics. I mean, me and Trix were talking during break just now, before this particular series happened, that we may not be seeing Team Secret try out anything new, because this is a do or die situation. And in this as well, we're seeing a more comfortable pick as well coming in from the side of Fancy United. And I think we've seen the same lineup as well happen on Ascent. So this is where both teams need to come around and you know, kind of use the homework on each other. But at the same time, when you have so much homework on each other, how are you going to be surprising the enemy?
That is the big question. I mean, it's a lot of work, but it's part of the grind, you know? It's just so much information from time to time with all of the experience that both of these teams have. And it's just, there's so many holes. At the same time, there are also so many possibilities, especially as we move on to the default maps that are the only map selections that we've got for this specific series. I have no idea how they're gonna do it, how they're gonna do the battles over here at Ascent. But I do know that Fancy United has had their version of their own setups here on Ascent, and I'm excited to see it come into fruition over here.
I am excited myself. I think that both teams really coming online, Team Secret really delivering, Fancy United's turn to step it up and change the way that they've been playing. They're a good team, and I hope that they understand that, but they also need to be a little more proactive, especially on the Ascent map. We've seen them falter there.
Yeah, they really have. And at the same time, you know, we talked about the adjustments that Fancy United needs to do in order to survive at this level of gameplay. Once again, guys, this is a do or die match. Make or break, now or never. These guys have to pull everything out, and they gotta make sure that everything that they do, everyone that they have, is worth it. So without further ado, guys, this is game number 2 between Fancy United Esports and Team Secret.
Fancy that as Team Secret heads this table and leads the series 1-0. Can Fancy United bounce back and fight back? Or back to the week that they belong in, the top 8 that they have been persevering for? Well, that's a question we're going to be answering after this map and perhaps after another one. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final series in the group stage. Dax here with Black and Blue. It's Team Secret versus Fancy United Esports. And despite the intriguing compositions that Fancy United love to play, Team Secret able to solve that issue there on Haven. This time though, Black and Blue, it does seem like they're bringing out a composition a bit from the vault here for Team Secret, while Fancy United plays the similar style that they have been doing, and Team Secret, they got that jet chamber back and a bit of the adjustments on that controller as well.
Yeah, really digging deep into playbook for the old kind of tricks that they're trying to bring into a new era here versus this Fancy United squad. And it can actually work out, I think. I do think that composition-wise, as we said, you know, Borkum now being on this Omen, this is a composition that we have seen them run early on during Stage 2, during their local qualifiers, and they haven't really resorted back to this, not ever since, what, maybe a month or 2 ago. So for them to come back into this when we've seen them try and pioneer that whole Yoru Ascent thing here, at least in their local scene as well, and
with
seeing how the other teams that tried to do that with that Yoru and Fade combo here in Ascent haven't been super successful, it almost seems like a note to them to maybe try and fall back to what they know works. In this case, let's see if it does. Dubstep this time on the chamber. Sometimes we see him on that jet where in Wits they flip over the script, but in this case, not the same idea. Heisey finds an opening kill, and Vizio as well. 2 big guns taken down here for Team Secret.
Yeah, this is a comfortable map though, all things considered, Fancy United. You can see why. Mid-control pretty much their destiny, and yes, I can getting on the board there. Dispenser making the trade work. And the rest of Team Secret now, they have to scramble towards that B-side. Dispenser though with the overrun onto Acerola there. A nice play swing to get kick of things. It's 2v3 after everything is said and done. Yes, I can though, towards the side yet again. A bit of the flank being held together here by Vizio. It might be a chance here for Borkum and Dispenser to isolate these duels as soon as possible. Smoking the way off the chamber, he has to go on in. Heisey with the takedown onto the final few members, and it's Fancy United taking the pistol there in the end. But something Tasha was able to point out a while ago in the panel, really mid-control, something Fancy United will fight for as much as possible. And with double controller, with the breach and KO even, that's intel that can go in their favor. That can be concusses and sight lines that will be very effective, and it does seem like this should be more adaptable and efficient on a map like Ascent compared to what we saw on Haven a while ago there, Black and Blue.
I have to agree. It's more in line, the map here, to what the composition suggests for the side of Fancy United, and I do think that even on the attacking side, it could give them many much benefits here versus this Team Secret squad. Still though, let's see if the proof is in the pudding, or that's going to be simple mash. Qeon going to open things up here towards mid. 0 point out, making sure no one's waiting by the pizza. It doesn't come. Jesse Vash also biding his time within the smoke, but they're drawing it out. The smoke dissipates, he's going to get caught out in the open, so he waits, looking for that opportunity.
Oh, Shock Dart though almost exposing his intentions alongside the smoke dissipating, but Vizio just trying to hold things down, and Fancy United playing it safe as per their standard. That's why they get that mid control. If anyone is too eager to peek from Cubby, to peek from Market, or even that CT spawn, this chance for Fancy United to get that takedown. But Jesse Vash relocating his small little secret Santa towards FCY into the corner of the outside of market. That's Shorty waiting for a victim, and Dubstep up the box! It's like he's one of those street callers trying to sell some newspapers, and in the end, extra, read all about it. It's a Chamber that gets away with homicide there. Now then, small advantage here for Team Secret despite the gun disparity. FCY taking the sweet time. Jesse Vash right now in the corner. Gets the one! Almost gets the second there! Reloads! Jesse Vash! How could you get away with this? What was that from Jesse Vash? Ace Roller catching up Dubstep now. 4v2 situation. That's one in from Wit. But here comes Team Secret, and the confidence is building all throughout. Borkum now swinging from the main. There's the dart, the distraction, and the takedown. Heisey, the only one left, and he is spelled by Dispenser. But Jesse Vash, how could you do this? This is why he's the father of VH Esports. He's just able to think outside the box and box in FCY as soon as they come out of the market.
A smooth criminal. Vash was there with the movement, making sure that there was much thrill to what just happened, and always making the right don't throw out that laugh. That's not here. Oh man! Much hijinks here coming from Team Secret and Jesse Vashi. Always, even though he's not the most explosive player on this team, he is by far one of the most entertaining players, I think, in general, on just what he does on the server. How many times have we seen so many comical moments come out of his engagements?
I would have lost my mind if he actually meleeed the second guy. You would just hear someone basically pull down on his keyboard on the broadcast, and I can't believe that worked for Team Secret. Some patience play from TS, just the relocation of Vash from CT to outside the B site, basically being such a big bane in FCY's existence, and just goes to show if all the utilities are there, if you don't hit those shots in those close quarters, it's gonna be heartbreak by the numbers here for FCY. We've seen them succeed in those kind of engagements before on Haven. Seems like now a sense a little bit different, and FCY are gonna be feeling the pressure now as they don't really have the guns they want in the first place. Hero Spectre for BMV, but Dispenser now taking a page out of his partner's playbooks and is able to stall it out with a fragment well placed yet again. One-way setup right now to get in the way. Dispenser looking for any kind of feed to come on through. The Astra now with the smoke, and Dispenser trying to get away, but Wits doesn't even care. Doesn't need to retreat. He will fight. He will have the angle, and he'll get the 3 by the tree there. Heisty now inside the smoke. They heard that shot step. They're just waiting for the Omen to peek it out, make it 4 for Wits. Borkum tried to give his teammate the ace, but will trade it out in the end instead. Team Secret now. It's 2-1, and ever since that Shorty made its marker there, black and blue, it's Team Secret building up the confidence yet again.
Those shorties, man, like a melody in their heads. Simply just undeniable in the impact. You've seen many a shorty round this entire day. One a while ago on Fracture in the previous matchup, but now this time around, they're bringing more of that same tune. Team Secret, operator out here for Wits once more. It's Fancy who have to find a way to try and pry this open. Early timeout called here already by the Fancy side to slow things down, get that pace going their way, because really a slower crawl of a pace is what Fancy want to have and what they want to play around, considering the comp that they got.
The punish is strong from Fancy United. We see it with how they vie for that mid control. But coming into the sites, Team Secret has had some great understanding so far on where to be able to go, where they can station themselves, and not only that, some great utilities so far from someone like the Spencer to stall enough to catch Fancy United in the act. And that's just all they need. The problem with this no duelist composition rather is FCY don't have that sudden burst that we've been talking about ever since Haven. It's a point that we kind of have to repeat, because Team Secret, they don't need to invest as much compared to other compositions trying to deal with duelist comps in the first place because of the agent selected there. And case in point, Dubs is now able to get away with Fishio. No one can really trade him out after the beautiful rendezvous. And Jesse Vash in the speedway, spotted on out. There's the wide swings, and FCY at least looking to pummel Jesse Vash there at the very end. But Wits and Dubstep still holding things together. And it's such casualties inflicted onto FCY already. They had a good angle to go towards the speedway, but at the same time, they're still out in the open. Team Secret having the angles of opportunity from Market, from CT, and right now from right behind High Z. 3-1. Work done by Team Secret again.
Quite well. Spectacular here from Team Secret on these shutdown rounds, and Fancy's attacking side. Fancy just can't really get themselves going here. They need to find that start or the ignition to their take, but it just never really comes. And they get really, I guess, shut down at the beginning of everything. Before they even get themselves going, it seems like their pace is already slowed down to a halt, but not in the way that they want to. Not to the crawl that they want to impose to Team Secret, but to the mere whimper that has been going on through time and time again, that, like we saw in Haven, once more continuing its way here. But the A site looking to be contested by Fancy early on. They bring the spike though, as the rotation has been pulled to A, now walking it to B, where Jesse Vash is waiting there all in his lonesome, but he can still do a good job of holding this down, especially with Dubstep quick on the rotation if in case he does need it within that Bravo site.
I think he was doing a lineup a while ago towards perhaps the middle. Doesn't really amount to much though, but the damage has been done towards High Z. Yet again, an eco state here for FCY. They have a bit of money for that hero Bulldog. At the same time, it's a man with 3 HP holding it. And he does go for the From the Shadows play instead. Jesse Vash though checking it out, and a single bullet will kill the Omen anyway. Acerola though finding distraction there as Dubstep tries to go after the group, but Wits and Dispenser are still there here. Team Secret from the staircase, they will just descend down and put FCY to the ground. 4-1, it's Team Secret again on the board.
Yeah, that was great help here. Coming in from Dispenser to make sure that Jesse Vash in the back of that site was protected. I'm surprised that Team Secret, they do this quite a lot, where they have Jesse Vash play that back side whenever the anchor position comes down to it, but normally you might have expected someone more like a KO or hell, even especially a Chamber to be in that spot, but they send Jesse Vash there a lot, I guess, to try and have his utility thrown out from, yeah?
No, it's because he's done with his utility. I think that's the biggest thing. Usually when they feel a contact is happening towards B, Jesse Vash already threw out the shock darts, threw out the recon and the outrun, so might as well try to be that anchor in the first place. But this time, Borkum sneaky boy, that he is, 2 already from the backstack, fake to the third. Borkum time is absolutely the zone here for the side of Team Secret, but High Z at least able to reset that clock and try to keep the team alive with Dubstep. He's just walking in, that's perfect. 5-1 now, Team Secrets, one more time, having FCUI's number. And it started with the pinch play, and it ends with perhaps the ambition to res that teammate, but that was just bait there. A beacon of hope turned into a symbol of despair. Borkum yet again, just wine and dine, and it's time for him to do some more crimes. Great shots from High Z. He has been one spot here for Fancy United to build from. Beyond that, it's Team Secret just adding floor after floor to the skyscraper that they're trying to achieve here.
Well, they got 2 ops here right now to try and tumble the towers down. Rendezvous back out to safety. Wits dodging the flash from the recon. Impeccable there on the timing to fend them off and keep Wits safe. He backs off as well with a tailwind, but to your point a while ago, yes, that does make sense that they have Vash there because he's dispensed his utility, but I would argue that it's still important to keep him alive because that Recon Bolt is one of the biggest, rather Recon Dart, one of the biggest, most important pieces of utility for a retake if he is alive. So if that regenerates and they have that, I think I'd much rather have that over sometimes a 0 point in some cases, but let's see now how they play around this. They do have still the paranoia held on the Borkum, so if there is lots of pressure thrown here towards that short position, he can flash out, he can paranoia out for Dispenser, and Dispenser can do the same as well for Borkum. Here it goes, paranoia prep, and as soon as this connects, you can expect Dispenser to swing wide. He's spamming through, doesn't connect just yet, but luckily with a Phantom, that's going to keep his tracers safe for the meantime. Borkum here throws out the paranoia, gets 2 kills, and Fisio's going to trade him, but Dispenser, he's on the back, he's on the flank, he gets 1, running through with a high, what on earth did I just see? Coming there from Yes I Can, it's all down to him. In hell, Yeah, there's no way he's gonna get out of this. The circles here, too fiery for even Dante. And Jesse Vash will get the 6th round here for Team Secret.
Yeah, well, if it's Inferno here for FCY, it's probably Paradiso for Team Secret by this point. I read all those books. It was quite a slog, honestly. But beyond that, Team Secrets, they are just able to get these pinches to work. And the problem for Fancy United has to be the fact that once they go for these site takes, they're absolutely committed on the site itself. We're not getting the advantage towards the doorway. We're not really getting to see them move towards the rafters. Yet again, the speed being the problem. And it doesn't matter if FCY is trying to play that setup or not, because Team Secret is already breathing on their necks as the conflict happens. They're so happy to play double operator. They're so happy to play the Odin. Jesse Vash, please stop doing this already. I've had enough of your Odin antics, but he's not done. Well, yes, I can. We'll make him done and get the trade on, but the shot from Dubstep will ring true from the boathouse yet again. He's looking to set sail for more of these takedowns. 4v2 scenario immediately. Yes, I can. Ace are only the only ones left. Into the log cubby we go, though, and at the same time, FCY just looking for any kind of targets, but look behind you. The Spencer is coming. It's a thumbs up from the Terminator. And it's thumbs down for FCY. 7-1 Team Secret making quick work of these rounds.
Team Secret. No surprises here. They've got a silent disposition of how to secure this round and how to secure this entire map. Dax whispering something under breath at gate, but the real thing here for us to take note is that Fancy, they're just... Let me put it simply. They're being outclassed here by Team Secret, right? They're being overwhelmed. They are looking pretty lost, and this attacking side is a difficult side to win on Ascent, especially without those gap-closing tools. Now, we did say that this should fare better than their Haven did, but that hasn't come true just yet. Whips, a bit of ambition, but it goes unpunished and unchecked here towards mid, but that doesn't. Borkum being found by Acerola, retrieves a rifle, pulls a rotation potentially, but no. Team Secret, they're not committing on this yet, can realize the potential of the double fake out.
Hey, remember when they called out Team Secret for overextending back in Haven?
Yeah?
Yeah, it's probably gonna happen again. Wait, look at it. Look at the dubs. Look at Dispenser.
They like doing it.
They like doing that.
On every map,
Dispenser.
really.
Dispenser, please. Have your wits.
Look.
Yep. Look at this one. Oh, Acerola. See, I told you he's gonna get it done.
Yep.
Just gets the dub anyway. Fancy United, these are the rounds that they excel in. But Dubstep! Oh my! The Arsenal is just walking here. Give him a gun. Give him all of them. And Dubstep will not disappoint. 2v3, make that 1v3 scenario. Jesse Vash is caught on out. And Dubby, he's been an absolute quick draw here so far. Can he bring the dub to Team Secret? That's the question. His name already saying it all, but his aim needs to sing true the same way. So the force is available to Shorty, though, breaking down the doorway. It'll take a while. Go ahead, Dubstep. A little bit of effort. Headhunter right now, trying to bait things out. Fisho unable to hit that shot with a tour de force. And Heisey right there into the corner. FCY, they have a good hold towards the side. They even have the smokes in the way, and this is the setup Fancy United has envisioned for quite a while. Never forget, the biggest strength of Fancy United is those punish plays. You go past that line from defender to attacker. Fancy United will basically be able to slay you as it stands. Dubstep though, going for the exits. Not done with Heisey. Gets a third. Looks for a fourth, but Acerola will shut him down before it gets even worse. 7-2. Fancy United getting on the board again. The same way the Team Secret was overextending the same time last round, or last map rather.
Two operators out here once more, and that kind of overextensions we see from Team Secret, they do work well because it does catch off a lot of the defending, rather attacking side off guard, but sometimes when it doesn't, then you see it there have disastrous results. But still, I don't think that's going to dissuade them too much. They realize, okay, it's an eco, let's try and pick and prod and see what we can do against this eco of theirs, but it doesn't work out. Now Borkum's going to have to make something work out here. Hunter's Fury out to try and fend him off, and this could be a kill from Jesse Vash. That it does, dropping him with his all command as Dispenser finds one, as Rolo finding to follow up here on the site. It's going down to 4v2. 3v2 effectively, because yes, I can is still down on the ground. Jesse Vash on the swing, good for one, but Fisio's going to connect there with the operator in hand. The force is too strong within him, and Fancy continue on.
Yeah, and that was, again, as soon as Fancy United gets an element in their favor, as soon as they get a bit of momentum, that's when their execute looks a lot more sublime compared to before. They got the smoke setup, they got the foothold towards the site, and while the Hunter's Fury there from Jesse Vash bothering, yes I can, that null command already got in position to get value in the first stage, forcing conflict, and I love how Acerola was able to play around those smokes as much as possible to try and give him a small cushion and a small angle of anticipation. So at least Fancy United proving yet again why they play this kind of comp to begin with. Only problem now is, well, Team Secrets walking into them in the first place, and High Z not like that, my friend. Witz is just right behind the smoke. Didn't really know he was there in the first place, so you can't fault him too much. But it's a heartbreak immediately as the Omen will go down. I was just saying though, for Fancy United, it's really just their stylistic choice in playing this. And when it works, when it looks good, they look great. Team Secret has just had the answer from Haven here on Ascent so far to catch out, again, the lack of speed the Fancy United has in the first place. And it really just goes to show that some of these wiser teams that you get here, like Team Secret, it's all about that adjustment along the way. A beautiful scan though, courtesy of Jesse Vash, who rotates himself, though it's back to the boathouse. Cosmic Divide this time, Fancy United being very effective with the ultimate so far. Can they get the connection onto Vash? No, Fishio with a kind onto Borkum. Vash now will fall to Hanamace roll after he threw out a number of utilities his way. Dispenser though onside, getting one, and Wits will try to keep the job going, but Acerola is the foreman here to call for the break and to call for the round. 7-4 now. Fancy United clawing their way back here, black and blue, and looking to be a better scoreline compared to the previous map.
It's Fancy there, feeling the need for speed to get the job done. Finally exploding onto the site, overwhelming the defense of Team Secret. And now Team Secret answering back with two operators once more here, trying to take the long-range game into their hands, making sure that they can really snipe and pick away here at the opposition from a distance, make it much more difficult to reinitiate with. But Jesse Vash doesn't even have to see his opponent to take him down. Physio falls to his hands, and Dubstep looking for a pick here as well. Acerola has to be careful about this. He's dissuaded. Falls back towards that A position where Borkum is lying in wait, has a paranoia, and is from the shadows to step out of here if in case it is called for.
I mean, he's the wall whisperer of B site, basically, Jesse Vash. From his initial position from Seedway to Boathouse, that has been absolutely tried and tested and anchored down by Team Secret, especially when they're not running some of their Sentinel competitions with Dispenser instead. Vash hasn't disappointed so far. And Dubstep, does he have the angle towards the cubby? I'd love to see his POV right now, but I don't think so as of yet. Wits though, it's a crossfire technically. If Team Secret can just get the perfect pixel right now. Wits though with a shot. Yes, I can with a takedown. Fragment bringing in damage. Dispenser though finding BMP though in response. And the A-main now position for FCY. That can be their only hope, but Borkum is right there lying in wait. Borkum will get one high. Though with a trade, a nice turnaround towards the cubby, but the numbers are overwhelming here for FCY. And Team Secret will end the half with an 8-4 scoreline.
Dominating
I wonder if Dubstep
half.
saw that though. Sorry about that. I really think Dubstep might have seen a little of it.
I was
but
looking at the minimap. There were opportunities for him to actually see the cross over that smoke, but he was jiggling it. He wasn't holding it as you might expect. He was actually jiggling the angle, and when they crossed, he jiggled back into safety, in a cover, and that's why he missed the opportunity to potentially find him past that smoke.
Oh, thank you, Professor Black and Blue. You were saying something though before I rudely interrupted you. I'm sorry.
I forget, honestly.
I was very curious about it. I was like, this is a crossfire, right? This is pretty cool.
All I'm gonna say is nice.
Nice.
Nice half from Team Secret. Similar to what we saw on Haven, but not exact. One round of a differential from that one. So Fancy, okay. Hijinks aside, and really, I'm not gonna call it a gimmick, but it is kind of a party trick here that Fancy are trying to bring, right? That's
I'm
what
gonna
I'm gonna
stop
say.
you right there.
Yeah.
I'm calling it a stylistic choice. This is their style of play, and this worked for Vietnam. And we from SEA.
You're so
especially-
diplomatic, Dex.
And no, I'm not even kidding though, because remember at the start of SEA last year, everyone had their own weird style
Yes.
that would eventually devolve into just a firefight. That's kind of what FCY is right now in the first place. And they have gotten to this stage so far because of their choices. But then again, you know, there's a counterpart. They've only gotten this far because of the way that they play.
You're so nice. I was about to say that, you know, this kind of party trick that they're pulling in, it's not working. And for many a good reason. Like, well, one,
really
obviously,
now?
yes, obviously, right? Black and blue, 5-head. But as we've kind of reiterated many times on over in this series, especially on Haven, and now once again, the lack of a gap closing tool is really going to hurt you out in the end. So many times where, like you see their wits, he goes for ambitious plays in the heat of the moment because he knows he can. He's a darn jet. So can Borkum, even though, okay, yes, HyZ, he's on that Omen as well. They've got the Chamber on the Physio. There simply isn't that gap closing that anyone can follow up with, and they have all these tools to initiate, but who steps in first? Who puts that first foot through the door? And it's been kind of a mixed, I guess, scenario on who exactly does that, and you don't really have the same type of structure as you might expect with that duelist on board. It's still doable, but let's see now exactly how Fancy make this retake. I'm hoping for their sake that the defense will play out better than their attack did, but they're gonna have to play kind of a retake scenario here, and that is not a great case for them to be in.
And we saw more potential there anyway from that defensive half of Fancy United. But cheer up, Fancy United squad, because you are going to try and feel special on this retake. Ace roll though from above. One-way setup yet again. Fisher right here by the generator. And Team Secret all down in hell, trying to find the angles against each other. Trade system works here for the side of FCY though. And it's all about the flush out here. There's just no escaping whatsoever for Team Secret. The flag from Dubstep might coming big. Finds Ace Rolla. Fisher's right there. A double swing essentially for Fancy United. They want to get the takedown and they will get the confirmation. Time is ticking, but they should have enough to get this round. It will be close. The pistol will go in favor of the defense.
With a second to spare, they get a second shot here at this map and at this half. 8-5 and should be 8-6. Fancy on pace to tie this game up potentially, to continue winning these rounds. But it was a great retake that we saw here. That's coming from Fancy. They pour onto the side, realizing that Hell is that position that Team Secret are going to try and anchor themselves in. And with Dubstep on the flank, that left a man really out of the fight till it was too late. And Fancy, they secured the round off of that, wanting to make sure that they get the round safely in the pocket. Acerola buys up the Vandal here to secure that firepower advantage that they really want.
Yeah, I think I was over-eager by Team Secret, in all honesty, to play down in hell. You think about the utilities that FCY could have thrown at them to make their lives even worse. They're relatively lucky that they just got hard traded by Fancy United instead. So we'll see if Team Secret can play a bit more space going into this attacking side. They have been relatively successful, if I remember correctly, on their attack even in their previous runs in the local scene. But the defense is more, I'd say, notorious compared to their Ascent attack. So a chance still for FCY to try and tie things up if things do fall into their favor. Dubstep though, forcing Fishio to back on the way to the rendezvous. There's the peek now from HyZ. Mid heavily contested by Fancy United, just how they like it. Not only that, the Cubby being controlled even. They're just waiting for that signal, for that breakthrough, and yes, I can. Apparently, he's gonna be the star. He's gonna be doing better there versus Jesse Bash to start things off. That's United though, looking for more and more. Aftershock thrown on out towards the generator here, forcing Dispenser to move on away instead. Scientific approach here for Fancy United though so far. Wits right now, right inside the smoke. For an angle here, goes on through. Pass up with the Acerola. Basically 2 even for the price of 1 here for the side of Wits. Yes, I can. Trace it back, but damage has been done here as Wits tries to dance the night away. BMV though backing on out. Borkum right now down below. HyZ, yes, I can. Rafters position yet again. It's all about Fancy United playing the drop down if ever. A main position though can still be perilous. Dubstep is waiting there in the first place. Time is ticking. Borkum with the takedown. HyZ though with the trade. Dispenser on the inside, and HyZ tries to go for that fuse, but you only have to say goodbye to his name and his game. Dispenser's just waiting, watching and anticipating. Well, that's a heartbreaker and a heart shaker there for Fancy United. That's Team Secret will take the round.
Another eco round here. After losing the pistol, they take the second. Fancy, heartbreaker of a loss. Mere plastic love they showed for that site. Merely playing games. Yes, I can. He found that opening pick, but Whips, man. Swinging by with a frenzy, a drive-by to end all drive-throughs. He gets a second kill with the rifle he just picked up. so flexible and so potent they are in these type of scenarios. And IZ, the odds were against him in that one, in the 1v2, especially with his low HP state. And Fishio gets found here by Dubstep towards that B link position as they tried to push out and find information. The pistols here for Fancy, not too sure how applicable they really will be.
This Team Secret, I love the rotation there towards A basically. They realized Fancy United was playing so heavy-handed towards the middle, and they just circumvented that by taking the off angle, going straight for the objective. From that point on, just dictating the rules of conflict. One big thing was also Wits and Vorkum, right, who went up top there, contested close, and those pistols effective enough to get the takedowns and allow Wits to start tearing apart Fancy United bit by bits. But now, we're watching Dubstep having to deal with the numbers, the swarm that is Fancy United now. The hive mind though being broken by Dubstep already with 3. Make that a 4th. Where is the final target? Heisey from the tree area, coming into the short angle if ever. And that's the Spencer getting the right read at the right time. There's no point hiding. It's time to expose your hand. Dubstep though, looking to swing on in. He gets a little bit of help there with a flashpoint, and that's gonna be it for the ace. Dubstep, over and over and over again. The man, the myth, the legend himself for Team Secrets. And he continues on to the crusade of bringing Team Secret to the playoffs and perhaps saving Yuki the Penguin along the way.
Aw, Dubstep. You're playing those wubs. Now, searching for a loves here. He could secure it after making such a really incredible performance as we have normally come accustomed to a player of his caliber. But 10-5, Team Secret, 2 rounds away from that match point. Economic state here for Fancy could be in shambles once more if they don't take this, but they fend Wits off, going quite ham at this. Tour de Force though, he's strong within it. Wits finds a pick, and Dubstep connects as well. Man, this is so difficult for them to try and tear apart, but BMV gets that kill on the Wits one they were desperately needing. And something terrible has been happening here towards Fancy, one that they're trying to scrap in from.
Yeah, I'm looking at Fishio to bail them out of this situation already. Good shot over onto Wits though by Fancy United. This B-main angle being held together by the chamber at least. But Dubstep now ready with the tour de force after those 5 kills from the last round. And they're looking to enable the push towards that B side. Utility for the intel. Here comes a warning shot from Fishio, but Dubstep doesn't warn the opposition. He just assassinates. Stellar shot to start things off for Team Secret. Now they move in towards that B site. And they're also looking to vie for market control if ever. Reinforcing though the site itself and the flanks. Dubstep watching towards the middle if ever. But already the round is over here, black and blue. The save call has been drawn by Fancy United. And Team Secret 2 away from making it to the top 8 and keeping the Philippine hopes alive.
Fancy, they got an opening pick and they're able to kind of somewhat halt, I guess, for a split second the momentum there of Team Secret in the round, but it's mere insignificant next to the power of the Tour de Force here that Dubstep has got going. 10-5, quickly 11-5 here. Team Secret crawling, not even crawling, just simply walking, strutting to their next win, possibly, as the score is pouring more and more against the favor of Fancy. Whatever extravagant means they've got to try and bring this one back, they have to blow it out now because the last hope of Vietnam is going down here very soon if they can't turn this one around.
Yeah, it's looking worse for wear here for Fancy United right now. Moments again from players like Isarola and High Z. You can see that these guys look so comfortable on the controller role and finding ways to manipulate their smokes to help them out in terms of the duels, but at the same time, it does seem like that's more of the focus of Fancy United rather than the complete coverage that you might expect from time to time. It's all about building an advantage versus Team Secret, especially in a firefight. Problem is though, Team Secret, they're just not falling for it whatsoever. They see the smokes, they say, screw it, we're backing on away. We don't need to contest that. Dubstep though, highly contested, right smack dab in the middle. That's the one place you don't want to go dubstep, because Fancy United, they love having a bit of a picnic there, and they're just sieging on through, collapsing now through to the cubby and towards the A site. Seems like the Raptors though gonna be contested first and foremost by Heisey. Borkum, nice flank. They get to take them out the B&B, but Heisey opening things up versus Wits instead. Dispenser now getting ready with the fragment. Flash drive still being thrown on out. Flash into the takedown. That's just popping the head of Acerola. Dispenser and Borkum just cleaning up nicely. They brought in the broom and they're looking to sweep away the opposition. Match point for Team Secret.
Hesitation, defeat there. If Acerola and Heisey simply ran him down, they probably would have caught Dispenser out before he had time to throw that flashpoint out. But because that small kind of hesitation step was enough for Dispenser to have the proper timing to force him out of there, and perfectly played with the fragment as well as Heisey. Once he goes for the trade, it was too dire and too late for him to secure the stock. Borkum also going big in the round. The back line of Team Secret keeping them up front. Fancy, dire situation, tournament life here. Really could be the end of the year for them right here, right now, if they can't string another round at least.
Fancy United, their chances dwindling here, but Team Secret, their eyes are wide open. A squad that didn't even make it to the APAC stage last time around, and Fancy United on the flip side, looking to continue on, perhaps build those points, build that success, and build a way to try and tie things up. Borkum! Oh my, that was way too close for comfort. Melee out, almost shot in the face there by Fishio, but he's able to go for the shrouded step towards the B side, and we've seen this before in the PH scene. As long as Borkum has that from the shadows, he can pick that spike up and plant it down. Acerel though with the catch over onto Jesse Bash. Borkum now against the world. He's clutched before, but not this time, Acerola says. No magic tricks. It's all reality that Fancy United is looking for. And as we're grounded now to a 12-6 scoreline, never forget that Fancy United is here to play and try to slay.
Imagine if Borkum actually committed to that TP to take
And
it on the
stayed
A
on
site.
B?
Yeah, because they were all rotating towards B at that point, and there was no one within that A site to stop him. But bygones be bygones. It's hindsight is 2020. He didn't have that information.
You're
Yes?
exposing Team Secret's strat for the playoffs if they make it. How could you?
I'm
Oh,
not
no.
exposing. I'm merely pointing out what people can see as well.
Expose. Coach Fade will have a word with you after that one.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh
dear.
no. Well, that was a really good round for Fancy United, all
Yeah.
things considered. I love the fact that they still haven't really gone wayside with their approach. They still are confident to contest. And look at them again, middle. One time fight for by the defense.
That actually worked out for them. We know, as Tosh is pointing out on the panel, that Fancy didn't love fighting for this mid control, realizing what it connects to. And Fishio, great kill. BMB following up on that as well, shutting down the initial pushes here of Team Secret, fending them off. Dispenser was taking lots of damage from that fragment being thrown out here by Yes I Can, but he might find the kill opposingly. He's giving his position away because of that, and Yes I Can in a very committed spot here towards mid, but if Dispenser peeks out, this is going to be quite dangerous for him. Dubstep catches Heisey, trying to gather more information, and when you have the man advantage, you don't have to go for risky peeks and information gathering like that, because you can give yourself away, and that's what happened. Now, real chance to happen, but Vash, yeah, he gets caught off guard, but Physio keeping things under wrap to secure that Yes I Can is safe and sound.
Yeah, Team Secret, they're playing in the backyard, basically, of Fancy United. This middle is absolutely under their control, and you can see why. All the angles in the world, any angle, take an angle. It's Fancy United's to claim. 12-7 now. And for Team Secret, they have to understand that that's a no. Don't bother with the midpoint in direct conflict. You can use it for the flanks. We've seen it before, done by Borkum and Dubstep, but if Fancy United is stationed just like this, and you think that you can actually get the backstab on someone down below in the grassy areas, it's not gonna happen, because Fancy United, they love contesting this middle ground. They have the sightlines with the Tour de Force, and it just goes to show that this is one of the biggest reasons that they succeed on Ascent in their history. Problem is now though, Team Secret is just one round win away from moving to next week. And they take the time out to discuss, perhaps, the coup de grace here.
Coup de grace. That you really...
To the force.
To the force. I wanted to say that, but I thought it'd be corny.
it's like, it's to the force.
To the
It's not force, it's just be like force. It's like 2 syllables. I don't know, I'm not French.
Really, I don't. Forza kind of sounds Japanese to me, Dax. Not that I am fluent in either, but.
I think you're more fluent in Japanese. That's for sure.
Maybe you're talking about Asteroid, but not me.
Okay. You enjoy different kinds of culture, but come on, hit me with your big
Best
brain
shot.
knowledge. What's the plan? Stop singing. You've been at the music train, you former musician. But I think I have to ask you right now. Fancy United, they still have a chance here in this game. And what's one thing they can do to fortify those sites even better here, Black and Blue?
Don't stop believing.
Okay.
That's what Fancy have to do. They're on a journey right now that is going to take a really long, impetuous climb just for them to come back in. And look at this. Look at the gall here coming in from Fischio to not bail out of that fight. Dispenser gets a kill. Rendezvous back on the safety, looking for a better avenue of attack. Borkum finds a kill on the BMB, spamming through that smoke, and still Fischio, he just can't connect, can't find his way to really find the shot. Dubstep will get the kill on the high Z. Things are crumbling here right now. Nothing really standing in the way of Team Secret, as they don't even expect him to be here. Borkum, yes I can, goes down, all in the hands of Physio, and barring a heroic ace clutch, this round is done, the series is done, and for Fancy in Vietnam, their tournament run is done as well, as the Philippines get their sole representative into the APAC playoffs 2-0.
Yeah, Team Secret is into the playoffs. And they probably heard us there right before the timeout. Don't contest the middle. They say, screw it. We're gonna go for it. We have been hearing you guys cast for so long already. We'll show you how it's done. And I can't believe they got away with bloody murder there in the end. Wiping out Fancy United with quite commanding fashion. And this was the form Team Secret has been looking for all throughout the group stage. They stumbled heavily against Bleed Esports. They started slow versus FW, but now Team Secrets, they believe that their position is rightfully in the place of greatness. They missed out in stage 1, but here in stage 2, they're the last hope of the Philippine scene yet again. Can they continue on as we have all our 8 representatives now here? 3 from Indonesia, 2 from MYSG, 1 from Thailand, 1 from HK Taiwan, and 1 from the Philippines to form our final 8s. APAC becomes SEA yet again, and what a roster we have here, Black and Blue. What a week we've had though, all throughout. Stellar games, stellar names, great debuts, some heartbreaks here and there, and I'm just happy to be here with you, with everyone who has been here so far. We're not done with our broadcast. Series is over. The panel gonna be breaking it down, what just happened and how Team Secret was able to provide a masterclass all throughout. That's though here with Black and Blue, signing out for now. We'll see you guys into the playoffs and see you guys soon for more of VCT APAC.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I try to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. My life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. Life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your overseas. He chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know? Delilah, don't you know
Team Secret will be the final piece of the puzzle that we like to call the group stage over here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Once again, it's the likable Tash Bunny and Trix over here on the panel, and they are the final representatives to form the final 8 of the playoffs. GGWP, of course, to Fancy United. That was a good try, but alas, your VCT APAC run ends here. Now, Tash, why don't you go ahead and talk about the fantastic execution that Team Secret brought as we went over to Ascent?
I think in general, what Team Secret brought to the table was honestly not just consistency, but I think that they were very, very patient in the way they moved and executed. They can be explosive, but at the same time, they waited for the right timing. And I think they really punished Fancy for trying to play too aggressive and try to make things happen a little bit too early. As I mentioned before, in the previous runs where we saw Fancy run Ascent maps, they like to take it fast, like to go through mid. They just like to force their way onto sites. But Team Secret's great use of not just utility, I have to add in their great positioning as well as crossfires has been very, very great in terms of just picking off Fancy one by one. And in a lot of situations as well, what I realized was that not only was Team Secret able to play in corners when they really need to, whenever another teammate is running back into the corner for cover, we see a sort of tag team situation happening from Team Secret, which I really like to see.
Yeah. I agree. I loved seeing that tag team. You could see that even something as simple as giving up mid control or not having that mid control. And at first I was a little concerned for Team Secret. And all of a sudden you switch to another character, you look at the map a bit, and then you realize there's another player marking that angle that would have been open if that player had actually missed somebody. And there's that communication going. There's that support going with one another. I find that the trade system was also good. The positioning was good. And the aggression, the amount of aggression Team Secret was putting on the defender's side and how quickly they were to reposition was fantastic.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, coming back to the repositioning, I really like the fact that they didn't have to go too fast even on the attack side, where what happened was mostly just Team Secret punishing Fancy United for playing aggressive even on defense. I was always hyped up about how they played aggressive and they got so much value out of it, that high risk, high reward play. But in this case, Team Secret was able to shut it down by not only just giving up space, but making sure that they're able to read off of positioning and as well as sounds. And as well as if you saw a lot of situations during retake, we see especially from Dispenser how he was just able to play very patient, didn't have to go super aggressive with the peaks and just waiting on the right timings. And this has been very, very great in making sure that they are able to survive rounds with as many players as possible, but at the same time making sure that each round was not compromised.
Yeah, we talked about this at Haven, right? We wanted Fancy United to work a little bit better for the refrags, and I'm kind of sad that it just wasn't the case here on Ascent. Like, I would have loved to see the improvement or the adjustment come on their part, but that was still a little bit lacking. But I guess that is what the competition over here is. It's always about the game of adjustment, always about the game of adaptability. And it just goes to show that Team Secret, for today at least, was the better team. They had the better reads off of Fancy United, and they had the better executions.
Speaking of that, I am just so in awe at the fact that I was not hoping to see some big Jet plays, but usually when you see a Jet, you're like, whoa, Jet getting all those picks. But we're actually seeing this, I wouldn't say passive wits, but rather a wit that is just really, really kind of like playing off that information before he goes ham and crazy. And in a lot of situations as well, he was able to not only get those picks, but able to get out of it safely. And dubstep with the ace tricks. Can you elaborate a bit what happened there?
I just think honestly, it's just a sheer amount of discipline on Team Secret. I feel that's exactly the Team Secret we were hoping to see from the start, right?
Yeah.
And finally, they're showing up with it. They're showing up with that the discipline we want from them. The team plays, the support. I was surprised to actually see Dispenser on the KO.
Yes.
But it really enabled both Wits and Dubstep to pop off on the roles.
I have to absolutely agree with you. I know that Dubstep is the MVP right now, and I absolutely adore him. I did not see him on the duelist role today, and it is a bit of a breath of fresh air. There we go. But it just worked out in the end. The adjustments that they made in their composition really worked out. Again, I'm also not used to seeing Dispenser in that non-sentinel role.
I think it's great that he picked it up.
It is.
It worked out so well in his favor, and the aggressive gameplay really worked out. And on top of that, that kryptonite rather, or that disabling of the utility really helped with those situations where you know that Fancy United wants to go aggressive, wants to use those utilities for a more aggressive way. So when that's disabled, you see that reaction coming in from Team Secret to punish them for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just been a phenomenal run throughout the group stage. Not just, of course, by Team Secret, but every single team that was out here on our APAC stage. But alas, folks, this is where their journey ends, or at least in the group stage. Some teams over here are gonna be moving over to the playoffs. And as we find out who those teams are, let's have a recap of how things went by today in the final day of the group stage. So there it is, results on the board. You think that it's just plain numbers over here, but this was actually a bittersweet day. All of the teams that got that 2 number right beside their names are the teams that are going to be qualifying over to the playoffs. And on the other end are the teams that did not make it. So we've got RRQ, Order, and Fancy United falling a tad bit too short to making it into the next stage of the knockouts. But that's just how the cookie crumbles here. I already mentioned it from the very beginning. We have to expect that there are going to be teams that are just not going to make it. And with that, guys, these are the teams that will make it. We've got Paper X, Alter Ego, Onyx G, Boom Esports, Bleed Esports, Griffin Esports, Cercia, and Team Secret. Congratulations, you guys. You guys will be making it over to the next stage, over at the knockouts. It's just been an incredible journey getting to this point. But remember that it's only the beginning. There is still a lot to come. And as I say that, girls, here it is, the bloody brackets that is gonna be happening over at the knockouts. So, any of you guys want to take the first pick over here? Anything that you're really concerned about?
I mean, personally, Paper X and AE, obviously I'm gonna go for Paper X just because they are a team favorite, but I would say that AE will definitely be trying their hardest to bring them down. But at the same time, if you look at Bleed and Griffin, if you look at both teams' growth, both of them have been absolutely phenomenal, and I feel like this game can go very, very exciting, can go very, very far, and this is one of the teams I'm really excited about. Same goes for Onyx versus Boom Esports. Meanwhile, for Xerxia and Team Secret, Xerxia really has put a very, very high standard, and I'm really excited to see whether or not Team Secret has the ability to overcome this very, very high obstacle.
Taking the words right out of my mouth right there. I agree. I think if there's one team I always look forward to watching, and I haven't hidden it from this stream before, it's Cercia. So I'm excited for Game 4.
You know how eliminations are not in order for this schedule, but I can't help but feel still nervous, especially since we do still have PH's last hope over here, but also because the competition just keeps getting tougher. These guys are the best of the best in APAC, and we've gone through so many days of the broadcast over here just proving that point. I'm glad that I get to see all of the action continue, but at the same time, I'm a bit worried that my heart can no longer take any of the tension that these teams have been giving out here. But again, this is what I signed up for. I was gladly signing up for APAC, but my goodness, how was I supposed to know that it was gonna be this intense? But again, no regrets on my part, and I hope that for you ladies, no regrets as well, because right now, this is where the group stage ends. This has been an amazing journey, not only for the players, but also for us, because we got to dissect and talk about all of the strategies that they pulled out, all of the gameplay that they wanted to show us. And for you audience, I hope you guys enjoyed all of that fantastic Valorant action. But for now, we are going to be signing off. This has been Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix over here on the panel. We'll see you guys at the knockouts.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency, the heart of the world beats in me.